Yes, a very good morning to you and welcome back to day two's coverage of this Bob Willis Trophy fixture between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire. Matt joins me now. Matt, Notts resume on 13 for 1 after Yorkshire scored 264 in their first innings. Finally poised?
It is, isn't it, really? I mean, you'd take it, it's a day that had plenty of ebb and flow, again, as all these Red Bull days seem to have. It's the first thing I say every time I come on. But you'd have to say, having won the toss for Yorkshire, you look at the day as a whole, and to dismiss them for 264 is a result you'd take at 5-11 when you're about to walk out there. But it is finally poised. That 1 wicket down for Notts, with what proved to be the last ball of last night, means that, as ever, a crucial couple of hours ahead.
Yeah, I mean, and if we just talk about the weather for a minute, it's very different to yesterday. It was 30 odd degrees all day yesterday. Quite cloudy today, so that first session will be important for both teams.
Yeah, couldn't be any more different weather-wise, could it really? The sort of conditions you traditionally think might favour the red ball a little bit more, and it's a game where the conditions I think are going to change quite a bit throughout. I know there's the potential for a bit of thundery, showery stuff in the next couple of days. I've been consulting my radars, so that's going to change all the way through the game. That's going to be another challenge, but it is always a challenge with a game that takes place over 4 days, is that you might not get the better of the conditions yourself, but you've got to work with what's in front of you.
I mean, if we just concentrate on the Notts bowling from yesterday, some big scalps in there, and especially for Zach Chappell.
Well, you couldn't ask for two bigger scalps in that Yorkshire lineup yesterday, really, than Bairstow and Milan. It's two of the men who you'd love to get out early doors. I think it was Bairstow's first appearance for Yorkshire in a couple of years, certainly in the red ball form of the game. So to be able to get him pretty cheaply was a useful wicket, and the ball to dismiss Milan was a beauty as well from Chappell. So two really key wickets, and that opening passage of play really important. Again, having lost the toss, you want to try and make those inroads, and I think by lunch, Yorkshire would have been disappointed to have those 4 down.
And just finally, if we talk about what I think got described yesterday on commentary by Dave Bracegirdle as the golden arm of Chris Nash.
Well, he hadn't bowled for Notts since 2018, I don't think, and that was in a pink ball game, so it was his first red ball wickets for Notts, and what a first ball to produce.
You can't get much better, can you?
In over 2 years, turning it that far and dismissing a man who was looking pretty dangerous at that point in Harry Brook. But Nash is someone who I've seen bowl quite regularly in the nets. He came into the Sussex side as a bowler. He's taken 70-odd first-class wickets, so we're not talking someone who doesn't know where to put the ball, and that was probably the moment of the day for me, I think.
Okay, well, as we move to game coverage, we will leave you now with shots of Trent Bridge, and also you will soon hear the voice of Dave Bracegirdle.
And a very good morning to you, and welcome to Trent Bridge for day 2 of this Bob Willis Trophy match between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire. Happy Sunday wherever you're listening to us from, and welcome to Nottingham. I have to say it's a slate grey sky we've got over Trent Bridge today, which is a real old shame, because it was a glorious day yesterday. In fact, a lot of people actually saying it was too hot. I don't think they're going to be saying that at the end of this day 2. Thankfully, it is expected to remain dry, but certainly fairly gloomy overhead, and the possibility, I guess, that later on, if it stays like this, we might have to switch on the floodlights here at Trent Bridge. If you were out playing cricket yourself or doing other things on a Saturday, watching the test match maybe, congratulations to England, by the way, and weren't kept abreast of the news from Trent Bridge on day 1 here, well, I guess the match very much in the balance. Yorkshire won the toss yesterday. It was certainly one of those days where the overhead conditions made you think, yeah, hot, sunny day. A hard wicket, although a used wicket. It's the match that Notts played Derbyshire on last week. Probably the right call, the sensible call from Yorkshire skipper Steve Patterson to bat first, but Nottinghamshire made the most of the new ball. They got early wickets, Jake Paul and Zach Chappell getting 3 of the first 4 wickets to go down. Early introduction to Matt Carter's off spin, and he also got a wicket. So Yorkshire were 44 for 4 at one stage, but a couple of battling innings, a really high class 62 from Harry Brook. We know a lot about him. Don't know so much about Jordan Thompson, playing only his I think 4th first class match, and your heart actually bled for him when he was dismissed on 98. far and away the highest score of his young career, but played very nicely. 3 wickets to Chris Nash, who hasn't bowled for Nottinghamshire for a couple of years, but his day was spoiled when, with the what turned out to be the last ball of the day, the final over, they trooped off at the fall of Chris Nash's wicket, Stephen Patterson getting him out. So Yorkshire 264, Nottinghamshire 13 for 1. It's set up nicely, just waiting for the 2 umpires to appear. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Kevin Howells, the voice of county cricket on 5 Live Sport, will be with us. And also, for the first time this morning, a very warm welcome to the voice of cricket in the White Rose County. Welcome again to Trent Bridge, Jonathan Doidge.
Thanks, Brace. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Looking forward to what's an intriguing second day in prospect, isn't it? I know the Yorkshire contingent after day 1 from 44 for 4 feel like they've got parity in the game, having taken that wicket with them with what turned out to be the last ball of yesterday by skipper Steve Patterson. Or possibly even slightly leaning in their favour. We'll find out, I guess, after day 2, and be able to put that first innings in context. At 44 for 4, you'd have said 264. I think they would have bitten your hand off for that, particularly given the fact that it was all Yorkshire's top 4, 3 very experienced players, and Tom Kohler-Cavmo, who's obviously a precocious younger talent, back in the changing rooms. So did well to dig themselves out of that hole. Harry Brook, as you mentioned, and Johnny Tattersall, and then a bit of swashbuckle from young Jordan Thompson as well. He'll have an important job to do today with the ball. Just been watching Dwan Olivier getting warmed up, along with Dominic Leech, and of course it's his first-class debut. We're going to see him in action surely with the ball in this first session this morning. Steve Patterson will have to finish off the 3 remaining deliveries of his wicket taking over to get things going. And then, of course, Jack Shutt as well. So it is an inexperienced Yorkshire bowling attack when you take out Steve Patterson and test playing Duan Olivier, with Jack Shutt, with Dominic Leech and with Jordan Thompson, who are going to be the other 3. They're going to be trying to take those other 9 Nottinghamshire wickets.
2 umpires are now, I think, going to come on to the outfield. It seemed perhaps, and I'm not reading too much into it from this distance, as if they got to the boundary rope and then realised they hadn't brought the ball with them because they disappeared again. But I can see them coming, Tim Robinson and James Middlebrook, and they'll be, I'm sure, swiftly followed by the players. There are a number of ways that you can get in touch with us. Obviously you've found your own way so far, but if you're out and about, I should tell you that online commentary through BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leeds, and all the Yorkshire stations. You can find us online via the BBC Sport website or app. We are on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra throughout the day, so delighted to have your company if you're out and about in the car and have stumbled across us. And also, if you want to watch pictures, watch the live stream if you're able to, either via the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website or search for this particular game on YouTube. You'll be able to find a way to a live stream coverage, and that also will include our commentary, and unless you wish to mute us out. Nottinghamshire lost a wicket, final ball of day 1, Chris Nash, so they didn't have to resort to a night watchman, and they have resorted to the expected batting order, in that Ben Duckett has made his way out to the crease to join Hasib Hamid, the overnight not-out batsman, and Ben Duckett will be on strike because this is an over that still has 3 balls left to run. Stephen Patterson, the Yorkshire captain, sharing the new ball with Dwan Olivier. Olivier 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. Patterson 3.3 overs, 1 maiden. And that 1 wicket, Chris Nash, just seemed as if it came off a bottom edge onto the stumps. And that was the ending to the day that Yorkshire wanted, and conversely Nottinghamshire dreaded, having their openers being parted. 13 for 1. Hamid is at the non-strikers. He's made 4 from 24 deliveries. Very watchful last night. Ben Duckett is the new batsman. Mindful of the fact that we're ticking on to 11 o'clock. We'll have to do an update into the BBC Radio Nottingham news in just a moment. I'll escort you through the first over, and then Jonathan will take over. Here is Patterson in to bowl, and Ben Duckett squared up, pushes it out onto the offside. Duckett, former Northamptonshire player, of course, played with the umpire at this end, James Middlebrook, for a number of years at Wantage Road. Made his debut 4 knots towards the back end of the 2018 season. That was against Yorkshire, and he actually made 80 in his first innings for the county, and seemingly well on his way to a debut century, but just didn't quite get there. Duckett drops this on the leg side. Second ball he's faced. Duckett was away in that little white ball bubble for a while through the back end of July down at the Aegeus Bowl, and from that group of players that had been assembled by the ECB, Owen Morgan and the selectors chose a squad of 14 to face Ireland in the one-dayers. Duckett leaves this alone. He didn't make that cut, so came back and played for Notts last week. Couple of fairly lowish scores for Ben Duckett, but he survived his opening 3 deliveries here, leaves the final one alone. It remains 13 for 1 here at say a grey, chilly Trent Bridge, but stark contrast from yesterday. Here is that radio update. Well, we've just started on time this morning. Very grey overhead conditions here. Might suit the Yorkshire bowlers, actually. They'll be pressing for wickets. Nottinghamshire at the crease. They're 13 for 1. They lost Chris Nash last night for 8. They've got Hasib Hamid on 4. And Ben Duckett, who's just come out to bat this morning, faced 3 deliveries without adding. Yesterday, Yorkshire 264. Nottinghamshire in reply. 13 for 1.
So Dwan Olivier is going to start the morning at the pavilion end of the ground, and he's bowling to the right-handed Hasib Hamid. 3 slips and a gully in place, and in comes Olivier then. This one angled in towards around about middle and leg stump, and pushed up to mid-on where Steve Patterson fields. Just watching Steve Patterson at the end of that over. He's got a few idiosyncrasies about his bowling. When he walks back towards his mark after a delivery, you'll often see him sort of cock his jaw to the right and rub the bottom of it on his shoulder. Don't think he realises he's doing it. And then at the end of an over, although he didn't do it this time, but at the end of an over, we'll often see him pull up both socks. And again, it's one of those subconscious, I think, because Olivier, though, here is in, and that's a nice attempt at a drive from Hasib Hamid, but good piece of fielding off his own bowling from the South African, diving away to his left. A bit of agility that we've not really yet become accustomed to, so he's up for it this morning.
Oh, they can all field off their own bowling, can't they? he saved his figures a little bit there, because that was very much on its way to the long off boundary. Nicely driven by Hamid, and gets nothing for it.
In comes Olivier again. It's a relatively economical run-up with a bit of power about the last couple of strides, and this one's full and pushed out into the offside by Hamid. Johnny Tattersall, of course, without the gloves here because of the return to first-class action for Yorkshire of Johnny Bairstow, his first game in first-class cricket for the Tykes in over 2 years, and so Tattersall is out there in the field. Just done a bit of ball shining and handed it back to his bowler. Flag out opposite us on the top of the pavilion is suggesting the wind is gusting a little bit up and down. And here's Olivier again. That's a beautiful shot for Hamid's first boundary of the day. Just a little bit too much width and a little bit too full from Dwan Olivier. And Hamid opened the face nicely and played that along the ground all the way into the Smith Cooper stand for 4 runs. Takes him on to 8. 17 for 1 now, Notts.
Yes, you really do wonder how and why Hasib Hamid lost his way. Had that fantastic season 2016, burst on the scene, scored a glut of runs, and earned himself a place in the England squad.
Olivier in again, this one wide of off stump, and Hamid shoulders arms.
Since then, just 1 century in the 3 summers that have followed, and Lancashire agreed to his release at the end of last season. Has worked a little bit with Peter Moore's in the past, here and there. A stint or two at Loughborough, I understand. Very much enjoyed working with Peter Moores, and during the winter, again, the two were reunited, and he's looked to play in decent touch in the opening match or two.
Olivier in its full. That's a beautiful off drive from Hasib Hamid, and that's making its way already over the extra cover boundary. Johnny Tattersall is not the slowest in the field, but he had no chance of getting to that. 2 boundaries in the over then, both to Hamid's. He's on to 12 from his 30 deliveries, 9 overs into their first innings. Notts 21 for 1.
Of course, 2016 was also the year where Ben Duckett went from a decent county pro, very much at the forefront of the selectors' thinking as well. And both these players went away that winter. Both made their debuts for England, Bangladesh. I think it was before Christmas. India followed that tour. Both had a brief introduction of Test match cricket, and neither have been seen at that level since. Here's Stephen Patterson, with squad number 17, the Yorkshire captain, bowls, and Ben Duckett just happy to push this up to mid-off, where there's the young debutant Dominic Leech doing the fielding.
Yeah, there'll be a few nerves, won't there, around this morning, I'm sure, waiting for that ball for the first time. Speaking to Yorkshire's bowling coach Richard Pyra this morning, and was asking him what sort of speeds they've clocked him at, because I think as a young cricketer he'd scared 1 or 2 people by the sounds of it. Mid-80s is what I'm getting. Apparently they've worked on him on their fast bowling programme, and they've added 9 miles an hour to his average speed during the winter, or the prolonged winter.
Quite an increase, isn't it, as Patterson round the wicket to Duckett for the first time. Defence. 3 slips, a man at backward point, extra cover and mid-off, and a fairly standard leg side field, a long leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Yorkshire won the toss yesterday morning. 264 they ended up with. There were 33 for 3, 44 for 4 during a tense morning session. A couple of wickets for Zach Chappell, his first for Nottinghamshire since moving from Leicestershire. Matt Carter back in the Nottinghamshire side, the off spinner. He got a couple of wickets in the day, had a lengthy bowl. Now Duckett's away, a pleasing push through the offside. The outfield is lightning fast, and the ball just had enough on it just to beat the pursuing fielders and run away for 4. So Ben Duckett's away with that boundary. Notts a 25 for 1. Yes, against Derbyshire last week. Duckett 9 and 23. Didn't have a great season last year. In the Championship, 630 runs at an average of 27, 1 century. That came away at Edgbaston, obviously against Warwickshire. He did begin the season, though, in a first-class game with a double 100 against Cambridge University, so make statistics and figures sort of bend which way you want. His first class average for last year much higher than 37, but in the Championship just 27. He gets to experience a win as a Nottinghamshire player in red ball cricket. This is his 19th game since signing. Notts on a long winless run, and this one a little bit of bounce from Patterson was slightly off target. Duckett didn't have to play at that one, but it did bounce quite sharply. We saw a little bit of that yesterday. Difficult keeping for Tom Moores on occasions. Saw one from Zach Chappell veer away from the keeper, went for 4 byes, and a couple from the off spinner Matt Carter also went down to the long stop boundary for 4 byes. One sort of bounced over the stumps and over the gloves, and one went the other way. Very low bounce, and beat everybody as Duckett pushes this 5th delivery of the Patterson over into the offside. 25 for 1 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leeds, all the Yorkshire stations, BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, and also a very good morning to you if you are watching the pictures on the live stream. An eerily empty Trent Bridge, as it has to be, unfortunately. So wish we'd got the spectators in. I'm sure you wish you were here as well, as Duckett pushes into the offside. And it doesn't add to his total. End of that Patterson over. His 5th of the innings, figures of 1 for 8. Went for a boundary there. Duckett off the mark with that 4. And Asiba Mead is on 12. Nottinghamshire 25 for 1 after 10 overs.
Yep, rare half volley really from Steve Patterson, because one thing you do get with the Yorkshire skipper is of course control. Just those 8 from his 5 so far. Yorkshire won't mind conceding a few boundaries with the bowling of Duan Olivier, much the quicker of the pair, if they can pick up some wickets in the process. And you can tell just from how he bowled that opening over from the pavilion end that he's trying to get the ball up there, just over-pitched a couple of times, and Hamid took full toll. He's getting solidly behind this first delivery of the over. Number 99 on his back, Hasib Hamid, pushes back to the bowler, who listeners may or may not be aware was of course back in South Africa for the vast majority of lockdown, only came over recently. And while, like a lot of players, he was getting through his own bits of work, keeping fit, he was bowling in the back garden at a bed sheet back home just to keep the arm turning over. Here he is bowling at Hasib Hamid this time. Rather different proposition to a bed sheet, and the batsman drops this into the leg side. Jack Shutt comes in to do the fielding. He'll have a job to do, you feel, because this, as Bryce mentioned, is a used pitch. So effectively we're on day 6 using this particular cricket pitch. It saw plenty of runs being scored in the Notts Derbyshire game last week, but it can only wear, can't it, from that point on, surely, as Olivier is in. Hasib Hamid this time pulls the bat away with that exaggerated lift. I think that got up Olivier's nose a little bit yesterday. Yep. There was 1 or 2 words exchanged. Turned his back and just walked away this time.
He generally does that, Hasib Hamid, obviously new at Trent Bridge. I've seen him play a couple of times for Lancashire against Notts, but sort of watching him from a Nottinghamshire perspective, yes, he does have these all sorts of mannerisms and trigger movements, but certainly he does like to back away to square leg, like Chris Tavares used to do back in the day, walk out towards the umpire.
Here's Olivier, and this is, again, full-length delivery, dug out comfortably by the batsman, Johnny Tattersall Fields. He made a great effort, actually, to chase down that 4 by Ben Duckett in the previous over. And he got his hand to it before the rope, but unfortunately for him was still in touch with the ball as he went over and then dragged it with him anyway. He was pretty sore with himself for not having got there. Whip it like in the field, Johnny Tat. Here is Olivier, that's full, and another beautiful drive, this time a straight drive from Hasib Hamid. That's disappearing down the pavilion steps for 4 as we speak. So Olivier just going a little bit too long in these first couple of overs. And 16 now to Hamid, 29 for 1, just 1 delivery left in the 11th over of this Nottinghamshire response to Yorkshire's 264 all out.
Yeah, magnificent shot that was, wasn't it? Just every now and again he just seems to throw everything. It's a real kitchen sinker, isn't it, when he goes after it. Really does look to hit it hard. What
can Olivier do in response? This time he goes shorter, and it's nicely played with soft hands. Just drops it square on the leg side. Hamid, Shutt does the fielding, and they start to move around, because that is the end of the over, 29 for 1.
Yeah, just a couple of things during that over. You did mention the wicket. I think it's bone hard, and it's likely it's going to break up considerably, but you allowed me to earwig on your chat with Harry Brook at Stumps last night. I think he said there was a little bit of rough, wasn't there, outside the off stump to the right-hander. Nottinghamshire employed 3 spin bowlers yesterday in Matt Carter, Samit Patel and Chris Nash. They got 7 of the 10 wickets between them. And as a result of all that spin bowling, noticed this morning that Nottinghamshire's over rate for yesterday plus 11. We finished smack on 6 o'clock as he'd expect, as Patterson comes in to bowl wide of the off stump, tries to catch it, but although Duckett had his bat facing towards the bowler, I don't think he pushed at that with any great intent. Credit to Yorkshire, because when they came out towards the back end of the day. They only needed to bowl 6 overs, and that would have been our day's allocation, but they bustled round to get as many in as they could, and it meant they just started what would have been the 8th over of the innings just before 6 o'clock, and of course in that extra over they squeezed in, they got rid of Chris Nash as Duckett defends on the leg side. It's nice to see.
Couple of tweets in as well. Don't forget you can tweet us at Brace Cricket, at Jonathan Doidge, and at Kevin Howell 7. Good morning to you, Laney, up there in South Durham. Sent us a lovely shot, sun shining up there, of the decking, from which we presume she will be listening. And Lily as well, good morning to you, who says it sounds like Duan Olivier is bowling well. He's gone for a few boundaries so far.
Stephen Patterson round the wicket, the Yorkshire skipper, bowls, and again the left-handed Duckett just nudges it up to mid-on. There's Dawid Malan, a close season signing, if that's the right term, from Middlesex. I think there were 1 or 2 counties interested in Dawid Malan when he let it be known that it was time for a move. He'd spent all his career down at Lords with Middlesex. Of course, had this been a normal summer, Middlesex in Division 2, and I think Malan saw the attraction of playing Division 1 cricket. Nice, pleasing push by Duckett into the offside. Tattersall takes it on the bounce. Malan mentioned it yesterday. He was one of those players that round about now might have been calling Trent Bridge home, because he had been picked up by the Trent Rockets in the draft for the 100. Stephen Fleming very early on opting to go for the explosive white ball hitting of Dawid Malan, so he would have been a Trent Rocket alongside several of the Nottinghamshire players who were selected. Patterson bowls again to Duckett, who blocks. Patterson squad number 17 for Yorkshire, Duckett squad number 17 for Nottinghamshire, and it remains 29 for 1. Time to time we'll bring you the scores from elsewhere. I suppose the most dramatic turnaround yesterday was Somerset being bowled out at Wantage Road for 166, and then skittling Northants for 67 all out. So Somerset with a healthy first innings lead of 99. They're 29 for 2 in their second innings as Patterson bowling. Duckett pushes into the offside. Patterson 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. The very dictionary definition, I guess, of Stephen Patterson, those figures. Year upon year he'll just come on and tie an end up, offer very little to opposition batsmen, and winkle out the odd wicket here and there, as he did last night when he induced Chris Nash just to play on for 8. 29 for 1 not.
Yep, it's going to be Duan Olivier continuing from the pavilion end. Just having a chat with Johnny Tattersall as he takes the ball. 28 years of age, Olivier. So should be coming into his prime, shouldn't he, now as a fast bowler, and he's in to Hamid, and again he's really is attacking fully of length here, time after time. Not sure if that was an attempted Yorker or not always easy with the batsman with his back to us, but it was certainly full enough. He's been straight driven down the ground when he got one slightly wrong in his previous over, and also subject to a couple of lovely cover and off drives from this batsman. It's 1 against 1 at each end at the moment. Here's Olivier into Hamid, who's opening the face and running this one out to point, where Jordan Thompson, the man of yesterday for Yorkshire with his 98, does the fielding. Important job to do with the ball for him today, and he bowled impressively as well at Durham last week, was getting the ball to swing. He looks a bit like they're saying about Dominic Leech, as if he's put a yard or 2 in pace on as well, Jordan Thompson, who was bowling probably high 70s last season. It looks like he might be clocking in at just above the 80 mark. Hamid back and across, and the bouncer this time from Olivier, who is quite happy to let the batsman feel the ball on his helmet from time to time. Hamid was up to swaying out of the way. 48 Test wickets, Dwan Olivier, from those 10 Test matches he played before becoming a Kolpak signing. And joining Yorkshire last season, he had of course played for Derbyshire as well prior to that, so a little bit of previous experience of English conditions. Pushes off then. Shirt flapping in the breeze as he comes in. Another short ball to Hamid. So we've gone full. And just a slight change of tack here from the bowler. And there's a few wheels. Adam Lyth just polishing the ball. I know that, as you call him, the Whitby Warrior, likes to just keep Duan ticking from time to time. He'll have a word. Ask him if he can get it through any quicker than that. Words to that effect. He's at second slip, by the way. Tom Kohler-Cadmore at first. Harry Brook is at third as Olivier is in, but no chance for any of that trio as Johnny Bairstow takes a ball that Hamid shoulders arms to. So there are 3 slips and a gully. That's Milan in there at gully. Thompson just going through his bowling action. He's at point. Tattersall is the only man in front of the bat on the offside, so he's filling a pretty big gap at a wideish mid-off come extra cover. Patterson mid-on. Jack Shutt is at mid-wicket, and we also have Dominic Leech 5 metres or so in from the boundary down to our left at long leg as Olivier is in again, and Hamid solidly behind that to conclude the over. It was a better one from Dwan Olivier. Hamid 16, Duckett 4, 13 overs gone. Nottinghamshire 29 for 1.
It's been boundaries or nothing this morning, hasn't it? 16 runs have been added, 3 boundaries for Hamid and 1 for Ben Duckett. So we await a change of ends for the 2 batsmen. Duckett has only faced Patterson. Hamid has only faced Olivier, and I think Jonathan's right. He's slowly getting under the skin of the South African. He's fairly phlegmatic at the crease. Hasib Hamid, and whatever's sent down at him, he'll just shrug it off and then go on that little journey of 6 or 7 steps out towards the square leg umpire, then turn and come back again. Here's Patterson round the wicket to Ben Duckett. Leaves this one alone, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Nice surprise when I got home last night. Well, not so much of a surprise, but the postman had been. Lots of good cricket books around, I fancy, this year, and I've been meaning to get that Unforgiven from Ashley Gray, and also a new one out, Last Man Standing. I think it's the story of Essex's championship win last year. So both of those arrived. Just look forward to working my way through those. Good delivery, this one from Patterson. Just nibbled away off the seam, that delivery, and Johnny Bairstow had to move across in front of Kohler-Cadmore at first slip to take it. One of those difficult ones for a keeper, can sometimes burst through the gloves when you've not got your body behind the gloves. You're taking them away on the left-hand side, but Bairstow took that nicely.
Yeah, just streaming, by the way, as well today, folks, if you want to watch the pictures as well as listening to our commentary that's overlaid. And that one just angled in by Patterson and held its line, really.
29 for 1. Here is Stephen Patterson in again, and that one's gone through Ben Duckett. This time it didn't jag away as the previous one had. It sort of held its line, bowling from round the wicket, sort of attacking an off-stump line there, and Duckett was in 2 minds as to whether it was going to shape away. Yes, the stream that Jonathan's just mentioned, totally free through the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. There's links there. They'll ask you to pop the your email address in, but no subscription. Or I think it's also on YouTube. Look out for Nottinghamshire versus Yorkshire as well. It's the same pictures, the same excellent camera crew that are here at Trent Bridge, and Duckett's had a little flick at that one again. Patterson extracting a bit of bounce outside the off stump, and Ben Duckett's taking his time here to sort of work Patterson out. I think a lot of good players over the years have failed to do that, but certainly problems being sent down by the Yorkshire skipper. Yes, we've got a cameraman either side of the wicket. There are 4 cameras at least around the ground, one at each end, and We've got the cameraman in the Smith Cooper stand all on his own, and one away in that little gantry area at the edge of the stand to our left. Next ball clipped up to Dawid Malan at mid-on. There's no run.
Everything sounds louder somehow, doesn't it, with the echo, without the crowd in the ground.
Yeah.
I noticed that when they were warming up before the play started, Ollie Fear ran in and bowled when Richard Pyra had the baseball glove on, the Yorkshire bowling coach, and he took the ball, and it almost sounded like the ricochet of a gunshot as it hit the glove. It was so loud by comparison to what you'd normally hear when there's a bit of PA system going on and the general county cricket spectators hum.
29 for 1 is Patterson. Past the right shoulder of James Middlebrook, and it's defended. And that's the end of the over. 29 for 1. Yeah, and watching the football matches when they were first introduced. I don't know about you. Some of the games, if they're on 2 channels, you've got the option of either with the artificial crowd noise or with the stadium noise, and I don't like the artificial stuff. I just like the stadium noise, but the commentators time and time again having to apologise for the language which you get from the footballers, and I thought, well, I wonder if we're going to have to be doing that. But touch wood, I don't think I've heard anything untoward from any of the players, no matter how fired up they will be. That was interesting. We had a little break here for the sanitising. The hand sanitising by the Yorkshire players, and there we've got a couple of young subs out there, 12th and 13th man. They brought them on, and they did them. We've got tables all the way around the ground, and yesterday and through the Derbyshire game we saw the players going to the boundary edge and using the hand sanitizers, hand. It's easy for me to say the gel that's been put out there, but Yorkshire have been just taking them there from the backup players.
So Ollie Fear into his 8th over here, unbroken from starting yesterday evening. That one just drifting down the leg side, and Hamid watches it go by. And also, I'm not quite sure in terms of the when with the hand sanitisation. I thought it was supposed to be 6 overs, but
it is. But if a wicket goes down after 5.5 overs or something, they do it. It's sort of there or thereabouts.
Because this morning we started on 7.5, so I guess 6.5 overs.
You can't do it in the middle of it.
So Ollie Fear even turns again, comes in towards the right-handed Hamid, and that is just wide of off stump and leaves it on both line and length grounds
with a flourish.
Yeah,
there's a real swish of the bat when he's leaving it, and again he goes off on that little walk.
You think he's a good dancer? Probably. He's
I
probably
would
got a few
imagine.
moves on the dance floor,
I
would imagine.
He was fairly low key in the field yesterday. I mean, I've seen him throw himself about and really put in an energetic performance in the Derbyshire match. He was here, there and everywhere, but yesterday he didn't have to chase the ball too many times. In fact, it didn't come to him too many times except when he was at short leg.
Ollie Fear in, shorter of length, but again wide of off stump, and the batsman leaves in that
5, 6,
way that
7,
he does it.
8, 9, 10,
right,
10 steps, and then he plays a forward defensive. I don't know if there is a set number of steps, but keep an eye on that as well.
There'll be, a bit like the, what was it called, the dab. There'll be a new move on the dance floors of Nottingham soon. Doing the hat. As Haseeb Hamid waits again, and Ollie Fear in for this 4th delivery of his over. It's very similar to the previous one, wide of off stump, and doesn't induce a stroke from the batsman, who's 16. Played some cracking shots as well this morning. Absolute beautiful straight drive off Ollie Fear, and another one as well through extra cover.
Don't know him well enough to know if there's the traditional Lancashire-Yorkshire rivalry involved there. He's from Bolton, obviously former Lancashire player. He's got a couple of hundreds against Yorkshire back in that golden summer of 2016.
It's funny how that pervades walks of life as well, as Ollie Fear's next delivery is left by Hamid up at Durham last week. Alex Lees was whatever he was overnight, going on towards his 3 figures, and he spoke to Graham Hardcastle, our press colleague, and Graham, of course, Lancastrian, but writing about Yorkshire, and he had a word with Alex Lees, who then said to him, "Oh, you'll want me to score 100 because you're Lancastrian," even though he's reporting on Yorkshire. So it still runs through all sorts of different facets.
Going to be an update for local radio. Well, Nottinghamshire are 29 for 1. It's been relatively slow going this morning. In fact, just as you joined me, the first moment of any concern, an edge by Asiba Mead, the opener, which fell just short of the slip cordon. We've just had 4 scoring shots this morning, and they've all gone to the boundary fence. 3 of them from Asiba Mead, who was 4 not out overnight, and Ben Duckett has also got off the mark with a boundary. So Yorkshire keeping a pretty tight lid on things. Very different day to yesterday, of course, Alan. Gloriously blue skies overhead, warm sunshine. Today, a different picture, grey and a little bit chilly. Notts replying to Yorkshire's 264, a 29 for 1. That half-hourly update for local radio. Whilst we've been doing that, Jonathan Doidger's metamorphosised into Kevin Howells. A very good morning.
Good morning. Patterson round the wicket in bowls, and that's angled, edged along the ground safely to backward point. What a brilliant first half hour of cricket this has been. I'm just trying to recall, has Olivier bowled to Duckett?
No, they've not changed hands yet. It's just been 4 boundaries this morning.
Because what Hasib Hamid has done extremely well this morning is he's left the ball well. He's ducked out of the way of the short ones. And in a strange way, looking at Olivier, the more menacing deliveries Hamid has been able to, apart from that last one, the last over, keep out of the way of, and the ones that he's made in play haven't looked quite as dangerous. Next delivery is bowled from Patterson to Duckett into the offside, whereas of course Duckett, because he's just come out this morning, just like Hamid going again, I suppose, start of a new day, but Hamid did bowl yesterday off the back of 2 half centuries, but for Duckett, he doesn't look quite as assured. And in some ways, Patterson almost looks like the bowler who's more likely to take the wickets this morning. But there's been so much going on. But Hamid, the way he leaves the ball, that last one was a bit close, though.
Yes.
That very nearly carried to the slips. Duckett on 4. And Patterson comes around the wicket into Duckett and pushed straight back up to Patterson. Gets down to it.
How did you see yesterday? Fairly even by the close?
By the close, yes. I thought Notts did well in the morning. I thought the bowling was good, and then sort of fell away quite quickly, really. They fell away. They lost their hold of it quite quickly then in the afternoon session. And then really impressed with the performances of Tattersall and Brooke, and then Jordan Thompson later on. But I think Yorkshire will have been very satisfied with the total by the end. Next delivery, wide, and that is one that Duckett can comfortably leave through to the keeper. Obviously the loss of Nash last night was a disappointment. Nash providing most definitely the entertainment of the day for his celebration of that first wicket. Yeah. And, he enjoyed that. He had a bit of everything really yesterday as well, didn't he?
And also, I don't know if it was his second or his third. It was his second wicket, wasn't it? When he got his second wicket, he actually came down and doffed his cap and waved to non-existent spectators and what have you. He really sort of celebrated it as if there was a big crowd here applauding him.
Patterson to Duckett on this Sunday morning. He does have to play that defensively. Back up to Patterson, and there will be no run.
Yes, it was a very entertaining day's cricket, I thought. Good fight back from Yorkshire. Felt for Jordan Thompson, as you would any youngster on the brink of a maiden first-class century, just being dismissed too short, but I'm sure he'll get there. We saw enough talent from him yesterday to know that yesterday's innings of 98 surely isn't going to be a one-off. Not too many opportunities this year, though, for any of the players.
Patterson around the wicket again from the Ratcliffe Road end. Duckett has to play it down towards backward point. There will be no run. So the score remains 29 for 1. Duckett on 4, Hamid on 16. And Patterson has now bowled 8 overs, 4 of which have been... Oh, start that again. 8 overs, 5 of which have been maidens. And 1 wicket for 8.
Yes, this morning he's just leaked the 1 boundary. no changes yet. Dwan Olivier is going to continue from the pavilion end. The longer you know people, the more you work with people, of course, the more you find out about them. Discovered this morning that Kevin Howells didn't know what a dingbat is. I don't just mean that as a derogatory term for somebody. 29 for one as Hamid plays this off his hips. Now they will get a single here and change ends, so I wonder how the dynamic will change here then, with Duckett down to face Olivier for the first time. Obviously the first thing is that the field must swap over. Yes, a dingbat, the little puzzles where you see a picture and have to try and work out what it means, a well-known phrase or expression or person, but you've never come across that before.
Normally I'm good on the pictures and not on the words, as you know, Dave, but no. But is this leading into you telling everybody how fantastic you are on the virtual quiz?
No, not fantastic at all. I just mentioned to
very
you
good.
That
Very good on the virtual quiz.
We did okay. We did one last night, 40 out of 50. But,
very good. That's a pass mark, surely.
30 for one. Here's Olivier in and bowls, and it's defended by Duckett. The one I was most pleased of, I mentioned, I don't know if it's a sad thing or not, but managed to identify the flag of Andorra, which, that's
why
quite
would
sad,
you say that was? No, why is that sad? Why is any piece of knowledge or intelligence? It's sad, no, Dave.
It's funny though what you do pick up and get just going through your life, and it stays there in the brain, doesn't it, for years and years. Maybe I've seen a football programme, England against Andorra, or this has worked onto the leg side, fielded by who's that out there on the leg side? It's not Tattersall, because he's at mid-off. Could be Jack Shott. 30 for one.
It looks as if he's just left the school gate, Dave. He's another of those young ones. What are they doing out there, all those young ones?
Olivier disappears into the distance. Nasty fast bowler, they called him. Here he comes. Fits the description on the field. He sometimes gets a little steamed up as Duckett nudges this up to the Yorkshire skipper, Steve Patterson, at mid-on. Bareheaded, he's left his cap on the boundary edge, so he's going to carry on bowling. That is shot at mid-wicket. Dominic Leech, the debutant, down at long leg, just stretching and bending, wondering when he'll get a go. I don't think it'll be too far, judging by the way he's just getting himself ready.
You'd expect a change sometime soon, wouldn't you?
There's Dwan Olivier in once more, and bowls edged, caught by Adam Lyth at second slip, and Duckett has to go. Olivier's got his man. Adam Lyth watched it safely into the hands at second slip, and on 30, Nottinghamshire lose their second wicket. Ben Duckett caught Lyth, bowled Dwan Olivier, and has missed out. Once again, Ben Duckett. We're in the 17th over, and Nottinghamshire 30 for 2.
So that was a really good ball that Duckett's just got out to. But I would offer that Hasib Hamid has faced some really good balls this morning, which he has managed somehow to get out of the way of and leave and just be a little bit more cute with. And Olivier, just in those few deliveries that he bowled to Ben Duckett, was making him play at more than it seemed he was making Hasib Hamid play. And that's why when I first came on, I was just confirming in my mind, has he faced Olivier yet? Because Hamid's, one of his strengths this morning has been that leave. It most definitely has. And I'm afraid Ben couldn't do anything with that, but guide it into the grateful hands of Adam Lyth and the first wicket of the day.
New man is Joe Clark, who a year ago, almost a year and a half ago now, right at the start of 2019, made his Nottinghamshire Championship debut against Yorkshire, first match of last year's County Championship programme, and in this particular fixture scored 112 in the first innings and 97 not out in the second. Stephen Mullaney declaring the Nottinghamshire innings closed at the start of the final day, with Clark 3 short of scoring a century in each innings. It was outside of that in the final match of the season here against Warwickshire, when he did score 100 in each innings. It was a pretty lean summer for Joe Clark, but he will I'm sure take heart from last year's performance. Only made 2 and 8 last week though against Derbyshire. There's Ollie Fear to bowl to him. Just one ball left in this over, and well, that's got up nice and big, and Clark didn't play it very well. It remains to be seen whether there's runs or a leg by. The throw in from Leech is a little wild. Let's have a look at the umpire, Tim Robinson. No, he's going to give it as runs. I wondered if he'd got up and sort of struck him round about the shoulder area, but a little bit of bat handle involved, I think, as he fenced it away from potentially striking him. Gets it down to long leg for 2 runs. So Clark away, but Kevin in the most uncertain of manners.
Yeah. But you're going to come across that, aren't you, when you're up against Olivier? You'll just look at it and think, right, well, I somehow managed to survive it. We're now, time-wise, just under 45 minutes into play this morning. You'd think that if you're the captain, you might want to take Olivier off. However, I'd give him another over, at least, because...
New man at the crease.
New man at the crease, and obviously if he gets the ball to Hamid again constantly, well, that might be a different matter, but Hamid is himself going to have to face Patterson, which will offer a new challenge. This morning, Olivier is doing what Olivier does, bowls quick and all that sort of thing. I think Patterson has been doing what Patterson does and a little bit more. I think there's been some really juicy deliveries that Patterson has served up this morning. Those balls that have fallen, just a little bit of movement, just a little bit of something, just fall near the off stump. And now he's going to get a chance to bowl to Hamid, who's on 17. Next delivery, and he forces Hamid to play again into the offside. That's what Patterson does a little bit more from this end. There are 3 slips. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Man at mid-wicket, and square leg, maybe just a little bit behind square on the shorter boundary, the leg side to Hasib Hamid. We're just in the 18th over of the innings, 32 for 2, in reply to Yorkshire's total yesterday of 264. And it's the Yorkshire captain, Patterson, bowling from the Radcliffe Road end to Hasib Hamid. Down the leg side, flies high and wide. The appeal... Well, it's half-hearted really from Patterson, but either way, we're going to look at it. He didn't signal. Did he signal buys there?
Buys,
yeah, he did.
Buys.
From umpire James Middlebrook. Nobody wants to go and get that ball, but somebody's got to go and get it. Now it's thrown back. So that's 4 buys to the total. Flew down the leg side. Steve Patterson has a look at the area of the pitch that flew off. But to the total, 4 more added. 36 for 2.
Yes, he's not really attempted anything like that, Patterson, when he's had Ben Duckett on strike, has he? But obviously something has got under the skin very early on when he's coming to bowl to Hasib Hamid here, and maybe the skipper's just thought, let's just test him out, let's give him one. But it was a little bit wild and woolly in terms of direction, and really gave Johnny Bairstow no chance. I mentioned earlier we saw a few of those that evaded Tom Moore's grasp yesterday, and Bairstow couldn't do a deal about that one.
So he's taken him out of slip and he's put him at forward short leg. So he wants to mix it up a little bit here, Patterson. In bowls, full, shaped away past the off stump. Oohs and ahs. It's always good to give your captain a bit of an ooh and an ah, though, isn't it? Every time he bowls, more or less.
Place for runs this season seems to be New Road. We know Leicestershire's Ben Slater got 172 there in last week's game that was moved against Lancashire. Well, in the particular game at New Road at the moment, Worcestershire going along nicely against Glamorgan, 347 for 3. Listen to these 2 standout scores. Jake Libby's 162 not out. Brett D'Oliveira's 140 not out.
Patterson bowls, angled wide along the ground past second slip. Adam Lythe will go off chasing it. It's a run race there to try and get to it. Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Adam Lythe both fail to get to the ball before it gets to the boundary. It's 4 runs for Nottinghamshire and 40 for 2 on the board. And Hamid has moved on to 21. That Glamorgan they're playing there.
Yes.
It's turning already. We're only into the 6th day of the season. A very tough season for Glamorgan.
Pleased for Jake Libby, another one who decided to move counties during the winter, left Trent Bridge, just his second game. He's got 77 on his debut innings for Worcestershire, and certainly gone way past that.
2 slips go down again for Patterson to Hamid. Hamid, solid defence into the offside. No run.
Yeah, didn't he start the over with 3 slips?
He did, yeah. Just a couple of that one after he fired one down the leg side, or it ended up going down the leg side. He decided to put in a short leg there. So for a couple of balls now, that man has been stationed there. If you're listening to us on 5 Live Sports Extra, so many different ways to watch and listen to county cricket, which is brilliant for the profile of the game. But when it's on Sports Extra, always a bit of a bonus, I think, because it's one of the easier ways of listening to cricket when you're driving around, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not the only way, but certainly one of the safest and cheapest ways, that's for certain. Next delivery, 4 defensive, bat and pad together from Hamid, and that completes the over. 40 for 2 in reply to Yorkshire's 264. Clark on 2 and Hasib Hamid on 21. He's faced now 35 deliveries for those 21 runs, and it's been a real interesting joy to watch the way he's gone about his cricket here this morning.
It has indeed, yeah. Yes, even I'm in the 21st century now. I can listen to it in the car, and typically, of course, there hasn't been that much summer cricket this summer to put onto 5 Live Sports Extra, aside from the internationals. 40 for 2. Are we going to get a change? Not yet. Ollie Fear is going to carry on. And presumably, with it being on 5 Live Sports Extra, you'll be taking care of matters during the luncheon interval.
I'll be saying here is and that was, yeah.
All right.
Again, really, because of everything else going on around the world, that's what we're offering up for lunch and tea at the moment.
Sometimes in the past you've managed to assemble a quorum of respected cricket personalities to chat to. Here's Ollie Fear from the pavilion end, and this is clipped by Joe Clark just through the onside of straight. They'll only get a single, so Clark has faced 2 balls and is already on to 3. Mentioned his glut of runs here in the opening match of last year. In the interests of balance, I should also point out in the return at Scarborough, he was dismissed cheaply in both innings, 8 and 4 in that match, and Ben Code getting him out in the first innings, and Keshav Maharaj, the South African spinner, in the second, neither of whom playing in this one. Here's Ollie Fear, a different sort of South African bowler, and Hasib Hamid defends, and away goes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it was only 7 strides that time, and he didn't even bother to stop and play a forward defensive push once he'd gone on his mini journey.
It's just an example of how Olafir is challenging him. This is very difficult bowling to face. Just goes to compose his mind.
41 for 2. Olafir in again. Leave with a flourish, and off he goes again. Hamid, tall man, makes a bit of a gesture with his arm as to how that delivery went past him. Got his shirt outside his flannels. Orange flashes on his cricket shoes. Oh, now Yorkshire have decided to make several changes to the field. So Hamid says, well, why are you doing that? I'm going to get back in my zone and go for another walk.
So he's putting Brook at forward short leg, but instead of, so he's taken Brook out of some third slip, but he's still keeping his 3 slip cord and then a wider gap out to the 4th. So Milan goes in there at 3, and then a backward point as well still.
This might be Ollie Fear's final over in this spell, so I want to make the most of it, but again, just too wide, and Hasib will also know that. He'll be more than happy to leave anything he doesn't have to play at. See off Dwan Ollie Fear if he can, who I'm sure he recognises as a potent threat at the very top of the Yorkshire attack. Young man Dominic Leech will be not too far away, you'd imagine, for his first bowl for the county. Jordan Thompson riding the crest of a wave after scoring those runs so magnificently yesterday. Hit 4 sixes and was all a really fine example of clean ball striking. This is a short pitch delivery which Hamid ducks underneath. Goes off on his little walk.
It's clearly his way of dealing with things here, Hamid, to go for that bit of a stroll.
We see
but it suggests that he wants to really concentrate. He's needing to really concentrate against Olafia. However, the execution of the way he's dealing with the short stuff has actually been brilliant, hasn't it?
It has indeed, yeah.
So whatever's working for him.
Just his mannerisms. 41 for 2. Next ball is defended by Hasib Hamid. End of the over. Hamid is 21 not out. Joe Clark 3 not out here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leeds, online, all the Yorkshire stations via the BBC Sport website. We are on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra if you're going to be out and about, perhaps in the car, and have access to the DAB radio. There are a number of ways you can see pictures, the live stream through the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, which is also available through YouTube. So there are lots of ways of keeping up with the game, whether you're at home or away from a screen. 41 for 2, and Patterson's going to continue. We are now around about 8 minutes to midday. No changes as yet.
Long discussion with David Milan. The Milan comes to Yorkshire off the back of being the captain of Middlesex. So it makes a lot of sense to have those conversations. Milan now takes his place at third slip. And you've got a bit of hokey-cokey in and out and shake it all about here involving Shutt and Thompson. Shutt ends up at backward point. Thompson here at extra cover. And it's Patterson into bowl to Clark. Big stride from Clark and pushed on the onside. Hamid is good in defence, but he never looks the most elegant in defence. It's very effective, whereas that from Clark just looked the way to do it, but gets everything behind it, Hamid. But it's hard sometimes to work out how he does it. Way legs and arms are positioned. 3 slips still going down here, but it's Joe Clark on strike at the moment, and that's driven very nice. That's a lovely shot. We've seen a few of those this morning, only a few. Only been opportunity for a few. It's going to be 4 down over the boundary rope just to our left-hand side here at long off. And Nottinghamshire extend their first innings to 45 for 2. They trail by 219 runs. And Clark is on to 7 not out.
This has been a little bit of a nervy starter most of the time when he's gone out there to represent Nottinghamshire, but once he gets into double figures, looks a different player, and that will boost his confidence, settle 1 or 2 of the early nerves. He's on 7 already from 4 balls faced, and that was really nice looking 4. Will have felt good coming off the bat.
Patterson again runs away from us here. The Radcliffe Road end. It's straight and it's pushed to mid-on. The weather, well, it's predominantly cloudy, but it does appear perhaps to be following what the forecast suggested was around about midday, early part of the afternoon. This cloud would disappear and we should get an afternoon of quite a lot of sunshine. But conditions certainly have been overhead different this morning than they were yesterday. But it's getting brighter, so perhaps we'll see a bit more sun soon. Patterson bowls full and driven again to mid-on. He doesn't know too much about that, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't take it cleanly. I say it doesn't matter. It's all very well me saying for poor old Dom Leech it doesn't matter. It's not my finger that caught the wrong end of that.
And it's his right hand as well, so if he is about to come on to bowl before too long, he'll hope it's still shaking it, isn't he? Went very quickly to him at mid-on and he made the stop, but it just bobbled up as he went to take it, got him on the finger end.
Patterson in to Clark, pushed for more runs on the offside, just be a single this time. Thompson with the throw to the keeper, Johnny Bairstow.
If Nottinghamshire bat like they did in the Derbyshire game, the remainder of the top 8 will be Stephen Mullaney, the captain, due in next. Peter Trigo, another player who changed counties during the winter, came up to Trent Bridge from Somerset. He batted at 6 last week. Wicket-keeper Tom Moore's at 7, and Samit Patel down at 8. And Patel had a lean run with the bat last year, scored 50s in both innings last week.
Patterson into bowl past the off stump. What he'd done just before that delivery, just made a change in the field, and he'd actually left a gap square on that offside and brought the 2 fielders further round, including putting Thompson here at mid-off and put Shutt here, so more extra cover. But either way, although that ball was shaped away, he didn't tempt Hamid to play at it. That's presumably what he's trying to do, trying to tempt him and then maybe get a bit of a nick, maybe an edge, but he's proving a real frustration to them today, is Hamid. It's 21 of 61 deliveries. Clark is on 8 and Notts at 46 for 2, trail by 218 runs.
Dwan Olivier has gone to the boundary edge, picked up his sweater and trotted off and made his way up the pavilion steps and has disappeared out of sight, and that's because he's been given a spell. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 24, and now a picture of Dominic Leech up on the screen. An England training top on, England under-19s player. He's going to be introduced for the first time in Yorkshire colours. We've got a sub-fielder on at mid-wicket who we'll try and identify as soon as we can, but a big moment for the youngster, and he's getting plenty of encouragement from his teammates. Born in Middlesbrough, born in 2001, and here he is, right on. Fast medium bowls, and his first ball is defended by Joe Clark, fielded by the sub-fielder, who's wearing the shirt of number 45, Jared Warner, so presume it is Jared Warner who's wearing his own shirt. Decent start. Very athletic approach, isn't it? He comes sprinting into the crease. Quite a lengthy run. Here he comes again. Tim Robinson's the umpire at the far end. In and bowls, and Joe Clark took a stride towards him, as is his wont, and then pushed it to backward point. We always introduce the scorers, the umpires, but rarely mention the scorers. Ian Smith and Anne Cusworth doing the job in this particular game. I believe they're down in the press box doing it, rather than in their traditional home over in the admin block at the far side of the ground.
We've all been allocated a part of the ground, really, haven't we? And the scorers are in our neck of the woods.
Clark is on 8. Next ball. Oh, he's hit him on the pad. Must have. I wonder why they didn't go up. So I wondered if there was just a little bit of a brush off the pad, but wasn't too interested. It is Jared Warner. Jonathan's confirmed at mid-wicket, the sub-fielder, and the sun's starting to come out.
Yeah,
it's a decent delivery.
Got to be careful here, Clark and Hamid. Hamid's has been out there for an hour this morning, Clark not so long, but this might be the first change, but let's just see how they go, the first change. It may not be any easier.
Next ball to Joe Clark is punched with a certain degree of conviction up to mid-off, no run there.
The game that Yorkshire tried to play yesterday was a game of patience and being watchful, and then of course still found themselves 4 down with 44 on the board. But so you've got to get the balance right. You can't go into your shell completely. But when those balls have been there to be hit, they have been this morning, and they haven't given a great deal, have they, of those? But they've played them nicely.
We saw Jordan Thompson dismissed for 98 yesterday. Ben Brown, the Sussex skipper, has been dismissed for 98 in their match this morning, as Clark defends the next one. 46 for 2. Can't recall from the top of my head, so I'll have a look who Sussex are playing at Hove. They're playing Kent at Canterbury. 332 all out then, Sussex, and Ben Brown was the last to be dismissed, out for 98, bowled by Harry Podmore, who finished with 4 wickets in the innings. 46 for 2, Joe Clark 8, Seba Mead 21. The man out here at Trent Bridge this morning, Ben Duckett, caught by Adam Lythe at second slip off the bowling of Dwan Olivier. Next ball driven by Clark, and the bowler does well to prevent it going for runs, so Decent start from Dominic Leech, begins with a maiden. 46 for 2. Thanks to Kevin Howells for his company for the last half an hour. More from him a little later on. Meanwhile, just a moment, Jonathan will be back with us. The midday news not too far away, but conscious we haven't really touched on scores from elsewhere. So at Chesterley Street, Durham 180 all out, Lancashire 56 for 2, Leicestershire 199 all out, Derbyshire 158 for 2. They're the North Group games. In the Central Group, Warwickshire 12 for 1, replying to Gloucestershire's 210. Got another bowling change here. Jordan Thompson is coming on, so you're not missing any of the action. Somerset 83 for 6 in their second innings, leading Northants by 182. Worcestershire bat on 370 for 3 against Glamorgan. And then in the South Group, the batting side, Surrey are 3 for 2, replying to Essex's 262. I've mentioned Sussex 332 all out, Kent 30 without loss, and Hampshire 54 for 3, replying to Middlesex as 252. So Surrey 3 for 2. Here's Jordan Thompson in to bowl to Hamid, who defends. He's on 21. Where Nottinghamshire now 46 for 2, began the day at 13 for 1, so in an hour's cricket they've just lost the wicket of Ben Duckett, caught by Adam Lyth at second slip. Good clean catch there by the former England man off the pacey South African Dwan Olivier. Duckett out for 4. That was 30 for 2. Joe Clark's come in, played a couple of nice shots. He's on 8 already. Asib Hamid stroked 3 boundaries this morning. He's on 21. Nottinghamshire replying to Yorkshire's 264, 46 for 2.
So Jordan Thompson bowling to Hasib Hamid from the Radcliffe Road end of the ground. Couple of looseners as he receives the ball from Steve Patterson. As we mentioned, Jordan Thompson still light on first class experience, had his first couple of games last season. He's in now. That one shaping away from the right-handed Hamid, who shoulders arms. And there's no run, in addition to that 98 with the bat yesterday. As far as bowling's concerned in first-class cricket, he's bowled in 5 innings so far, taken 10 for 174. And certainly there was just a little bit of a feeling that the ball was coming out that little bit heavier last week, and there was also plenty of evidence of movement, particularly away from the right-hander, and he's bowling at a right-hander now. Just took Hamid up, thickish inside contact on that. Jack shut his round from mid-wicket to field.
Yes, nice bit of shape around that delivery. Of course, batted left-handed yesterday, bowls right arm. Number of players up and down the country, of course, like that. Always has been. Always a little strange, isn't it? Bat one way and bowl the other.
Here he is again. That's evidence of real good shape this time from Jordan Thompson, and Hamid was committed and drawn into going forward to play at that. Might just give him the benefit of the doubt that he held the bat inside the line, but he wasn't far away from a little nibble. It's good discipline from Hasib Hamid this morning. 66 balls he's faced. Well, of course, a little bit of a spell as well out there last night. He scored 21. One left in this 22nd over of Nott's first innings. And here's Thompson again. Good length ball. And Hamid this time fully in control of his forward defensive shot. 46 for 2.
Good morning to Simon Aldridge, who's watching the pictures. It looks a good deck to bat on out there. Yeah, bone hard. And I think saw yesterday, once the hardness goes, once the lacquer goes, it's difficult really for any of the quick bowlers to get too much assistance from it. We did see 1 or 2 go there from Thompson, but the ball only 22 overs old. Nottinghamshire by now had certainly reverted to Matt Carter having a decent early spell. Samit Patel and Chris Nash both involved early on as well. There's a no ball from Dominic Leech. So the first runs he concedes in first class cricket are through his own fault really. He's overstepped, having begun with a maiden. He's now incurred the wrath of umpire Tim Robinson. Get off my land. Get your foot behind that mark, young man, or at least on it.
Promising first over.
Was indeed. He's got a bit of sip around him, comes in again and bowls quickly, but that's nicely driven by Clark, but picks out mid-off.
Perhaps one or two might not have heard of Dominic Leech, given it is his first-class debut. And apologies if you've mentioned already, but 19 years of age, born up in Middlesbrough. And learned his cricket in the North Yorkshire South Durham League with Normanby Hall. Played a bit of academy cricket, or quite a lot of academy cricket as well, for Yorkshire. Just 3 championship second-team games before this.
He runs in past Tim Robinson, but oh, another no ball. Clark just works it to mid-wicket where Jared Warner is fielding. He's been on now for a couple of overs, but I think Dwan Olifier's ready to come back on the field at the end of this over. So just a quick comfort break for the fast bowler. Perhaps towelled off, changed his shirt. That's the 50 brought up, by the way, by that second no ball in this over, and 9 of them are extras. Here he comes again. Maintain the disciplines, keep your foot on or behind the mark, bowls, and it's clipped down by Clark. Come back for 2, he'll take on the arm of Jack Shutt. Don't often see that, really. They ran the first one and stopped, and then had a bit of a look and decided that they could come back for 2. So Clark is into double figures, or on double figures, on 10.
Yeah, it was travelling, wasn't it? He got quite a bit on it. It was a reasonably sharp delivery, and Shutt had to make about 20 yards to his right, and then lost his footing as he got up to throw, which encouraged them to return for the second. Johnny Bairstow just suggesting he should move a little bit finer at long leg.
Here comes Dominic Leech again. Bowls, lovely shot, and that's semi-stopped from Tattersall that might prevent the ball from going to the boundary. It will indeed. Good stuff from Johnny Tattersall. Threw himself full length, got a fingertip to it. They still took 2, but he certainly saved 2 runs by his actions. Louis been in touch again, sending a photograph of last year at Scarborough when she came and met the commentary team, and she says Dominic Leech sounding like he's a good bowler. He's had an impressive start here, but some of the work of the maiden being undone by careless landing of the front foot. He's in again. Tim Robinson watching. This one's okay, and Clark works it on the leg side, fielded by Warner. There's no run. Is he definitely a Dominic or a Dom like a Dom Best, do we know?
Yeah, he's a Dom, I believe. I've got to give him his Sunday name on a Sunday, I suppose.
Well, indeed, yeah.
A couple of tweets in as well, which I'll get to after he's had a go at Haseeb Hameed here, who's retaking his guard. Everything about Hameed is smacks of discipline. There's those idiosyncrasies, but he's going to play the game in his own tempo and in his own time.
Comes in and bowls, and Hameed squared up and caught. He's nicked it through to the slip cordon, and Yorkshire celebrate a maiden first-class wicket for Dominic Leech. And well, what an over this has been. He's strayed over the line a couple of times. Indeed, if he hadn't have done, he wouldn't have been able to bowl the 7th ball of the over. And Adam Lyth taking his 2nd catch of the morning as Hameed was squared up. He's furious. Haseeb Hameed is swishing away with his bat there. His lowest score for Nottinghamshire, a couple of half centuries in the Derbyshire game, but he's gone this time for 21, caught by Lyth off the bowling of Dominic Leech, a maiden first-class scalp for the youngster. Hameed batting for 100 minutes in all, faced 68 balls and hit 4 fours, but he's gone, and Yorkshire have a bowling bonus point with Notts 55 for 3.
Yeah, super stuff from Dominic Leech. What a feeling he'll be having at the moment down there in the Yorkshire huddle. They're just taking the sanitisation and drinks break while that wicket's been taken, as we await Stephen Mullaney, who's striding out, but he's going to be feeling at least 10 foot tall, you would have thought. It's come pretty early for him. He's not had to hang around too long to get his name on the first-class wicket-taking list. And it was there or thereabouts, and you've got to give him plenty of credit for that, given that he was bowling at a man who'd been out there for over an hour this morning and was playing well. In fact, in the very stroke of the wicket, I was only saying what discipline he'd showed. Hasib Hamid left the ball really well, but he couldn't avoid having a go at that one because it was just that little bit straighter, and it was the length, wasn't it? He couldn't get fully forward to it, couldn't play it with any control. And Adam Lyth, well, he's usually pretty safe in there at second slip, and he completed the job.
Yes, to be fair, they've both come at a reasonable height for Adam Lyth, just nestled in there between Kohler Cadmore and Brook. He's not had to dive this way or that, or even dive forward or leap above his head. They've both sort of come in nice, catchable height, and safe pair of hands from Adam Lyth. He's clung on. Stephen Mullaney last week, 6 in the first innings against Derbyshire, 48 in the second. Looked good. He's on strike and leaves this one alone, but that's gone through Johnny Bairstow. And will it go down for 4 byes, or will it be stopped? Oh, now then. Andrew Gale right on the scene. Tom Kohler Cadmore's going to throw it back in, and it's well done Yorkshire. There were Jared Warner down there and Kohler Cadmore. Indeed, Andrew Gale couldn't have been any closer to it. The Yorkshire head coach down here watching on. In fact, he's actually on his mobile phone, but clearly he's watching on. So 4 byes to end. Very eventful over. It's taken knots up to 59 for 3. Leech has figures of 1 for 9, but 13 runs came from that over. Quite extraordinary. Mullaney faced his first ball, seeing it go right through him and right through Johnny Bairstow for 4 byes. Clark has 13, 59 for 3.
So going to be Jordan Thompson to continue from this Radcliffe Road end. It's a short-sleeved sweater order out there for much of the players today. Yesterday there was no chance of that sweltering day. Contrast today, here's Thompson in, and Joe Clark pushes that out square on the offside. Johnny Tattersall skips round. Very free mover, Johnny Tattersall. If he was a sporting animal, you'd say probably maybe a whippet, greyhound, something like that.
Notts followers will be interested in Jake Libby's progress, and he's been stumped for 184.
Thompson in again, right arm over the wicket, and Joe Clark pushes up to Steve Patterson at mid-off.
Of course,
no run.
Sorry, that's in the Worcestershire Glamorgan game. Worcestershire 390 for 4. I can't imagine Jake Libby would have been stumped before in his career. He's very much of the traditional county openers mould, Jake Libby, but probably looking to push on a little bit. Found himself dancing down the track and out for 184. Terrific stuff from him.
Here's Thompson again. Good delivery to Joe Clark, who has to take one hand, the bottom hand off the bat, before dropping it into the leg side where Jared Warner fields. Wonder what Jared Warner will be feeling like at this stage. Hasn't played a first-class game for Yorkshire. He's been in and around for a few years now. Went on loan, of course, to former Yorkshire head coaches Jason Gillespie's Sussex last year, Division 2. Played a couple of first-class games there, but hasn't been able to break in. He's been part of the squad here, but gazumped by Dominic Leech, who's on the ball with his first wicket. Meanwhile, he's fielding here from this next delivery by Jordan Thompson, which was full and dug out comfortably enough by Joe Clark.
The Basford Red has been on. Excellent online stream and commentary again. I started watching last week's Derbyshire match on my phone. Then I moved to my iPad. I've now fully migrated. I'm on the big television now watching on. Just need a big score from Notts. Glad to have you with us, Basford Red. Notts 59 for 3.
On big telly as Jordan Thompson is in. That's shaping away from Clark, who pushes forward and comfortably sees that out into the offside. Charles has tweeted. You can do the same on @Jonathan Doidge or @Brace Cricket, @Kevin Howell 7, who's also with us on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra throughout the day. Charles says, hello from hot and sunny Spain. I'd like some wickets before going out for our lunchtime paella, please, lads. Nevertheless, delighted to see Hamid getting some form back. Well, of course, into that he's gone. Here's Thompson trying to bring about another Yorkshire dismissal, but can't do so. Phil Dodsworth, good morning to you. Says enjoying a good battle so far between bat and ball on the YT coverage, which is superb. Hoping with Yorkshire at home for the next 3, we might get to see at least a day's play from the Headingley Cop with pals Chris, Rich, Bob, Jig and Chris. Shout out to you guys. And also Sir Fred Boycott, for whom praise is considered, shall we say, as you know, Dave. Nice to see Hamid flourishing now he's joined a proper county. The Bolton blocker is back, he says.
Ollie Fears back on the field. Jared Warner, who to field the ball 2 or 3 times, has disappeared. As Leech comes in and Stephen Mullaney, the not skipper, leaves it alone. Steve Battlemuch says exactly the same as Basford Red. He's now graduated to the big telly to watch the match. 59 for 3. I don't know, it's a little bit technical for an idiot like me, but I know you can get you can certainly get YouTube on, and if you, I suppose, wire it all up somehow to the internet, you can get it through the Notts website, but a bit technical for me, I'm afraid. 59 for 3. Mullaney waiting his first run, and that was a whisker. Mullaney's actually down on his haunches, the Notts captain, kept a fraction low, and there were some oohs and ahs from the Yorkshire fielders fairly close to the bat. It's interesting how they all walked, Kohler, Cadmore, Lythe and Brook, they walked a little closer towards the stumps as if there was something there to see, which of course there wasn't.
Yeah. Is there a glance of red left on the top of the bail, perhaps?
Yes. Leech in again, and Mullaney defends. Yeah, I don't think it'd be the top of the bail. I think it was the lack of bounce that forced Mullaney to go down on his haunches, almost as if he'd been done by a shooter. I don't think it was quite as low as that, but it was the lack of a normal bounce that concerned him.
He's got there's a real sort of feeling of striving to get to the wicket about his run-up, Dominic Leech. I want to get there, whereas Dwan Olivier, of course, was on to start with at the pavilion end. Very much more economical feel about it.
Here comes Leech in again. To Mullaney down the leg side, bit of a lazy flick at it, gets nothing on it. It goes through to Bairstow. Leech is only in his 3rd over. Thompson's only had 2. Olivier, having gone off and freshened up, has just started loosening up. He's just been down on the ground stretching and got up and rolled his arm over as if he might be having another little burst. Still 40 minutes away from lunch, so I guess there's plenty of time, but this pair certainly haven't leaked runs or allowed Nottinghamshire to get away with things. Next ball sees Mullaney get 4. He's off the mark. Runs it away square of the wicket on the offside, and a touch of the gloves with Joe Clark. He'll feel a little better. Nice shot from Stephen Mullaney. And Nottinghamshire 63 for 3. That means they're 201 adrift, so they need a couple more runs to save the follow-on.
Yeah, super shot. Good control from Stephen Mullaney, and you've got to say, so far, that's probably the only real loose delivery that young Dom Leech has offered up.
Started with a maiden, and he's now got figures of 1 for 13. 1 ball left in his 3rd over. Comes in to bowl to the right-handed Mullaney, who's just played this with soft hands and angle bat, running it down towards 3rd man. They've run 2 quickly, and they'll settle for 2 as Jordan Thompson leads the chasing pack. Gets the ball first, throws it in. End of that over, 65 for 3. Thompson has bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens, but Leech has gone for a few in the last couple of overs, but he has picked up that wicket. He's 3 overs, 1 for 15. 65 for 3. Clark 13, Mullaney 6. The men out. Nash last night for 8 to Steve Patterson, and this morning Duckett to Dwan Olivier for 4, and a Seba Mead to Dominic Leech for 21.
So Jordan Thompson going to continue. Yet to go for a run from his 2 overs. Morning to you, Sean in Roundhay. Come back to your tweet in a mo, because here comes Thompson, this time wide of off stump, and Clark happy to watch that go through. Sean says, good morning to all, looking forward to an enjoyable game. Just checked Leech's stats, born in Middlesbrough, Yorkshire, it says. Don't tell Marty. How fun, Martin Emerson. There was probably a full day's worth of debate about whether or not Yorkshire includes Middlesbrough or not, and whether or not the people of Middlesbrough want to be included in Yorkshire or not. During the Durham game last weekend, Thompson in, and that is solidly blocked into the leg side by Joe Clark. Mizatite, good morning to you. He sent us a shot of his TV with the streaming on it. That's my day sorted. Way, got it working on my telly. Good start for Yorkshire this morning.
Was it Acklam Park they used to play in Middlesbrough?
Yep. I can't remember when they finished playing there, to be honest. I should have that probably in front of me, but during the late 70s. I would have said late 70s, I think, as Thompson is in, and that's pushed up to mid-off.
Yes, I should have prepared a list of questions I was going to throw at you from time to time through the day, really. But Kevin's written up 1997.
97? Never. Really? No way. God, you see, I've got this. That's just an age thing, isn't it? It feels like it was longer ago than 1997. Thompson in. That's worked to leg Dominic Leech. A little bit of a fumble, bit of butterfingers at mid-on, but he's done enough to stop the ball and prevent a run.
We're socially distanced from Kevin. He's in the box next door and held it up for us both to see.
Well, which suggests that, Kev will probably be shaking his head in there. Doidgy, come on. You must have heard me broadcasting from Acklam Park in the past, because he would have been doing this job at the time when they were still playing there. Then as Thompson's in, and Leech this time gets another one hit firmly to him. He's going through the acrobatic routine from one ball to the next. Dominic Leech.
Skip, can I go somewhere else? He's already had one on the finger end at mid-on, and he's had 2 or 3 drilled very crisply at him since then. Striking
it well. Joe Clark, he's been out there for 30 balls. He's got 13, 3 slips in place. There's a man at point. Howard Milan is in the covers. Steve Patterson mid-off. Leech at mid-on. Shut mid-wicket. And a deep backward square leg as well. Johnny Bairstow waits, and Jordan Thompson comes in. And this one again, even if the batsman's getting behind these straighter deliveries, there's still a feeling of a little bit of shape. To shape away from the right-hander, but he was securely behind that one. 26 overs gone. 72 remain to be bowled in the day. Yorkshire made 264, of course, yesterday. Notts 13 for 1 overnight have advanced on to 65 for 3 and trail by 199 runs.
Laney says, I was born in Stokesley near Middlesbrough. My birth certificate says North Riding of Yorkshire. Yes, I'm old, but I'm definitely from Yorkshire. 65 for 3. I have a funny feeling that Nottinghamshire's first one-day match, first official competitive one-day match, was a Gillette Cup tie first round game back in, when would it be, 63 did it start, against Yorkshire at Acklam Park. 65 for 3 as Leech is in wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. Back in the day, of course, they still had to wait then 3 or 4 years before the Sunday League started, and to my mind that was the best of all the competitions. 40 overs aside on a Sunday afternoon, of course covered by BBC Two. Start at 2 o'clock. They got through the 40 overs by 10 past 4. Tea 20 minutes, 10 past 4 till 4:30, and then another 40 overs. Next ball is defended out onto the offside. 65 for 3. To be fair, Nottinghamshire weren't all that great at it, but it's fabulous to come here and watch as many games as I could in my younger days, and when they were away and too far to travel and watch the games on television. There was supporters transport went to a a few other games. Remember going on the coach, leaving Trent Bridge here early in the morning. A no ball sent down by Leech. That's his third no ball in this spell. 67 for 3 is the score. But yeah, used to really enjoy the Sunday League, and I know perhaps looking at it with rose-tinted glasses, there always seem to be huge crowds here. It was great when I went to the Dukery's Comprehensive, because the cricket master, we had him for chemistry as well. Dr. Lomax his name was, and he ran the school cricket team, but I had him for chemistry as well, so I sort of knew him from both angles as the ball comes in from Leech past the off stump. Stephen Mullaney's has he got something come loose. He used to sort out a coach from school to come to Trent Bridge so we could watch the games. There'd be, I don't know, a dozen or so of us tatty Herberts come along and watch the games.
Dr. Lomax.
Yeah.
Sounds like a character from a film or something like that, doesn't it?
Or the Muppets.
Dr. Lomax will see you now.
Dr. Lomax and Beaker. Yes. It's a bit like that, but...
Mr. Bracegirdle, step this way, please.
Well,
Dr. Lomax.
There was a lot of that with regards to my chemistry. I was clueless at that as Mullaney pushes into the offside, but you know, I played a bit of cricket, so there was the common ground. But yeah, I wouldn't have thought, you know, obviously not now, but I wouldn't have even thought during a normal summer there are too many schools around the county of Nottinghamshire. Certainly, you know, in the far-lying districts, that you know, the schools would run a minibus for the kids to come along. But of course, we haven't got the Sunday League anymore. It's you know, hit and miss if you're going to get a day's cricket on a Sunday with the county championship. Down the leg side, Mullaney gets nothing on it. Well taken by Bairstow.
Thanks to Nick, by the way, who's tweeted that the last first-class stroke list day match at Acklam was Yorkshire v Surrey, June the 6th, 1996. Michael Vaughan made 135 and 91 in a 221-run win for the Tykes. And Depressed at Home Alone also underlines that and says, we watched the Euro 96 match in the Pavilion on the Saturday afternoon.
Not bad from Kevin. I'm not going to give him stick for saying it was 97 when it was 96. Not bad. I think he was closer than either of us two would have been as Mullaney pushes it into the offside end of that over. The 27th of the innings. Notts began the morning 13 for 1 halfway through the 8th over. And this morning they've lost Hamid and Duckett, the two, I say the two overnight not out men. Duckett technically wasn't at the crease because they walked off at Chris Nash's wicket last night. I'm right, yes. 22nd of May 63, Gillette Cup, Yorkshire versus Nottinghamshire. Yorkshire won by 4 wickets at Acklam Park. 65 overs aside, one-day match. Not 159 all out in 64 overs. Brian Bolus carried his bat against his former county. Opened the batting at 100 not out.
Here's Jordan Thompson for the first ball of over number 28 of this Notts innings to Joe Clark, who blocks it into the offside no run. Richard has sent me a message. Richard Levin says, Kevin's wrong. Yorkshire v Leicester 1986 was the last game at Acklam Park. Sir Geoffrey's 150th ton.
1986?
Yeah, Richard from All Woodley up in Leeds.
That Yorkshire side that beat Notts in the first Gillette Cup match.
Thompson again. Again, some signs of swing, but he started this one off a little bit too leg side-ish, and he's been clipped that way very nicely indeed by Joe Clark, who had plenty of time to play the shot and got a real good contact on it just in front of square. Raced away into the Smith Cooper advertising hoardings.
Yeah, this Yorkshire side, there's plenty of familiar names. There's two I don't know. Doug Paget opened the batting with John Hampshire. Phil Sharp at 3. Fred Truman batted at 4. In the first one-day game. Brian Close at 5, Ken Taylor, then W. Stott, I don't remember, Ray Illingworth, Don Wilson, Jimmy Binks the keeper, M. Ryan, I don't remember, at number 11.
Thompson in, good delivery, beats Clark's outside edge this time, just has a little bit of a fish at it. Freddie Truman at 4.
Yeah.
Aye.
It was Mel Ryan. Well, he played 150 games, so I should remember him, but I'm afraid I don't. And W. Stott, he played 190 games. So no, I just don't remember those two. Brian Stott and Mel Ryan.
Jordan Thompson coming in then to Clark once again. This is straighter and pushed into the offside, no run.
And of course, Brian Close, you mentioned new book out about Brian Close. We'll give it another plug in a second, but we're Notts have lost a couple of wickets this morning. It really was quite chilly when we started at 11, grey clouds overhead. Things just starting to improve, and a hint that the sun might be with us before too long. Notts are 71 for 3, began the morning 13 for 1. They've lost Ben Duckett. He only made 4, caught at slip by Dwan Olivier, and then Nasiba Mead went the same way, another catch to Adam Lyth, the opener making 21. It was a first wicket to the Yorkshire debutant Dominic Leech. Joe Clark's out there on 17, Stephen Mullaney on 6. Yorkshire made 264 yesterday. Notts in reply, 71 for 3.
Another dot ball from Jordan Thompson to Joe Clark during the update there. Just one left in this Jordan Thompson over. 3 slips eagerly awaiting an opportunity. Are they going to get one here? Not quite this delivery, but it was going that way. Nice open-faced little run down to third man where Tattersall chases and fields. So Joe Clark moving on to 18, 72 for 3 at the end of the over.
I know you've got the book, and I'll give you just a second to plug it in a minute, but Kevin's going to take over from me in a second. Rates just says, I missed the Sunday League too. Whilst having a lockdown sort out, I found a whole bundle of Sunday League programmes and scorecards, an ancient replica shirt, and my much treasured Rags t-shirt. Of course, it's a Derek Randall t-shirt. Love to see a photo. Rach, didn't know there were any Derek Randall t-shirts about. Don't think there's any in the club shop now. You can talk to your heart's content about the Brian Close book. I'll be listening. Just a few lines, and I'm going to have to get one of those. Looks very, very nice indeed. Here's Jonathan, and in just a moment or two, Kevin will join him.
So Dominic Leech bustling in then from the pavilion end to bowl to Joe Clark, who drives him, but only as far as Dwan Olivier, who's down on his knees to feel that at mid-off. Yeah, we mentioned this yesterday, but David Warner has been busy, along with Ron Deaton, who's edited this. Just a few lines, the unseen letters and memorabilia of Brian Close. You can hear the cellophane wrapper, I'm sure. But published by Great Northern Books. As Clark drives his next delivery back to the same spot, and Olivier fields again. Brian Close, well, we know what a talent he was, not just at cricket, but as an all-round sportsman. He played golf, both left and right-handed, either scratch or single figures. Associations with the likes of Bradford football and Arsenal. I hesitated with Bradford then because I'm going to alienate whichever it was he didn't play for, City or Park Avenue. They've both got a mention. Here comes Leech, and Clark right behind that one, and Leech throws the wicket down after taking that in his follow through as a big appeal. James Middlebrook is at square leg and is not interested.
I bet if we had TV here, all the sort, a different sort of TV. We haven't got a camera over there, but not in line with that. I bet Midders would have had a word with the third umpire on that one, wouldn't they?
Tell you what, cracking bit of fielding from Leech. Admittedly, it just bounced up nicely into his follow through, but he was straight on that with the right arm and fired back what is Joe Clark's off stump. Slip Corden was certainly very interested and thought they might have got their man, or maybe they were just trying to convince James Middlebrook.
It was worth a shot.
It was. Here's Leech again. Short ball pulled by Clark. That's going to be 4, just in front of square. Just a little bit too short, and Clark with a classic pull there, just rocked back right out of the middle of the bat and raced away into the U Energy stand. So 78 for 3. Clark moving on to 22. His skipper Stephen Mullaney with him is not out on 6.
It was City.
City. Well, I'm going to do this now. There we go. Why not? It's done, rather than messing about trying to take the cellophane off carefully. You can have a look at the inside cover if you like, as Leech is in and pushed up to mid-on by Clark. That's another acrobatic stop, this time from Steve Patterson, but they get through for 1.
I've actually read as far as page 75.
You have? Ah, okay. Well, you can fire away then and give us a better idea than I can.
Well, maybe. It's.
Were you taking it in? Were you?
Oh, definitely. No, I'm more than happy to talk about it, because to start off with, how beautiful does that book look?
It looks
and
great,
feel?
doesn't it? Yeah.
It
looks fantastic.
It's brilliant.
Leech coming in again, this time to Mulaney, who pushes into the leg side. Patterson feels no run.
So this will give an insight to Brian Close like you've never had an insight before. It's probably, to even many people listening to us now, some will be of a generation that will remember and others won't, of just how important letter writing was to people. But for the fact that Brian Close, as a teenager going into his early 20s, the world at his feet, everybody idolising him already for his outstanding sporting prowess.
Leech into Mulaney, safely blocked into the offside this time. Tattersall fielding.
Still had time to write to a very close friend about what was going on. And within those letters, you will get such a feeling of real intrigue, I think, and interest into what was making Brian Close tick at the time, because everybody remembers the West Indies bowling, all the bruises, the fact that he would be driving up and down the motorway with one hand on the steering wheel, the other trying to light a cigarette and read the sporting life. Sporting life. So there's all that side to him, and you'd think a lot of bravado, a lot of machismo, whatever you'd like to say about that. And you, without giving away too much, you look at those letters and you will see a different sort of Brian. Each one, no doubt, as true as them all the ideas we have of Brian Close. Because if there's one thing that the Brian seemingly was, he was very open and very honest about everything in life. And, the players that played with him, the players that then played with him when he was going into his 40s and 50s still, and the younger players. So I'll be thinking about the likes of Ian Botham, Vic Marks and the like. And I remember, the Ackland Park question, sorry to digress, there's no cricket at the moment because they're taking a break. I don't know if it was 1997, but I know I think I was there for the last game, and that was either 95, 96 or 97. 96 was it, thank you. I was not far.
June the 6th, 1996.
Why did I mention that? Because it was around that time, when I was following Yorkshire in the mid-90s, that Brian, whatever age he was at that stage, took over the academy and was captain of the academy team in the Yorkshire League. Amazing. Brilliant. Yeah. However, that's the cricketing side of him. You will get. It's not as if there isn't any. Those that follow their sport as well will enjoy the book, because there are references to what he was achieving and what he was thinking, what he was feeling, and what was going on, and the fact that he would be down in London, all wide-eyed about the things he was experiencing, and not all of them in detail, thankfully, but all those sort of things thrown in. It's brilliant.
Thompson in, and that is turned to leg by Joe Clark. Jack Shutt, who's yet to deliver a ball in anger in this match so far, but surely we'll get an over maybe before lunch, you think?
So just one final thing to say. I think if you know of Brian Close and you love your cricket and you love your sport, you're going to like it. But if you like also social history, and the idea that Brian is writing to somebody who he's going to see 2 days later, he's arranging to meet them, and he lets them know in a letter.
Superb. I'll look forward to getting stuck into it as Jordan Thompson is in and Joe Clark pushing forward to Jared Warner, Yorkshire's substitute fielder. 45 on his back.
Should be able to get it in the bookshops that are open at the moment, but as you say, it's published by Great Northern as well. And just a few lines. And the obvious modern thing to look at would be WhatsApp groups or text messages or something, but letters, so much more personal. Fantastic.
Jordan Thompson again with Again, evidence of shape away from the right-hander, just a little bit wide of off stump and not tempting enough for Joe Clark.
I can't see Closer being one that would use emojis, can you?
No.
I can think of a few he might have used, actually. I have to think of it. He was always good value, was Brian Close, on the committee meetings. I had to go to some committee meetings. Well, when they went out to those on the committees, met the members at the various district meetings.
Jordan Thompson in again, just too wide of off stump once more.
And in fairness, they were all very interesting, I'm sure, but you'd be sitting there thinking, I'm not too sure what I'm going to take away with this for tomorrow's breakfast bulletin or something like that. And they'd be there for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and just as they were about to pack up, and whoever was chairing the meeting would say, well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming along. Closely would pipe up, just before you go, and he would come out with this gem. There'd always be a gem of a line, which, of course, coming from Brian Close was always interesting.
Yeah. Jordan Thompson in, and Joe Clark pushing this one to Dominic Leech at mid-on, no run. I remember being at Harrogate. Remember the old White Rose Trophy that they used to play under 20s, under 21s? Where the league representative sides would be around. The White Rose was kind of one of these competitions where, apart from representing your league, it was also a chance for counties to pick up players who maybe had not quite developed as quick as others. So it was a late chance for that. Jordan Thompson in. This is a good delivery. Nips back on Joe Clark and beats him through the gate, but over the top of the stumps to finish that over with knots on 79 for 3. And he was there. It was the Bradford League versus the North Yorkshire South Durham League 2, the premier comps up in that part of the world, and he was adjudicating man of the match. And he sat there most of the day with the Sporting Life and a couple of drams, and was still relatively coherent when he came to do his man of the match speech at the end of the day. I also did a dinner with him about a decade ago, and I just put the question to him, as you would 1976 West Indies. And it was one of those, everybody in the room hear a pin drop. For about 20 minutes he responded on what went on in that series and his experience. And of course we remember Old Trafford, the golf ball photographs on his chest and his abdominal area. Yeah, it was sort of gripping stuff, listening to the man himself talking you through it. Now, change of bowling here. Dominic Leech is having a bit of a blow, and Harry Brook is into the attack. Harry Brook just bowls little medium pace seamers, right arm, coming over the wicket. And we see Mullaney pushing that one back to him, and there's no run. Did turn his arm over a little at Durham last week, Harry Brook. Not sure if we're facilitating a change here with just an odd over, or if he's going to be given a little bit more responsibility between now and lunch. Batted well yesterday, Harry Brook, 62, shared in a 92-run partnership that really got Yorkshire out of a bit of a hole from 44 for 4 at one stage. And that's obviously his job, but as batsmen do, likes to get involved a little bit with the ball, turn his arm over. He's been seen in white ball cricket quite a few times, but not so much in red. But here he is now, Johnny Bairstow standing up as Mullaney defends into the onside and Leech fields. They've given him a couple of slips to work with here, Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Adam Lyth. I wonder what the conversation is down there. At first and second, there's a man in short extra cover in a catching position as well. That is Milan, who is round and flicks this up nicely after it was defended by Mullaney. Hands it on to Olivier. Andrew Gale got a mention in dispatches a little bit earlier with the ball that came down beneath our feet. He's away to our left, just walking round the boundary edge in front of the deserted Fox Road or U Energy stand. And Brook is in. Mullaney pushes into the offside and Milan once again fields.
Just keeping an eye on things as we approach lunchtime for those listening on 5 Live Sports Extra. It was an amazing, remarkable game of cricket at Emirates Old Trafford yesterday, and we'll relive some of that and get some of the thoughts and reactions from those there lucky enough to be there and watching.
Here's Brooke. Nicely played by Stephen Mullaney. Turn it round the corner. Jack shuts round from long leg to just backward of square to do the fielding, and they get through for a comfortable single.
Try and go through some scores. I just see on this amazingly brilliant, truly outstanding BBC live text service, which is really disappointing to think that it won't be around next year, which is such a shame. But Craig Overton in the runs, as well as taking the wickets, a Somerset lead of 250 against Northampton, 151 for 8. Tell you about that innings in a moment.
Here's Harry Brooke again, just wide of off stump, and neatly taken by Johnny Bairstow to end the over. 31 bowled, 80 for 3.
He scored 53 off just 30 balls there for 6 fours and 3 sixes. And you imagine that the upset, if understanding, but upset of Jamie Overton leaving Somerset to go to Surrey next year, and this sheer fear in the minds of Somerset supporters that if we lose one, we're going to lose both. But Craig Overton has committed to another 3 years now with Somerset, but to have lost both of them really would have been a very big blow. And of course all sorts of things going on financially because of the repercussions of COVID and everything. But Craig Overton is staying where he is. I remember there was similar fears that Lewis Gregory may have left Somerset a couple of years ago as well. You know, it's very important for counties like Somerset. They keep those local lads as best they can, whilst understanding that in some cases, and maybe Jamie is a case in point, that he might want to go off and have a look elsewhere. He probably didn't get the games he wanted, Jamie, in fairness. I mean, terrific player. But anyway, Craig Overton doing the business in a rather strange game when Northampton were bowled out for 67. Somerset second innings 151 for 8 now and a lead of 250.
And a change of bowling at this Radcliffe Road end as well. Jordan Thompson is having a breather, and Duane Olivier going to bowl from this end for the first time in the match.
And as he does so, he comes in to bowl to Mullaney, right arm in and bowls, and that's a width, and it's played beautifully by Mullaney. Square cut, rolls over the boundary rope and pops up over the top of it now for 4. And Mullaney will take his score to 11, 84 for 3. When you're bowling with the pace of Olivier and you're facing him, one thing you really would quite like is a little bit of width just to free the arms a little bit. And that's exactly what Mullaney was able to do quickly, nice and sharp from the Nottinghamshire captain. And it takes Notts at 84 for 3 to a position where they trail by 180 runs. It's taken a while to get that ball back, but it's on its way now to Olivier, who got rid of Ben Duckett for 4 this morning. Hasib Hamid did a really good job of ducking out of the way of quite a few of them and leaving the ball, but eventually he succumbed to the bowling of Dominic Leech. Olivier in again, straight at this time, and Mullaney very solid in defence, pushes back to the bowler, no run.
It was quite noticeable from Olivier in his first spell, both last night and this morning from the pavilion end, that he was bowling the ball, trying to bowl the ball full, trying to get it to swing. And I think the older the ball gets, the shorter he may well, be likely to go. Try and get some life out of the pitch.
Back in now past umpire Middlebrook. Worked away on the leg side. And a good stop out there at square leg. Young shot, is it?
It is.
Diving there. It's one of the joys of what's going on at the moment, seeing the younger players. I know some will debate, well, perhaps not this year, but it's all well and good getting opportunities for youngsters. Of course, they eventually do have to play against the best and all that. But right now, we'll take what we're given, and what we're given is some exciting young cricketers to watch. And Jordan Cox has brought up his maiden 50 for Kent in the game against Sussex. Well done to Jordan Cox for that. Olivier in and bowls and driven to Patterson, who will feel the right arm shot at the stumps. But it's not the greatest throw. Bairstow can't gather the ball to take the bails off. I think at that stage that Clark probably would have made his ground. Patterson had to cover some ground himself to get to the ball. But just for a moment or two, got a little bit scary for Notts. 85 for 3, trailed by 179 runs.
A text in from Mick Cadmore, father of Tom Kohler, who says, good morning to you, good afternoon to you, Mick. He says, looks like Clark was run out by Dom Leech. Not sure if he's picked that up from streaming pictures or he's got a satellite.
is driven in the air, just out of the grasp of the man at extra cover, and therefore it's going to race all the way for 4. Well, edgy times here for Notts. He hit that with some velocity. What's the word I'm after here? Velocity. Power, whatever you want to call it, but it was out of the grasp of the fielder, who is Milan.
Yeah, nice shot by Socrates.
Exactly. I don't know why I bother. Should just stick to the words. I've got 3 letters and no more in them, really, shouldn't I?
Yeah, it was aerial, wasn't it? It was that was the sort of length he wants to be bowling at, because he drew him into play in the drive, and as you say, not far away from the grasp of Dawid Milan, just to his right.
So with that boundary, Clark's on to 27. Next delivery, full and shaped away. 89 for 3. Clark 27, Mulaney on 12, and Olivier has now bowled 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 33. They trail by 175 runs. So if you are listening on Sports Extra, we'll have some entertainment for you during the break, and also run through some of those scores. There are obviously ongoing games in the second round of 5 in the Bob Willis Trophy, and the beauty of this competition, or one of the beauties, is the fact that there are only 5 rounds, and therefore every game has got an awful lot riding on it. For all counties, every county feeling they have a chance of getting through to that Lord's final.
It's great stuff. Harry Brook continues, so it wasn't just an over to facilitate some sort of change here. He's going to continue from the pavilion end. Went for 1 off his first. Bairstow waits. Standing up to the stumps. That was, I think, a full toss, which Mulaney has just opened the face on and run it out to point, where Jordan Thompson fields. Dwan Olivier's been dropped out deep backward square leg. It's going to be an interesting delivery that brings him into play. Mulaney on strike 12, 89 for 3 as Harry Brooks in again. And just wide of off stump, no run. Mark Taylor, good afternoon to you in Thetford down in Norfolk, regular emailer. He says, I used to love the John Player League, to which we were referring when Brace was last with us, when it was on BBC 2 every Sunday. I was 9 when it started and bought a scorebook and sat and recorded the whole game every week with a pencil and eraser close at hand for mistakes. Harry Brook turns and comes in again. That's wide of off stump and dealt with by Stephen Mulaney. Harry Brook just doesn't have the pace to trouble genuine batsmen if he's going to stray wide of off stump like that. And giving the batsman too much room on that occasion. 16 now to Mulaney, 93 for 3. Mark goes on. It was fascinating to watch that John Player League, and it was really a great spectacle. I always remember the 15-yard maximum run-up to make sure the overs were bowled to a strict time. Happy days. Here's Brook. This one just a little bit shorter in length. Felt like it certainly the way it dragged the arm down, but Mulaney played it from the crease out into the offside. No run, so closing in on lunch. It's looking unlikely at this stage then that Jack Shutt is going to get to have a go at tweaking an over's worth before they go off for the sandwiches. Brook is in again, and Mulaney, who clearly looks like he's playing for the break, is happy to shoulder arms on that one.
It's in the playing regulations, isn't it? Spinner will have the last over of the session.
Yeah. Forever Dormer, by the way, says Boyk scored his 150th first class 100 at Ackland Park. I was there to see it. Here's Brook again, wide of off stump. Johnny Bairstow nicks it to Adam Lyth at second slip, not the batsman. Unfortunately, from a Yorkshire perspective, that is the end of Harry Brook's over. He's gone for 5 now from 2 of them. Dwan Olivier had come back at the Radcliffe Road end for an over, and he's just strolling in towards James Middlebrook to take the ball for another one here. Will they get in 2 more before lunch? Well, I guess it depends on how quickly he gets through this one. Why are we always worried about things? Well, will he get in 2 before lunch? We seem to worry about things like that when it doesn't really matter too much, does it?
No. I'm making about 4 minutes to go to 1 o'clock. It depends if it's a fairly protracted over, or if it's 6 dots and the ball quickly returned to Olivier. He's got it in his hand at the moment from down below us, the Radcliffe Road end of the ground, as comes in and bowls, and Joe Clark drops it on the leg side. Sun doing its level best to put in a belated appearance. Certainly had a bit of a lie-in this morning, it did. Very, very grey this morning. In fact, there was a little bit of drizzle in the air when I was opening the back door for the first time this morning. Flock of geese going overhead, squawking away in a bit of a diamond formation, wherever they were off to. Frightened the life out of me as they... Oh, this is a nice looking shot. This one's clipped through the onside of straight down, and perhaps just heard it clunk into the boards down below us for 4. Lovely looking shot by Joe Clark. Moves on to 31. This partnership worth 42. Gathering legs. Nice shot from Clark.
Yeah, super stuff. Mick Cadmore's tweeted again saying he rewound the streaming and must have gone through the attempted run out from Dominic Leech. James Middlebrook was the umpire standing at square leg at the time, who was the man making the decision, and he said not out. Yorkshire did give a fairly vociferous appeal for a moment.
And what does Mick think?
Thinks he was run out.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Close, wasn't it? 97 for 3. Well, obviously it was close. This one's just deflected on its way down to long leg for another single for Clark. He's on to 32. Worryingly for Notts, assuming he survives until lunch, he'll have to start again afterwards, because he played fairly fluently. He has had that run out scare, but once he's in, he looks a high quality player. It's just getting starts, that's been his problem. 98 for 3. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, on 16. Here's Olivier, halfway through the 34th over. South African quick bowls, and Mullaney's got hold of that one, helps it away towards the short side, lost the flight of it, but the umpire didn't, because the arms of James Middlebrook are straight away pointing up towards those clouds, high in the sky for 6 runs. Nicely pulled away by Mullaney. And
I'm guessing we'll get great shots of that on the streaming as well, because the cameraman would have been in peril. They probably landed about just a row or two behind him over his right shoulder. Struck with power and precision.
Nice shot. That might just move things on towards 1 o'clock as well, because the ball took some finding there as it lodged under one of those white plastic seats in the Smith Cooper stand. But Mullaney will take that shot on, and when there's no protection out there, it's not as high a risk as it might be had there been a man back. The 100 is up as well, 104 for 3. Next ball is predictably of a fuller length and well played, probably expecting it, Stephen Mullaney. Olivier with the first wicket of the morning, that of Ben Duckett, and Dominic Leech with the second, that of Asiba Mead. Match all square in terms of bonus points. Notts with 3 from their bowling efforts yesterday. Yorkshire 2 batting and now 1 bowling. 3 apiece as Olivier bowls again, and Mullaney cuts into the offside, but didn't get a hold of it and has to scamper as the throw comes in from point. Gets home, but just had to be a little careful there as Tattersall with a clean pick-up and shy at the non-striker's end, narrowly missed. And that is the end of the over. And are they walking off? They're having a look. It's a 50 partnership with that single, 69 balls. I think they're going to go. They are indeed, and that's going to be lunch at Trent Bridge, smack on 1 o'clock. 50 stand with that single from 69 balls, and it's 105 for 3. And we've had 34 overs in the innings, so 26 and a half in that session. Notts have scored 92 runs for the loss of a couple of wickets. Asiba Mead was 4 not out overnight. He was joined by Ben Duckett, the new batsman, taking the place of Chris Nash, who was dismissed last night. Duckett was the first to go. It was a while. It was quite a while before they changed ends. In fact, this morning, Olivier doing most of his bowling to Asiba Mead, and eventually Duckett got down to his end for the first time in the 5th over that Olivier bowled this morning, and he got his man. Only took 3 or 4 balls at Ben Duckett before the former Northants man, the left-hander, nicked Olivier, and it was at a nice, comfortable, catchable height for Adam Lyth at second slip. He pouched it nicely. That was 30 for 2 in the 17th over, and the other wicket to go down 6 overs later. Dominic Leech on debut, 19 years of age, from Middlesbrough, right arm. Fairly quick, medium fast certainly. Bowled a maiden to begin with. His second over was very much full of all sorts. A couple of no balls. There was one that went for 4 byes behind Johnny Bairstow, but in the midst of it all was his maiden wicket. He'll never forget that. Asiba Mead squared up, clipped off the outside edge and went through to Adam Lyth for 21. Clark and Mullaney are there at lunch on 105 for 3. I shall be doing an update for Radio Nottingham in a second, but meanwhile, for listeners to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, I'm going to hand you back to the studio and to Kevin Howells. 5 Live Sports Extra. Welcome back to Trent Bridge. We're pleased to say the conditions still remain nice and fine and dry. If you were with us this morning, you'll know it was a very grey, murky start to the day. We've not had any prolonged period of blue sky or sunshine at all. It's one of those streaky scenarios overhead where you know the sun is up there somewhere trying to break through the clouds, but hasn't quite managed to do so yet. Let's just hope it does during this afternoon session. Nottinghamshire 105 for 3, so they're still 159 runs behind Yorkshire, who made 264 yesterday with the bat after winning the toss and opting to bat first. I got it myself personally down to a pretty even session this morning. 2 big wickets for Yorkshire in Hasib Hamid and Ben Duckett, but Clark and Mullaney then turned things round for Nottinghamshire. So far they've added 50 for the 4th wicket, and at 105 for 3 with power to add, it could be an entertaining afternoon. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. You've already heard from Kevin Howells through the luncheon period, listeners to 5 Live Sport Extra, and also very much part and parcel of our commentary team for this game, Nottinghamshire versus Yorkshire. The voice of cricket in the White Rose County, Jonathan Doidge. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Brace. Afternoon, everybody. Yep. Tim Robinson and James Middlebrook just making their way back out to the middle, and it's set up nicely again. And we say this time and again after sessions in county cricket, but that's why we love it. It was poised nicely overnight with Notts on 13 for 1. Yorkshire having had their struggles and got out of that yesterday with some semblance of a first innings total on a used pitch, of course. And they'll be pleased to have taken those couple of wickets this morning, but they'll know also that they can't let these two, Joe Clark and Stephen Mullaney, get away. Both like to play their shots, and we saw a fair bit of evidence of that as well during the back half of that morning session. So if they do make this into a real telling partnership, then that's going to put some pressure on the younger parts of Yorkshire's attack. Of course, they've got bags of experience with Stephen Patterson. They've got test experience with Duan Olivier. But then in his 4th first-class match, Jordan Thompson, his 2nd first-class match, Jack Shutt, and on his first-class debut, Dominic Leech. So there's clearly got to be just a little bit, if you like, of apprehension there that if the 2 big guns don't hit their straps, that's going to heap the pressure on the younger bowlers. And I suppose one of the questions, Dave, is in that first session this morning, having seen so much of Nottinghamshire bowling the spinners yesterday, why didn't Yorkshire turn to Jack Shutt to give him an over or 2 before the lunch break? He's in there as a specialist off-spin bowler. And instead, part-time seamer Harry Brook got a couple of overs in from the pavilion end.
Did indeed. I'm just having a little look down here. Slightly strange. Harry Brook, he's come out wearing green pads, or you can clearly see the green pads. They're visible. I think he's going to sort out his flannels and roll them back down over his pads. Yeah, so for when he goes in at short leg, he's having a little bit of difficulty getting those flannels over those green protective pads for when he's in there. Yes, that was the one thing in the morning session that we didn't see from Yorkshire. Nottinghamshire very early on yesterday had Matt Carter bowling from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end. We didn't see anything yet from Jack Shutt, but Yorkshire at no stage really have they looked like losing control with the seamers on this morning. They've all had a little bit of a workout, and they're going to start with Steve Patterson from the pavilion end, and they'll be bowling 2. They're not skipper Stephen Mullaney. Hit a 6 in the final over of the morning session. First ball gets big on him. I think it came off the shoulder of the bat more than anywhere near the centre of the blade. Gets a couple of runs, just sort of fending it away from him, and Jordan Thompson does the fielding, running down towards the unprotected 3rd man area. 107 for 3. It's certainly warmed up weather-wise. It's pretty chilly this morning, but I guess for the players that wasn't too bad after yesterday. Really was a hot day. Next ball is eased into the offside. Matt Carter did the press chatting last night, and said he was just looking forward to getting home and getting his feet up and resting a little bit. It'd be a fairly long, tiring day for the players out in the heat of the day. 107 for 3. Are you feeling the warmth?
Certainly am, yeah. I'm not as cool as you. Sunshine. No. The sweaters had to come off thin at that.
107 for 3. Mulaney has 25. And he defends it. 1 or 2 messages through the luncheon period. Obviously grateful for everything we receive. Anthony John Hartill. This is always the most uncomfortable fixture of the season for me. I'm a proud Yorkshireman with an unbreakable tie to Notts County Cricket Club. My first of many visits to Trent Bridge was in June 1950 to see Notts versus Middlesex, match drawn with my very keen Notts fans' parents. They were members for many years. I was barely 10 months old that day as the next ball comes in, and this is pushed back towards the bowler, who just gets a fingertip on it, almost deflects it onto the stumps. Yeah, that first game, Anthony sent the scorecard. A century for Joe Hardstaff for Notts did end in a draw. Reg Simpson had to retire hurt twice, so tough old game for Reg, the former England batsman in the Nottinghamshire side. Thanks very much to Rach, who's sent photos of a Derek Randall t-shirt that she'd mentioned before lunch. I don't think I've ever seen that before. 107 for 3. Clearly not available now. A Rags t-shirt, a Rags Randall t-shirt, but she's got one from back in the day, and also a one of the first Nottinghamshire replica shirts when they it was about 92, 93, wasn't it, when the counties decided to, as it was called in the day, start playing pyjama cricket and wear the coloured clothing. Never did like that term then or now, really. 107 for 3. Next ball from Patterson past the outside edge. Who else was in touch? Soph wondering, as we've got the live stream, could we have the cameras turned on the commentary team during lunch so they can see what we're having for our sandwiches? Nothing too exciting, honestly. Greg said it was a shame that the lunch came when it did. There were some lovely shots from both batsmen. Yeah, just as they eased towards the luncheon interval, Notts were playing some very attractive cricket. And as I say, the last over of the session, Mulaney pulled Holyfield away for 6. So it's been seam, and more seam. Now, Jonathan, what's going off?
Yep, Jack Shutt has called. Of course, called 4, I should say. He's getting his first run out of the match. Not in a literal running somebody out sense, but his first chance to turn his arm over from this Radcliffe Road end. He's just going through a couple of looseners with Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's been moved into mid-on. The Steve Patterson will field at mid-off. Jordan Thompson's gone in extra cover. Tuan Olife's been sent out to deep backward square. Harry Brooks under the helmet at short leg. Adam Lyth at slip. There's a backward square leg, a sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary, and Johnny Tattersall, who conveniently comes into play on the wicket ends in the onside to that first delivery, which is turned with the spin. Jack Shutt bowling off spin from this Radcliffe Road end, 23 years of age.
Not a bad first delivery, right on the money, wasn't it?
It was. Didn't take a wicket in his first-class game at Durham last week, and this next delivery a bit leg side-ish. Sees Joe Clark use his feet nicely and just whips it out into the leg side, where Dawud Malan sweeping on that mid-wicket boundary feels they get a single.
Signs of intent from Clark. Just the second ball he's faced there. The session came a charging.
Yeah, Shutt restricted to just 8 overs across the. Well, in the second innings, in actual fact, Yorkshire seamers did all the damage in the first innings at Durham last week. Here he is, being smashed back over his head for 4, just a couple of bounces, and Stephen Mulaney, well, he didn't really have to work too hard for his runs there. Jack Shutt just throwing that one up half volley length. He's just rubbed his hands in a little bit of dust in front of James Middlebrook, the umpire's feet.
I think he went to him on the full, actually. I was just going to say, club cricketers might miss out on that full toss, but at this level they don't.
So get these eyes checked again. As in he comes, this one wide of off stump. And I think the case in point last week, as we saw Mullaney just padding off there, was that Jack Shutt, who was bowling against a left-hand, right-hand combination that were fairly well set when he came on, was never really able to settle into a rhythm of line or length that he wanted to bowl. And here, again, good use of feet this time by Mullaney. Sees him push a single out wide of Tom Kohler-Cadmore at mid-on. He just needs to settle down, I think. Well in white ball cricket last year. Took a 5 for, in fact, up at Durham.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I've seen him live before, but I watched a televised game. I remember seeing him on TV, very impressed.
So he's in again. This little high step he does as he's into his delivery stride, and that one is whipped backward of square by Clark, a single taking him on to 34. It's the end of Shutt's first over of this match then. He's gone for 7, 114 for 3.
Presumably he did play against Notts, actually, so I would have seen him live if he'd featured in those games last year. You said about your eyes, you've had a good look at that run out as best we can see, and Joe Clark might just have got away with one there, we reckon.
Yeah.
Do you know what he was on at the time? Does it say on the screen?
Well, it's I'm back with live pictures now.
Okay.
I can't remember
you're
what
okay.
he was on,
No.
I'm afraid.
It was fairly early on in his innings, wasn't it? And if he does go on and bat for most of the day or get a substantial score, it may be one of those that will need looking back on. Clark's got 34, got number 33 on the back of his shirt, but he's just asking for he's asking for somebody to be moved on the Yorkshire balcony. I think that's a little bit of a request now. Yeah. Can you can you move along a seat or two? There's only 3 people on the Yorkshire balcony, nicely socially distanced, but Joe Clark wanted whoever was in line just to move out of the way a little bit as Patterson comes in and bowls, and this is hit back to Steve Patterson.
We were in the way last week at the Riverside.
Yeah.
Marty and myself, David Milan batting at the Lumley end, and he was asking for the window to be closed.
Get on with it.
Yeah, asking for the window to be closed quite persistently as well. And Marty was at pains to point out that we need the windows opening for COVID protocols.
Quite right too. It's Steve Patterson. Son again trying to peep through as this one just played down into the ground by Joe Clark. He just had to be sure where it was, but and plays a little bit of the old field hockey there, just getting bat on ball and making sure it didn't run back. Yes, any other day of the year, Martin Emerson, the BBC Newcastle commentator, would not want the windows open. It's too chilly, Brace. It's too chilly. Leave them closed, lad.
20's plenty, he kept saying when it was getting warm.
114 for 3. As this one's hit Clark. News from Durham, or rather a Durham cricketer. England all-rounder Ben Stokes will miss the remainder of the Test series against Pakistan for family reasons. So, whatever it is, we'll wish Ben and his family well, but the key news is he won't be playing in the 2nd or 3rd Test against Pakistan. So, one man missing out. It'll, of course, create an opening. Possibly they might just shuffle him down one and bring Zach Crawley back in. That was the initial move, wasn't it? Moving him out of the side and popping Wokes up, which certainly worked. 115 for 3 as Clark takes a single. One other thing we were talking about this morning, if you weren't with us, Yorkshire's debutant in this match, Dominic Leech from Middlesbrough. He go off on tangents as we often do during the commentary, and Yorkshire used to play at Middlesbrough at Ackland Park. Had a little look during the luncheon interval. Notts played 4 championship games at Ackland Park, Middlesbrough, 1959, 1987, 1988 and 1994, and having done that, I then had a little look at all the places around Yorkshire that have staged matches between these two counties, and it's quite a lengthy list, as we'll see in a moment, as Mullaney takes another single here, but there's a shy at the stumps and hits, and that's going to be out. Oh, what absolutely wonderful work from Jordan Thompson. Brilliant stuff, and Joe Clark is run out. Clean pick up and throw, And Clark may have got away with one earlier on, but not this time. James Middlebrook raises the finger, and Jordan Thompson, having the match of his young life so far, knocks 115 for 4. And Clark, with a shake of the head, has to go. Mullaney pushed it into the offside. It was always going to be a sharp single, but the odds would always be on the batsman, I guess, if they respond and go straight away. Clark herring down to get in, but it was a clean pick-up and a direct hit from sideways on by Jordan Thompson, and Clark was short of his ground. 115 for 4. Absolutely brilliant work from Thompson.
Yeah, superb piece of fielding. He's obviously not seen him field before, Stephen Mullaney, when he called for the single. And smooth as you like, he was in there. Beautiful pick up and throw, and as you say, direct hit. And Joe Clark, who had set off, and you wouldn't say it was particularly ponderous from the non-striking end, but no chance, and his skipper's done him. So Peter Trigo has now got to come out and try and restore a little bit of a foothold in the game for Notts, because that is a bonus really for Yorkshire. They haven't had to work for that one so much with the ball, have they? You know, in terms of the bowlers doing the donkey work, just a routine push out into the offside. And Thompson, lightning in the field, has got Yorkshire a 4th wicket.
Did you have a chance to glance at a replay then?
Yes.
Yeah. He was well short of his ground.
Yep.
I felt with the watching it with the naked eye. Peter Trigo didn't bowl yesterday. Seems to be okay. It was just the way the day unfolded. Notts didn't see the need to turn to the former Somerset all-rounder who bowled 32 overs in the match against Derbyshire. Didn't require him yesterday, but then again, 264 all out. They did a pretty good job anyway with the ball, but they'll be looking for some runs from Peter Trigo here. There's one ball left in this over. Trigo made 1 and 8 with the bat against Derbyshire, so Yorkshire will be looking just to apply the pressure and perhaps go on a bit of a run here through the Notts middle order as Trigo take a sharp single. Trigo, squad number 77, of course, he'll keep strike just before Jonathan takes back over. I was just going to run through those list of grounds that have hosted Yorkshire versus Nottinghamshire up in Yorkshire. Great Horton Road, some of these may be familiar, some not so. Maybe some of the grounds don't exist anymore. Great Horton Road in Bradford. Dewsbury, Bramall Lane, Sheffield, of course, St John's Ground in Huddersfield, Park Avenue in Bradford, Fartown in Huddersfield, Headingley, Scarborough, the Circle Ground in Hull, St George's Road in Harrogate, Ackland Park in Middlesbrough, as we've said, and Abbeydale Park in Sheffield. They've all hosted Yorkshire versus Notts. Yeah,
I think, when I said 70-something for Ackland Park this morning, Bramall Lane, I think I might have been...
Yeah.
Been thinking of. That was in the 70s, wasn't it, when that stopped being used? Somebody's going to come back to me now and say, no, that was 1994. Jack Shutt from the Radcliffe Road end, meanwhile, to Peter Trigo, propping forward. There's a bit of interest from the Yorkshire fielders there, and that might just start to help Jack Shutt's confidence, which he needs to build here. And he turns again then, just 3 or 4 little skippy strides. And in he comes, it's wide of off stump, and Trigo opens the face and is able to get off the mark, running that one backward of point. Lithe out to do the fielding, 117 for 4.
Simon Aldridge have just missed their run out. Suddenly the cricket was replaced on TV by Harry Potter in the lunch break, but I'm back in the shed, got the radio now, I know my place.
Well, let me tell you, it was a magical piece of fielding from Jordan Thompson. In comes Shutt again. This one's misdirected down the leg side, and again he just, at the moment, it's very early in the piece, only bowled 9 deliveries, but struggling for a bit of rhythm. Now then, good throw from the boundary edge here, and Johnny Bairstow whips out a stump in taking it, but they've got through for 3. Did he signal leg buys or buys? James Middlebrook certainly didn't appear to touch any kit.
Trigo stays on 2.
So 124-4.
High percentage of extras, by the way, in this innings. Look, 20 out of 120.
Yeah. It's a sultry sort of scene here at Trent Bridge, cloud cover. It's a little brighter though than it was earlier in the day, and definitely feels warmer. Floated up this time by Jack Shutt. Trigo, front foot. Pushes that to Yorkshire's new youngster, first class debutant Dominic Leech out there at short cover. Extra cover. And in once again comes Jack Shutt, and this time Trigo propping forward. There might have been a bit of glove perhaps involved, certainly pad, and it popped up on the leg side beyond the grasp of Harry Brook, who's waiting eagerly for a chance at short leg. Back with Shutt, who's in again past umpire James Milbrook. Wide of off stump this time, and Trigo was entitled to have a go at that. Tried to sort of flat bat it really with a square drive, but missed. End of the over. 38 of them now bowled. A reminder, Yorkshire made 264 all out yesterday, Notts 120 for 4 in reply.
Just watching Harry Brook is the Yorkshire player with all the protective pads and all the gear and everything. He's just trotting off the field, and he's been replaced by Jared Warner. Seems to have had problems with those pads since they walked back on after lunch. He's not quite been able to pull the flannels down over them, so whether he needs a larger pair of flannels or needs to cut a bit of the leg out or something, but he's disappeared, and presumably we'll try and get back on the field for the next Jack Shutt over. Meanwhile, it's going to be Steve Patterson to continue. Picked up the wicket of Chris Nash last night. He's now got figures of 1 for 21 from his 12 overs. Mullaney, the not skipper, on strike, and he defends. So in the previous over, he just pushed it out on the offside, and it was a clear sort of push and run and call, and Joe Clark responded, and like I say, most times no harm would come of it, but it was just a brilliant bit of work from Jordan Thompson. Quickly to it, 2-3 strides, picked it up and straight away unleashed the throw and ran Clark out. Brilliant work. Patterson bowls again. Mullaney pushes into the offside.
Just checking up the definition of flannel, because that's what they're always called when I started playing the game. Cream flannels, but they tend not to get used, that word, these days, which is a shame.
No.
A kind of soft woven fabric, typically made of wool or cotton, and slightly milled and raised. Is one of the definitions.
I always throw cricket flannels in there. They're not cricket trousers, are they? 39th over of the innings. Tim Robinson, the umpire at that end, watches on as Mullaney shoulders arms. Tim Robinson was obviously the skipper here at Trent Bridge for many years. Fine career, both for Nottinghamshire and England. The 1988 match of over the last year or two, done quite a lot of research into that particular game, and Tim Robinson was the captain, and it was a quite remarkable game. Yorkshire winning handsomely, but it was the game where Franklin Stevenson went into it needing, as Patterson comes in and bowls. Franklin Stevenson in the match scored 100 in each innings and got 10 wickets and finished on the losing side, but he'd already passed 100 wickets for the season mark, and needed something like 220 runs from the last game of the season to make the first class double, and he got there with a century in each innings. And quite remarkably, in the second innings, he began the second innings on 901 runs, so he got a standing ovation when he reached 99 not out rather than the 100, because that meant he'd brought up the first class double. That's got through Mullaney, and worth an ask. If there was no bat involved, it's been turned down straight away by Tim Robinson. It wasn't interesting the official at all. 120 for 4, but Franklin Stevenson, a remarkable player, the last one to complete the first class double, and great pleasure working on his recent book with Frankie, My Song Shall Be Cricket. 120 for 4. Took delivery last night of a book I've been meaning to get hold of for a while, Unforgiven, the story of the West Indian rebels that went to South Africa. This one's played on the leg side, and there's no run, so we're looking forward to getting stuck into that on the days off this week. End of the over, 120 for 4. Peter Trigo with a couple. Stephen Mullaney for 30 this morning. Notts lost Duckett 4 and Mead 21. And since lunch, Joe Clark's been run out for 35.
Yeah, I'd like to have a look at Unforgiven as well. Watched Fire in Babylon again recently, which is a great watch. And just thinking of some of those players who sort of disappeared off the scene as a result of that. Or those couple of West Indies tours with South Africa. Bernard Julian was one. He was a favourite as a nipper watching the game. Talented all-rounder. Came over with the 76 West Indies. Here's Jack Shutt. Trigo pushing forward into the offside. Shutt feels in his follow-through.
He was here before that, of course, playing for Kent, and he played in the winning side in the 1975 World Cup final. Yeah.
In comes Shutt once again, past umpire James Middlebrook. Good use of feet here by Peter Trigo. Is it going to go all the way for 6 down this Radcliffe Road end? We're waiting for a signal, just bounced short. James Middlebrook signals 4. It's 124 for 4 Trigo. His first boundary of this innings takes him on to 6. Update time.
Update for local radio upcoming. Nottinghamshire 124 for 4 here at Trent Bridge. Some cries from the Yorkshire fielders there as the ball ballooned up in the air. They've lost a wicket since lunch, Nottinghamshire, and it was quite a spectacular bit of action. Stephen Mullaney was on strike, pushed a ball out into the offside, called Joe Clark through for a single, and some brilliant work from the young Yorkshire man who scored the bulk of the runs yesterday. He made 98. Jordan Thompson, clean pick up and throw, and Joe Clark short of his ground, run out for 35. That was a real shame because Clark and Mullaney had added 50 and 69 balls before lunch. Mead out for 21 and Duckett for 4 this morning. Mullaney and Peter Trigo at the crease at the moment. Nottinghamshire replying to Yorkshire's score of 264 yesterday, a 125 for 4.
Shot continuing then from the Radcliffe Road end, and there's a turn there from outside off stump. The ball turned square by Mullaney into the leg side. Jordan Thompson's round there. Whippet-like in the field once again, and there is no run. Sun shining at the moment. You'd still say batting conditions pretty good, and to say it's day 6 on this pitch, it's holding up pretty well. As this next one again, evidence of turn, but once more misdirected by Jack Shutt, who ends his 3rd over with figures of 3 overs, no maidens, none for 13. 40 overs now bowled in this Nottinghamshire first innings. They're 125 for 4. Just perhaps worth reminding listeners, or maybe those of you who perhaps weren't with us yesterday, Notts 2 changes to the side that lost to Derbyshire here last week. Matthew Carter and Zach Chappell both in for Joey Evison and Tom Barber in Yorkshire. Well, they lost both Ben Code and Matthew Fisher, their opening bowling partnership from Durham last week, with Niggles to the side and Abdomen, so they're out. Johnny Bairstow has returned. And
people walking behind the arm there. Look at the far end. There's nobody in the ground, and there's a couple of people walking behind the arm.
Johnny Bairstow back in the side, which meant that there was no place in the end for Will Frayne. Duane Olivier and Dominic Leech, the 2 bowlers to have replaced Code. And Matthew Fisher, as Patterson is in and driven here by Peter Trigo. There's a fumble by Duane Olivier, who was around behind the bowler to field that straight drive, but they've stuck to the one that they had already got. Trigo on to 8, 126 now for 4.
Ben Duckett was one of the 2 guilty. Can't see who the other one is to name them, but made you feel a little sheepish when they were behind the arm. Anthony's been back on. Big tick for Jonathan.
Patterson shuffling in again from the pavilion end, and that's dropped into the offside by Peter Trigo, by Steve Mullaney. No run.
Yeah, Jonathan's right. Last Bramall Lane fixture for Yorkshire was in 1973. But did you know Bramall Lane also once hosted an Ashes test? He says certainly didn't. Yeah, it's there in the memory somewhere, but I wasn't around for it. Maybe Kevin was reporting on it, I don't know.
All our yesterdays, tell you what, between the three of us in this commentary box, there's been a few of those. Patterson turns and in he comes towards Mullaney, back and across, that trigger movement, and solidly behind that, defends it out into the offside, where Harry Brook, who's still sporting those shin pads, wonder if his flannels have got a little bit bigger after he left the field.
Maybe he just couldn't pull the flannels down over the pads. But I mean, that all started with us talking about the Sunday League, and there's just clearly no room for it now with 4-day county championship cricket and the T20 and all the rest of it. But I love that competition.
Patterson coming in again to Mullaney. Good delivery, hits him amidships, drops out into the offside, no run. Yeah, John Harlock doing the TV commentaries, wasn't he, at the time as well?
Tony Lewis often introduced them, and Peter Walker. But there are only 17 counties, of course. Durham hadn't joined. Well, they obviously joined in '92, wasn't it? But 16 weeks. It was very rare that that county got a week off. They might get one off to play the touring side.
Patterson in. And again, safely defended into the offside by Mullaney. Yeah, well, I mean, growing up as a youngster, the names I remember from watching Sunday League cricket. Chris Old, of course, for Yorkshire. Barry Richards seemed to score runs every week, didn't he, for Hampshire? He was always, they seemed to be on telly a lot. Vincent van der Bijl, I think, taking wickets for Middlesex. They're the sort of ones that stick out.
Well, my first cricket bat was a result of watching Barry Richards, and there's Patterson.
Yep, Mullaney waits, and again he's fully behind this one, pushing it to Olivier just to the onside of straight, and that is the end of the over, says Tim Robinson. 41 gone, 126 for 4 with Trigo 8 and Mullaney on 30.
I'd got involved for the first time in club cricket, and doing well, scoring runs at school cricket, and the time had come where I was allowed my first bat, and I don't know, you go along, and I'd seen Barry Richards on the Sunday games, and didn't necessarily zoom in or whatever, and I went to a sports shop and, well, what sort do you want? I want one of those Driscoll bats that Barry Richards used. Of course, it was Gray Nichols, but you could just try and make out the letters on the TV. And I thought, still to this day, I can remember looking at it and thinking, does that say Driscoll? No, I don't. We don't know. We don't know the Driscoll manufacturers, but I sorted it out and had a Gray Nichols. I'd been watching it in black and white. I wasn't even sure that it was a red stripe. There's short bowling. We sort of lost our way a little bit, didn't we, with the update? This has gone down, I think, for four byes, did it?
No, I think he got something on it. Yeah,
toe ender on it. It turned down the leg side, went a long way from Jack Shutt, and Peter Trigo pulled it away. He's on to 12. We've got Kevin in the box. Do you want a 5-minuter, or should I let him take over from me? Do you and Kevin want a spell? Your choice.
We'll have a spell.
Right. I'll do this ball, and then we'll have a bit of a swap over as Trigo pushes it into the offside. Fielded by the Yorkshire debutant, Dominic Leech, in just a moment. Then Kevin Howells will slide into my seat, and he'll join Jonathan.
So Jack Shutt continuing in the Nottingham sunshine. Over the wicket, floats this one up wide of off stump, and Trigo plays a square drive. There's a man out there sweeping on the point boundary. It's Duan Olivier, who bowled with pace earlier in the day, and not without hostility at times as well. Certainly not frightened of unleashing the bumper, and got the wicket of Ben Duckett, the first one to fall on day 2. He was caught by Adam Lyth at second slip for just the 4, the left-hander. Here's shut in again, and that's turned into mid-wicket where Johnny Tattersall is round to field. Does a bit of ball shining, there's no run. There's sleeveless sweaters that were the order of the morning session. They've disappeared to some extent. Still one or two Yorkshire fielders sporting them out there as Shuts in again, and this time Mullaney goes back. An element of risk in doing that when the ball's turning. But he watched it well, took it under the eye line, pushed it out into the onside, no run. Still, what you'd probably feel is a pleasant breeze as a fielder or batsman out there now blowing. The flag indicates on the pavilion roof as this next delivery is dragged down by Shutt and got the treatment it deserved by Stephen Mullaney. He's already in, and he stepped back and across and pulled that one backward of square into the Smith Cooper stand. Easy as you like. To finish the over with a 4, he's moving on to 34, 135 for 4. All of 4s. Kevin Howells.
Hello and good afternoon again. Weather has improved, hasn't it? Temperatures due with the cloud to move away, according to the forecast, to go up by 3 or 4 degrees, with a bit more sun breaking through. Not quite as hot as yesterday, though. I think it's sort of early to mid 20s, and it's a bit of a. It must be this breeze that's keeping it a little bit cooler, because throughout yesterday you could see the trees blowing a little, and likewise again today here.
Good job, Ken. Well stocked with water. Got to take the fluids on board.
You have indeed, most definitely. So it's been a genuinely fascinating session and a bit of cricket, I think, today. If you like your cricket almost chess-like, it's been a bit like that. And certainly not the circumstances where you want to be, albeit a fantastic piece of fielding, where you want to be run out. I don't think there was a single there ready to be taken.
And he found out he was just a pawn in the game.
Yeah.
Joe Clark.
So
I'll get me coat.
129 run deficit. The game is very much alive and fascinating. What I'm wondering now is why the delay? We still can't find that ball. That previous.
Perhaps
ball of the
not.
over must be. So umpire Tim Robinson is going to go off and have to find another one. 135 for 4. Trigo on 13. Mullaney 34. I think Trigo's a good signing. Very good signing. 2 years? Presumably he's come here for more than just one, Peter Trigo. I'm guessing it'll be about 2 years, because he's late 30s, 39ish. I think now 39, yeah. But I think a good signing. I think he's the sort of player that can win you, in a normal season, could win you some matches, 2 or 3 with some dazzling displays. I do like it when players such as Trigo move from one county to another, because I remember he was on this very ground. God, did he get grief in one of those cup games from Nottinghamshire supporters. I forget which one now. Dave's got a far better memory than me, but it was a genuine pantomime night for Trigo and the Nottinghamshire supporters. And I think it may have been, well, usually it's something he's done, whether it's a run out or the catch that was taken or wasn't taken. That was it. And thanks, Dave. And from that moment on, it really was a pantomime night for Trigo, and he loves it. He is an entertainer. Went down to chat with him one autumn time down at Weston Super Mary's. He's a lad of Weston, and very enthusiastic. And it was it a couple of months after the incident where Middlesex and Yorkshire had played, and Middlesex went on to win the title that year, but they played that game where Somerset weren't happy with the declarations and that sort of thing. So he was still chomping on the bit a bit about that, but a fascinating lad to talk to. And interesting, he should now come and presumably finish off his career here. Who knows, maybe he'll go on somewhere else from here, but I think he's a good signing for Notts.
And while all that was going on, the ball had disappeared down the walkway along the Smith Cooper stand. Hence the delay. Took 6 people before they finally emerged with the ball. Johnny Tattersall had it in his hand. He's still shining it out there. Tim Robinson, I think, has nipped off to the pavilion for some reason. They were asking him about his opinion on whether the ball was fit to use by the looks of it. Steve Patterson and Johnny Tattersall, but Tattersall still has it in his hand and is now giving it back to Patterson. So that's the reason for the delay. Matthew Pillans, who's travelled with Yorkshire and was bowling at lunch, is sitting down on the bench alongside Koo Bansil, the physio, and Jared Warner, who's on 12-man duties on the little T20 subs bench. They were all involved in trying to find it.
Patterson in bowls, and Trigo will push that one out into the offside. Shirt hanging out of his, over the top of his trousers for Trigo. Wholehearted cricketer. Can't see them now because he's got long sleeves on and everything, but I think he's got a fair share of tattoos as well. Which many do, not all, but many do.
Have you fancied getting yourself a tat, Kev?
As I say, it's a private matter. And I don't
You mean
think
you have one?
Well, Patterson in and bowls and worked away very fine on the leg side. And Jack Shutt will come running round with the sort of enthusiasm you'd expect from a young man, and they'll go through for 2. And the score moves to 137 for 4.
Hope there's going to be no, revelations here.
I'll be revealing nothing. You'll be pleased to know. Tattoo's got
Sigh of relief.
The whole
palpable
thing
nationwide.
I presume that there isn't a lot of pain, but I would imagine there has to be a little bit, does there? Oh, no, not for me. Trigo on 13. And drives this. And drives. Does he find the perfect gap? Not quite. And between them, 3 fielders out there will eventually gather the ball in. And a fine stop out there at extra cover.
Dawood Malan, I think.
Threw himself just to parry the ball away, which meant that Trigo, who initially was struggling to see exactly where the ball had gone, looking to find a gap, which is not easy there with a man at short extra cover, then one a little deeper. And then you've got a mid-off as well. He's trying to find the gap at the shorter boundary out there. It's not easy to squeeze that through, and defensively pushes that back to Patterson for no run. Sun shining here at Trent Bridge with 3 wickets going down so far in the morning. Ben Duckett and Hasib Hamid, and then Joe Clark. Ending a partnership of 60. Excellent piece of fielding from Thompson. And Clark went for 35. News that Ben Stokes will miss the rest of the Test series against Pakistan, and he's off to New Zealand for personal and family reasons, and this time it's driven straight at short extra cover, and there will be no run. So obviously thoughts with Ben Stokes and his family. We need to know no more, but he's on his way into New Zealand, a country which has declared, I think, 100 days COVID free down there, but Ben is off for family reasons, as we see next delivery. Driven, but can't get the timing here, Trigo, so it's straight to Milan again, but no run. So an interesting, yet not necessarily pulsating session of the game, but one that's going to have a very big impact, no doubt, on the way this match is going to go this afternoon. Can Yorkshire make these inroads? That they trail the moment Nottinghamshire by 127 runs. Nottinghamshire need to be patient, pick up on anything loose. There's not been a great deal thrown up at them that's been too loose. So
no.
How's it all going to play out for the remainder of this session? Afternoon session on day 2.
And Yorkshire obviously giving youth plenty of opportunity in this game. Jack Shutt is about to bowl his 5th, or start his 5th over. He's gone for 22 from 4 so far. Certainly you couldn't, even the most ardent Yorkshire supporter couldn't say he's settled in, as his first delivery is pushed back up the pitch by Stephen Mullaney, not skipper. And there's no run. We'll get to your email, John, in a moment. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com for your emails, as Shutt's in again, little skipping running style, and nicely swept in front of square by Mullaney. Good piece of fielding out there in the deep by Dawood Malan. They settle for a walk of a single. Mullaney 35, 138 for 4. And Trigo back on strike. Short leg weights. Adam Lyth in its slip. Can Shutt fashion an opportunity for either? Well, Brook is brought into play, but that was just from a little drop of a defensive shot to the leg side by Trigo. 3 to come in the over as Shutt turns and comes in again. Floats this one up wide of off stump. Nicely played by Trigo. Big gap through the offside. Pushed it to the left of Dominic Leech, who was round from cover to field. They picked up 1. Trigo on to 14. Mullaney waits. Slightly leans to his to the offside, if you like, the right-hander as he lines up in his stance. But this delivery full is driven through the onside up to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who is out on the boundary edge at long on. They get a comfortable single. Mullaney ticks on. The scoreboard is doing that as well. 36 to him, 140 now for 4. Last ball of the 44th over. Trigo misses one that he tries to flick away down the leg side. And again, Jack Shutt just not quite able to find any consistency in terms of where he's landing the ball. Now, John Logan says, "Hi, Jonathan, the Girdler and the Earl of Skipton." For info, Joe Clark was on 18 when he earlier appeared to be short of his ground after the throw from Dom Leech. Delighted for Jordan Thompson yesterday, although gutted that he didn't get his century. Over the last couple of seasons, I think you're aware, I'm a massive fan of Jordan, as I think you are. You can't keep him out of the game. Great throw and run out. Yep, it certainly was. John, he is a very competitive player, and, well, you've seen 2 sides of that already in this game, if not all 3. He hasn't taken a wicket yet with the ball, but I dare say that may not be too long in coming. They're just having a sanitisation break at the moment. Kev's taking a breather.
Not necessarily, just think about Shutt and a little bit of pressure on him, because yesterday Notts were using Nash, Carter and Patel. Here Yorkshire using Shutt, obviously. What other options do they have on that front?
Well, Dawid Malan can twirly-whirly, as can Adam Lyth, of course, who, because Malan's only playing his second match for Yorkshire, you know, Lyth is the man that they've previously turned to for a bit of part-time spin. So they are, I guess, also possibilities. There was talk of Yorkshire playing a second genuine spinner, if you like, in Josh Poysden, who was down here the day before while they were assessing the pitch and deciding whether to go with spin twins or not. He obviously didn't make the final cut.
Patterson, the captain, bowling his 16th over, 1 for 22. In now. And defensively played by Mullaney into the offside. One captain to another. Because you're a captain, you want to stick by the young lad. It's very important that give him as much support, but they'll need him to do something here, I would imagine.
Yeah, and Steve Patterson has talked up Jack Shutt, said he thinks he's probably the most promising of the Yorkshire young spin contingent, hence playing him. James Logan, of course, has been struggling with injury of late. He has played a couple of first-class games for Yorkshire in the past.
Patterson again from the pavilion end to Mullaney. Mullaney will shoulder arms to that one, allow it through to the keeper. Got a couple of slips in, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, and young Jack Shutt out there at deep backward points. The longer of the boundaries. Oh, and I've missed out. Man on the cover boundary as well over there.
You know as well as I do, been in our side of the game, if you like, for so long that sometimes captains, coaches can talk players up because they're trying to give them confidence as well.
Patterson to bowl to Mullaney, and Mullaney will drive this one. Can't get the timing right. Off the toe end of the bat, up to Olivier fielding at mid-on.
So sometimes there can be an element, dare I suggest it, that those in those sort of positions can say things for the sake of it because they feel like they've got to tick that box. But with Steve Patterson, the way he is as a person, to speak about Jack Shutt as he has done, I would take that as being very genuine.
And it's Patterson midway through this over. Sun shining down on Trent Bridge, and he bowls to Mullaney. Mullaney will push this one defensively, holds the pose into the offside where it's Harry Brook doing the fielding there.
He's not one for flannel, as we were saying a little bit earlier on, but in a different way. Pato.
Well, you get to look at this. Great opportunity for young players in the next few weeks with this truncated season and this Bob Willis Trophy. But they obviously would like to perform well given that opportunity. Patterson bowls driven straight again to Brook, can't get it past him. If you do get it past him, you've got a chance of getting maybe just one out there because it is short a boundary and there is a man sweeping on that boundary as well. So your placement would have to be pretty spot on if you're going to get to the boundary there. Square, well, there's a man at backward point. But maybe that's a clearer, more direct route. Patterson again, worked away by Mullaney, but for no run. Keeping it nice and tight, Patterson to Mullaney. Completes another over. So here, Nottinghamshire just have to remain focused. Long way to go in the game. They trail by 124 runs, 140 for 4, Trigo on 14 and Mullaney on 36. Got to make sure that this hard work, this graft, which it is at times, gets its reward. And I shall move aside because Dave's got an update.
And Jack Shutt will continue. Bit of debate. Johnny Bairstow, Adam Lyth, Steve Patterson, Dawid Malan, all getting in there 2 penneth. Not Dawid Malan, my apologies. It's Johnny Tattersall as he walks towards us. And Shutt is greeted by the outstretched left arm of James Middlebrook, who's saying, "Don't go yet, please." Arm is now dropped. Shutt comes in. Trigo waits. This is down the leg side, and again, just that struggle. It would be lovely from Jack Shutt and Yorkshire's point of view just to see half a dozen drops in a similar area, but at the moment hasn't found any consistency, and that's part of the reason he hasn't taken a wicket. That's a better delivery from Jack Shutt, but Trigo is able to rock back and cut that away backward of point. Ollie Fear's got a fairly lengthy chase and pulls it in down from about 10 metres or so inside the third man boundary, and they get through for a comfortable 2. Trigo on to 16, Mullaney 36, 142 now for the loss of 4 wickets, and Shutt steps in again. That's a better effort. Trigo pushing forward, bat just behind the pad, and it hit the knee roll and drops into the offside where Leech fields. Dominic Leech made a promising sort of start with the ball. Took his maiden first-class wicket earlier in the day when he had Hamid caught at slip by Adam Lyth, but Shutt getting this line wrong again, and Trigo's able to sweep. And technically that was spot on, backward of square, and an easy 4 down into the Smith-Cooper stand. Takes him on to 20, 146 for 4. The partnership already worth 31 from 53. So having got that little bit of a bonus with the run out, Yorkshire are facing a few struggles with the ball, or the bowlers themselves, to get in and among here. Shutt, straight delivery, and then with the spin that's turned backward of square. Jordan Thompson's positioned and does the fielding. And last ball of the 46th over, it's Shutt coming in past Middlebrook. Now then, appeal for a catch here, and they think they've got him. Bat pad. Harry Brook caught it at short leg, but James Middlebrook didn't think he heard any bat or glove maybe involved in that, and not out. So end of the over, 146 for 4. Trigo 20, Mullaney on 36, and it'll be update time in a moment. Here's Brace.
Yeah, there's a lot of shaking of heads. I mean, Harry Brook caught it. He's only a yard away from the batsman, and he wasn't excited. There is that update. Yes, 146 for 4 now, Nottinghamshire. They've just lost the 1 wicket since lunch, that of Joe Clark. He was run out, brilliant bit of work by Yorkshire's Jordan Thompson. A clean pick-up from point, and he threw down the stumps from about 15, 18 yards, something like that. Lovely bit of work. Stephen Mullaney was involved in that run out. He'd pushed the ball and set off for the run. He's still there on 36, the Notts captain. He had 1 huge 6 just before lunch, playing nicely now. Peter Trigo with him on 20. Remember, Yorkshire yesterday made 264, Notts inching closer to it. They're 118 away. They're 146 for 4. got a bowling change, I think, at the far end, and it's always nice when the figures come back on for a bowler. I didn't realise that Jordan Thompson had been quite as thrifty this morning as his figures tell us he had. 5 overs, none for 5. But leading candidate, if there'd been a Man of the Match award right now, Jordan Thompson. In he comes and bowls, and Mullaney pushes into the offside. That brilliant 98 yesterday, and the bit of fielding, well, it's probably as good as we'll see in this truncated summer of 2020. Brilliant pick up and throw earlier to run out Joe Clark. Single to Mullaney, takes him on to 37. Brings Peter Trigo down on strike. Batsman to come for Nottinghamshire. Still a bit left in the shed, as they say. Tom Moore's due in next. Samit Patel listed to come in at 8. Next ball is just blocked by Trigo. That's as they batted against Derbyshire. Moores at 7 and Patel at 8, and it paid off. Samit Patel 60 odd in the first innings, 80 in the second innings. Welcome return to form for Samit Patel at a lean time of things last year for Notts, and so much so that they allowed him to go out on loan to Glamorgan for the last month of the season. Snooker maximums on the board, 147 here in Crucible Week, or Crucible Fortnight, as Trigo chops it to backward point, fielded by Tattersall. We're getting a bit of sunshine, I think we are.
It's been in and out during this session so far, but probably more out than in.
It's quite nice now. You'd not think twice about queuing for an ice cream. This one's clipped up to mid-on, and there's no run. Should there be any vendors on the ground, which there aren't. Or a nice glass of something cold and refreshing. See, this is the bit where it flips round. All of our listeners are sort of saying they're the ones that's missing out, and we're the lucky ones for being here at Trent Bridge, which we are. I'm only having a bit of fun with you, but at least you can pop to the fridge and get a nice drink, or go to the freezer and get an ice cream. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I actually got home last night and looked in the mirror, which is enough to startle anybody, but the sun had been beating through this open window here, and I'd got quite a crimson forehead. It had been beating down yesterday, hadn't it?
It had. Did the mirror crack?
Yeah, it did indeed. Pushed on the offside. Did ask it who was the fairest of them all.
And other things that you probably don't think about, but in terms of restrictions for ourselves,
this is kind of just interrupt you just a second, but Adam Lythe, I was just wondering what he was doing, has run to the boundary and thrown his cap over the boundary rope. I wonder if we're going to have a bit of Adam Lythe.
Looks like we might be. There's a bit of stretching going on from Dominic Leech as well. Jack Shutt is walking in, but slowly, and not in a manner that suggests he's about to take his cap off and bowl another over from the Radcliffe Road end. So yes, Adam Lythe is being introduced into the attack.
Sorry, I interrupted you in full flow there, and you've no idea what you were saying now, have you?
I was going to say, in terms of restrictions, so normally, we media types get a pass for the season, and if we're off air for half an hour, or if we've got lunch break, we're able to walk out of the ground, go to the shop if we want, come back into the ground, show your pass again, no problem. But under the current restrictions, when you're in, you're in. You get a wristband here.
We're in a bubble.
You're in for the day. You're in a bubble. So if you forget to bring your sandwiches with you,
tough.
It's rumbling tum time for the day. Jack Shutt, in fact, has been dispatched down onto the long on boundary. Adam Lythe is going to go with a similar field to that which Shutt had. He also cost balls off spin. And he comes then for his first delivery of the day and drops it there. Evidence of turn. Harry Brook takes the ball a couple of feet after the bounce. Carlo Cadmore's gone in at first slip. And interesting one at times like this as well, as Lythe comes in. And that's nicely driven by Stephen Mullaney. Just gives him a little bit too much width, and also lengthwise, it was right up there to bang away through the offside, and Mullaney did just that.
Yeah,
Straight to extra cover.
up until 3 minutes ago, he had no idea that he was going to be bowling this over. Obviously, because they need Jack Shutt. They wanted Jack Shutt to have a long spell from this end and an element of control. But he's just gone for so many runs that Stephen Patterson has said, right, let's try something else. Who else have I got? Right, Adam, you're on. And there's no real surprise that second ball up he's delivered a nice juicy full toss, and Mullaney's been there long enough not to miss out.
Patterson gives the ball a rub. Olivier had a fair old run, probably 80 metres to go and bring the ball back, and here's Lyth coming in again for his third delivery. That's fuller of length, a little bit of turn, and Mullaney chose to play it from the crease. It's just one of those deliveries where on the batting side, if you're watching on, you might have just sucked in a little bit of air. Could have been in a little bit of danger. Here's Lyth again. That's another good delivery. Mullaney does nothing more than drop that at his feet. Have a chat with Harry Brook. And Adam Lyth back in again. Another delivery that's there or thereabouts. So already we're getting a little bit more consistency from the part-time off-spinner. He's got plenty of experience though, and has bowled a fair number of times, of course, over the years.
Often bowls the first over of a T20 match, doesn't he? And sometimes you don't see him again after that.
He's in again, and this time he's swept, and that's a good stroke from Stephen Mullaney, and Lyth gets it wrong himself, straying down the leg side, so picked off by Mullaney for a couple of fours. 45 for him now, 155 for 4 on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations with Dave Bracegirdle, myself, Jonathan Doidge, and Kevin Howells, who'll be back with us at some point a little bit later.
That's one of those that leaves Steve Patterson with a bit of a head scratcher. He's bowled 2 or 3 or even 4 deliveries that are okay in that over, but the second ball and the final ball were smashed away to the ropes with relish by Stephen Mullaney. So, he's gone 0 for 82 boundaries. Do we keep him going? How long do we keep him going? I'm sure they'll give Adam Lyth a little more. Here's Thompson bowling to Trigo, clips it on the leg side, fielded by Leech. When you were talking to Kevin, you also mentioned David Malan, and I just wondered how much bowling Malan has done of late. He's bowled a little bit against Notts in the past, and I was having a look. Last year he got 4. He's got 59 first-class wickets in all, 4 of them last year, 3 in 2018. Never taken more than 7 wickets in a season, as this is clipped on the leg side. But I suppose that's the very definition of a part-time bowler. But he can come on from time to time and get you a wicket. Yeah,
I suppose you're just hoping that's it, isn't it? Just a wicket.
Partnership break like Christian Ash was yesterday, and you just want somebody just to, if they can, just get up this next wicket and then try and put some pressure on the new man. Blocked by Trigo, but right now this end has leaked runs since lunch, since the introduction of spin. 6 fairly expensive overs from Shutt and 8 from that Lyth over.
Yeah, they've added 50 in 14.3 overs since lunch.
Here comes Thompson, bowls, worked away. Oh, that's a good stop. Was that down on the ground? That's a really good bit of work. It's Leech, isn't it? Our debutant, the Middlesbrough lad. They call him Smoggies. I think they do the football supporters. It's a lot of industrial town, of course, isn't it? Middlesbrough, and I fancy when you get up towards the northeast, a bit of an affectionate term for them as Smoggies. Folks will tell me if I'm wrong. Usually am, as a bit of a loose waft here from Peter Trigo.
For a moment I thought he might have got a feather on that.
Born in Weston-super-Mare, and everybody associates him with Somerset quite rightly. Had a long spell there, but he's also played for Kent and Middlesex, and so Notts are his 4th county. 155 for 4. Sun trying again. Seeing a bit of blue sky for almost the first time. And a nice push from Trigo up to wideish mid-on. He'll take a run, get down to the other end. Partnership now worth 41 for this 5th wicket. And Jordan Thompson threw 7 overs, none for 7. So control at his end. Down here, Yorkshire will be looking to wrestle back an element of control, I guess, from the Radcliffe Road end.
Yeah, and tweet in. You can tweet us, by the way, at Jonathan Doidge, at Brace Cricket, or at Kevin Howell 7. This one with not the merest hint of sarcasm. And Brian Kirby says, good to see a county giving a chance to a promising youngster like Trigo.
Yeah, Kevin Howell's made the point, though. You know, he's still such a fine player, and you know, as we've seen with Darren Stevens and 1 or 2 more up and down the country, you know, does age define you? You know, if you've still got the ability.
Here's Lyth, skips in, turn, hits Trigo amidships and disappears off wide of Tom Kohler-Cadmore at slip.
You know, it would have been a shame had Tim Bresnan not found anywhere, but you know, as we saw last week, century on debut, he can still do it.
Lyth in, that's swept by Trigo, who'll pick up a single to deep backward square leg, fired in by Jordan Thompson.
I think this year, above all any, there's a real delight in people like Trigo being around, you know, to help a lot of youngsters. You know, this is all around the country. I'm talking because you know the overseas players aren't here.
Yeah, in comes Lyth. That's dropped out into the offside. Kohler-Cadmore round from slip to field, but Mullaney will get a single. 46 to him now, 158 for 4. Yeah, there's this thing, I mean, yeah, sometimes you do scratch your head and wonder about some of the questions, because there's always this thing about pushing youth, pushing young talent forward. You can't pack a team full of young players. You need experience. Lyth in, work to leg by Trigo. Tattersall fields at mid-wicket, you know what I'm saying?
And the other thing with that is, well, Lyth's already got the ball. I'll make the point in a minute.
2 left in the over as he's in, floats that one up. Trigo again just pushes this one into the leg side, and Tattersall fields.
You know, Somerset let him go, and have a look at Trigo's white ball record. Last year, he was one of the leading performers in the country with the white ball.
Lyth is in again. Trigo pushes forward to conclude the over. 15844.
Helped Somerset win the Lord's final, and of course, had this been a full summer, then it may well have been that Nottinghamshire would have, you know, used Peter Trigo more predominantly for the white ball cricket, perhaps not so much in red ball. But you know, it's not. We've not got a full season of 50 over cricket, which has been you know, batting at 3 for Somerset and bowling as well. And obviously the T20s to come, when you'd expect him to play a prominent role. And you know, with 1 or 2 injuries, Luke Fletcher being injured and the overseas players not being around and what have you, you know, they've found a slot for him in the red ball side as well.
Yeah, I think sometimes people just do want to moan and just try and look on the negative side of things, and it takes a lot of different elements to make a professional sports team, professional cricket team in this case. At the end of the day, it's a professional side. It's about who the best players are. I mean, there's always a constant clamour, at a higher level, isn't there? When are we planning to replace the Broads and the Andersons? But if they're still doing the job,
yeah, that's what I say.
You can't just give a place to somebody else. Yes, I understand that at some point you're going to have to give them a try, but you can't just throw players in there willy-nilly because they're young and start looking to the future all that. You're constantly looking to the future anyway.
Look at what Darren Stevens did at the back end of last year. I mean, he's got a quite brilliant century and got 5 wickets in an innings as well in the match against Kent here, back end of last year, and the week after got a double 100. as what's he, 42, as Mullaney chops this down to third man for his half century, his first of the summer. He got 48 in the second innings against Derbyshire, and Stephen Mullaney reaches a very decent 50. It's coming just under 2 hours, faced 79 balls, 8 fours, and that imperious 6 that he pulled off Olivier just before lunch. Well battered skipper Stephen Mullaney on to 50, knots 162 for 4. Been a decent knock.
It has. Control pretty much throughout.
Next ball sees him push into the offside. The men out. Nash last night for 8, this morning Duckett 4 and Hamid 21, and since lunch Joe Clark for 35, run out by a brilliant bit of work from Jordan Thompson.
And I suppose that's the real blot on Mullaney's knock, isn't it? In that he called that.
Yeah, 162 for 4. Next one, past the outside edge. I think he had a nibble at that one. It's one of those where it wouldn't go down as a mix-up by the batting side. Yes, the end result says it was a mistake, but as I said at the time, I think 9 times out of 10, if not more, that had taken the single. He only had one stump to throw at, but he had to do lots of things. He had to get the ball quickly, he had to pick it up cleanly, he had to release it quickly, and he had to hit the target, and he did all 4 of those quite magnificently. And Mullaney will feel, he'll go back and say sorry Joe, I'm sure, and Clark will have been cursing his bad fortune. Next ball was nudged out as far as Brook, but you can't say, I don't think you can say he sold him up the river. They were looking to take a sharp single, keep the board moving.
Yeah. Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, just starting to feel, if you like, more settled in his place in the side at the moment.
Next one defended. So it was Code and Fisher who picked up the knocks in the last game. Is it?
And when you consider that Matthew Waite got injured on the cusp of the game, he was down. I would think he would have played, and you probably imagine he would have played in place of Jordan Thompson last week at Durham. He pulls a lat, which is a very, very unusual cricket injury for a cricketer.
I don't think I've ever pulled a lat. I've drunk a latte or two, but next one pushed square of the wicket on the offside. No run. Where's a lat?
It's in the shoulder.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
I haven't got any of those.
I believe it was during a bit of practice, having arrived up at Durham the day before. Certainly he looked in fine fettle, having got back to fitness. He struggled with injuries last year, Matthew Waite. He looked in fine fettle in the warm-up games. But however he did it, he missed last week's game. That, if Jordan wasn't going to play, certainly gave him the office, and they got the ball in his hand, bowled well, and there was a bit more of a feeling in the couple of games he played last year that this was an opportunity, because of circumstances with injuries, etc.
Is Adam Lyth to bowl his 3rd over. On the sweep is Trigo. He'll just get a single.
Whereas, even though he got in last week due to that, it felt like there's a bit more feeling of confidence behind what he's going to produce. Here's Lyth again then, from this Radcliffe Road end. Skips in past James Middlebrook. Big appeal, he's got him. LBW, Adam Lyth, golden arm, has broken the partnership worth 48. And Stephen Mullaney has gone LBW for 50. Just the second ball of Adam Lyth's 3rd over. He's got 1 for 11. And Mullaney, I'm just seeing if I can pick up a replay of what went on, which is coming up now.
Didn't appear to like the look of it, did he, Mullaney?
It's hit him in front of middle. Obviously, Adam Lyth angling it in slightly and turning it as an off-spinner would. It looked like a regulation off-spin delivery, but he missed out with the sweep. That was the key, playing across the line of the ball. And James Middlebrook had seen enough to say, you're on your way, sunshine. Batted for 118 minutes, 85 balls, hit 8 fours and a 6. Has done a good job for his team, but it has to end with him on 50.
Wicket for a fellow member of the Off Spinners Union there. I was actually just pulling up Adam Lythe's record, and a time or two you'll have heard me say Adam Lythe, great record against Notts, great record against Notts. Prior to that wicket, he was averaging 117 a wicket against Notts. Just one wicket he'd taken against them. In first class cricket, he's got plenty more in one day and in T20s. But he's halved that with that particular dismissal, and it is Tom Moores who's come out at 7. This is Adam Lythe's 18th appearance against Nottinghamshire, and that's just his second wicket that he's taken against them in first class cricket. 163 for 5.
Yeah, 34 first class wickets, a best of 2 for 9. Adam Lythe, so he wouldn't give you the impression that he's going to destroy the home side here, but he's done what his captain probably asked him to do, which is just give us a little bit of control, Radcliffe Road end, and if you can pick us one up, then we could be really into the lower reaches of the Notts innings.
Penny for Jack Shutt's thoughts, because he should be bowling really. He had the chance, didn't he, and was a bit out of the attack.
So Tom Moores, left-handed Tom Moores, Notts keeper of course, opens the face on this first delivery as Lythe switched to bowl that around the wicket. Picks up a single, so quickly off the mark. 164 now for the loss of 5 wickets. They're still trailed by precisely 100 runs here, Notts. So Yorkshire's confidence will be just lifted by the taking of that wicket as Jack Shutt is dispatched out to long on. And Trigo turns this one backward of square where Jordan Thompson fields for a single.
I don't know where they've gone, but the 5 Live Sports Extra listeners have left us for a short time. 65 for 5, maybe to another game.
So Lythe in again, round the wicket, and a nice little turn round the corner by Tom Moores this time. Harry Brook was in there almost begging for that at short leg, but they've got through for a single.
Tom Moores made his Nottinghamshire debut against Yorkshire at Scarborough back in 2016.
Lythe in again. Little jump into his delivery stride, and Trigo works it out backward of point where Olivier fields that single, ends the over. Trigo 25, Moores on 2, and 167 for 5, but a significant over, and that it brought about the end of Stephen Mullaney. So will that be enough now from Adam Lythe, you think, as far as Steve Patterson's concerned? Will he keep him going a bit longer? I guess when you're a part-time bowler, it's hard enough for the regulars, but part-time bowlers with a lefty-righty combination in there as well, it's making it more difficult for you to find those lines and lengths that you need.
Well, I will play the odds as you've asked me the question and say he's going to get another over, and I'm basing that primarily on the fact that he's not run down to the rope here and picked his cap up. He's standing there at second slip, still bareheaded, so I'd imagine Lythe will have another go. Yeah, back to 2016, remember Lancashire had wicket-keeping problems. I think Joss Butler was away with England. Alex Davis picked up an injury. Stephen Croft, I think, also picked up an injury. As Thompson comes in to bowl to Trigo, who's got a boundary down to third man. He tried to open the face and force it square on the offside and just got it a lot finer than he would have wanted. So gets a boundary. Trigo on to 29, 171. For 5. So Tom Moores went on a month's loan to Lancashire, did well. He actually played T20 against Yorkshire, a T20 Roses match. In fact, I think he played home and away. Played some one-dayers, and he played 2 county championship games for Lancashire, and he did so well when he came back to Trent Bridge. They whisked him straight into the first team, although Chris Reed was the wicket-keeper. Tom Moores played a few games, starting with that one at Scarborough as a batsman. 171 for 5. Oh, and this one's just got big, just popped up off Trigo, and he plays it down, and then he sort of made, I'm sure there was a jokey element to it, but he sort of threw his shoulder towards the bowler. I'm sure there was a smile and a little bit of, ooh, take that sort of reaction. Had to do well to stop it popping up, but Yorkshire might have missed a trick had it popped up to gully, because there's nobody there. 171 for 5. Notts beginning the day on 13 for 1, 105 for 3 at lunch. So 66 for 2 so far this afternoon. Next ball slammed away for 4 by Trigo. He leant back there and gave that absolutely everything. All guns blazing to execute that cut. Second boundary in the over, and maybe Jordan Thompson, as Jonathan said, might just be accelerating towards a break here, because he was 8 overs. He was 7 overs for 7, wasn't he? Then 8 overs for 11, and now his figures already 8.5 overs, none for 19, 2 fours in 3 balls.
Yeah, and he kicked the ground in frustration as he walked back past at the bowler's end there.
See what he can do now. Can he keep Trigo tied up? He can't, but very decent effort at who's that down on the ground?
Tattersall.
Got a hand to it, Johnny Tattersall. He stayed down. Adam Lythe's going over to him. Whether he just
might have hurt
taken
himself,
one,
but
yeah.
I think it's more wounded pride, because it was in the air. Would have been one heck of a catch if he'd have taken it, but he got something on it. Saved runs for his team, but well, you know as well as I do, he would much rather have been half of the dismissal recorded on the scoreboard round about now.
177 for 5. Trigo on 35. Joe Clark made 35. Stephen Mullaney 50. Not still some way off that first batting point at 200. 23 runs to be precise, as next ball's run up to mid-on. So this might be the end of Jordan Thompson, who's bowled very nicely indeed, both before lunch and since. Yet to take a wicket. Might get another one if he can get Trigo out here. Comes past Tim Robinson and bowls, and Trigo's had a flash at it, gave him every opportunity, didn't get anything on this one. End of the 53rd over of the innings. We're halfway through the day's allocation. We've had 45 overs today, and we've got 45 overs to go, and it's around about 3 o'clock. 13 overs to go until tea. So if we do continue to have spin at this end, we shouldn't be too far away, should we?
Now, Jordan Thompson, just an element of frustration about the way he turned at the end of his follow-through then and walked off back to his mark. Frustrated with himself for that over. A couple of loose ones, but also a bit of frustration that the one that went to hand didn't quite stick. Dennis, by the way, has mailed in. You were mentioning all the Yorkshire previously used grounds.
Yeah.
He says, Great Horton Road, ? I think you'll find the Bradford ground was normally called Park Avenue. Spent many a happy hour there watching Yorkshire.
No, we've got both Great Orton Road and Park Avenue. I've still got the list. By the way, I've just watched, and very definitely Steve Patterson has told Jordan Thompson, have a blow, and he's told Dwan Olivier, you're on next over at the top end.
First ball there was a dot, and here's Lythe again in, and that's a full length, Yorker length delivery really, dug out by Moores. Tattersall fields at cover. Moores, of course, left-handed. Tattersall gives it a bit of a shine and hands it back to Adam Lythe. Getting old, of course, this ball now 53, nearly 54 overs old. As this next delivery, a bit of indecision here, chance for a run out. Just backward of point, he laid the bat on that one, did Tom Moores. And again, tremendous piece of fielding by Jordan Thompson to even give Yorkshire half a chance of getting a run out, but he just about made his ground on his knees. Tom Moores.
He hadn't gone anywhere. He hadn't gone anywhere, had he? That Great Horton Road, not used since the 19th century.
Lythe in, and that's dropped out into the offside by Moores, no run.
I don't know if this means anything. The address is Great Horton Road, Easby Road, Bradford. They played quite regularly there, Yorkshire, but not since 1874. They played regularly there between 1863 and 1874 and played Notts half a dozen times there.
Lythe in again to Moores, who opens the face and pushes this one out to the sweeper, who's coming in from the cover boundary to field. Dawid Malan get a single.
But the Park Avenue ground is there was some talk certainly a year or two ago of going back to Bradford, wasn't there? I know they went to York last year, but there was some talk of taking first-class cricket back to Bradford. I don't know if your correspondent can confirm if it's the same ground that they used to play on, the Park Avenue ground, or a different one.
Yeah, no, Park Avenue has been mentioned in dispatches in recent times as Trigo turns this one in front of square Thompson Fields and gets a single Trigo, 36 to him, 179 for 5 at the end of the 54th over. So yeah, but it's they've had upgrades there, and obviously there's a portion of members, quite a large one, I think, who would love to see cricket played in Bradford again, because I went there a few times myself when I was younger, and always a good atmosphere.
How did the first time at York go down?
First time at York went down very well. Pitch was very pleasantly received by the players and staff, got marked up. It was a cracking atmosphere, I've got to say.
Was it Warwickshire who played?
It was, yeah, it was Warwickshire. I mean, I suppose the damp squib of the thing was that Warwickshire won the game, which always takes a little bit of the shine off things. But we were due back there for some 50-over cricket this year.
Yeah.
So that underlines that it was an experiment that worked. I think it was hard work for the people of York Cricket Club, but worth the effort, was the sort of general outcome of things as far as they were concerned. And it's going to be, as you call it, Big D, as they call him, Duan Olivier from the pavilion end.
Already bowled 12 overs, starting his 13th, bowling to Trigo, just pushes it back to him. So those games spread all around, 2 different grounds in Bradford, a couple in Sheffield, Bramall Lane and Abbeydale Park, Harrogate, Hull, Middlesbrough, Scarborough, a couple in Huddersfield, St John's Ground and Fartown in Huddersfield, and one in Dewsbury. So lots of different grounds. Yorkshire have hosted Notts over the years. Next ball is clipped away on the leg side. Of course, Notts always used to play this fixture at Worksop. Many a time I used to go down there to the town ground. Mr. Boycott certainly always enjoyed batting at Worksop. Helped himself to what seemed like 100 every time he came. 179 for 5. Well, Nottinghamshire now 179 for 5 since you were last with us. They've lost their skipper, Stephen Mullaney, went through his half century from 79 deliveries, but he didn't add to it. He was out for that 50, giving out LBW, sweeping to Adam Lythe. Lythe brought on as almost an occasional off-spin bowler, and that's because the young spinner that Notts have included, or Yorkshire have included rather, Jack Shutt, has been rather expensive. So Lythe on, and he gets the wicket of Mullaney. Earlier in this session, Joe Clark run out for 35. This morning, Hasiba Mead made 21 and Ben Duckett 4. Peter Trigo and Tom Moores at the crease at the moment. Yorkshire made 264, Nottinghamshire 179 for 5. Here's Olivier bowling, and I think this has gone off the lid. Let's just have a look at the umpire. He's given leg byes, yep, so there'll be a hold up here whilst Peter Trigo's helmet is changed. He went on the pull, missed it, and it's sconned him, I think is the word. Hit him on the helmet and ballooned over Johnny Bairstow in the slip cordon and down to the ropes for 4 leg byes here. I guess the important thing is, we sort of make light of it a little bit. The physio's just coming on to check that Peter Trigo's okay. He's walked down the other end. He's had a chat to Tom Moores and put his bat and gloves down, and we'll answer all the physio's questions. But in all seriousness, hit on the head by a quick bouncer from Duan Olivier's the last idea of fun I'd have on a Sunday afternoon.
I'm going to say, it's not Sunday afternoon relaxation, is it, by anybody's standards? To be fair to Olivier, he stood by the stumps at his bowling end, and I think he just had a word with Trigo in particular, but both batsmen, whether or not it was just stirring it a bit more. I don't know, in these times after the obviously head injuries, some tragic that we've seen in recent years, I can't imagine that it would have been anything else other than, hey, okay, pal, and then walk off. I think that's all you need to say. You might want to go say something else to him after the day's play, after the game's finished.
What I will say is the physios up and down the country are exceptional, and there's no way they'd let anybody carry on if in any way they felt they weren't 100% able to do so. Whilst the physios were out for Peter Trigo and a new helmet was brought out, the Yorkshire players have all had a bit of a drink, and I think the Notts lads have said, can we have a drinks break now? And the umpires have said, well, we've been stopped for a few minutes, can we get on with it?
Just seen the replay actually, a couple of times they've shown it on the streaming. You can get the streaming, by the way, through the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website if you haven't got it already, with our commentary overlaid. And he got into a good position to play the shot, probably just on him a little bit quicker than he thought. And as you said, it glanced over the top of Johnny Bairstow. It looked as though Ollie Fear was asking him, did you hit that? Or, did you get some, was it bat that's taken it over the top? And he pointed and tapped on the top of his lid.
Yeah.
He certainly, he came out of the shot fine. He walked down the wicket fine. To all intents and purposes, he looks absolutely fine. But you've got to check these things out. That ball could have been 85 plus from Ollie Fear.
Very much so, yeah. But he has gone through the concussion protocol, as they term it in the regulations, and has changed his helmet and is ready to go on. Will Ollie Fear give him another one? What's the smart money on?
Entirely possible, I'd say. Just making sure Dom Leech is in a good catching position at deep backward square.
2 slips in a gully. Ollie Fear, it is short, and Trigo this time ducks underneath. Slightly leg side-ish. If it got into as good a position as he did the first time, might have just been able to get it away nice and fine, but ducking underneath it, yeah, definitely a preferred option, provided you keep your eyes on it. We're 12 overs or so, in fact 11 overs away from the tea interval, or there or thereabouts. Here's Ollie Fear. In bowls, again, gives Trigo a little bit of width, and he's punched it out there as far as Jordan Thompson. They'll just settle for a single. Trigo moving on to 37, and they'll swap over for the left-handed Moores. Not done the scores for a while from elsewhere. In the North Group, Lancashire 169 for 4, so they're only 11 behind Durham now. Derbyshire 263 for 4, got a lead of 64 over Leicestershire. Gloucestershire 210, Warwickshire 100 for 4. The chase is on for Northants. They need 322 to beat Somerset. They're 42 for 1. So already in the 4th innings of that particular match. In fact, that was the end of the over, so they weren't swapping over for Tom Moores. They were swapping over because it was the end of the over here at Trent Bridge. Glamorgan 52 for 2, replying to Worcestershire's 455 for 8. Surrey 117 for 4, replying to Essex's 262. Sussex 332, Kent 181 for 8, and Hampshire 158 for 3, replying to Middlesex 252.
Adam Lythe in, Radcliffe Road end. Turned backward a square by Trigo. First ball of this, the 56th over. Single to Trigo, takes him to 38, 185 for 5. The Tykes are here, tweeted us. Said, hi guys, did you mention Yorkshire's previous ground at Barnsley? I think it was Shaw Lane. It was.
Yeah, it was, but Notts haven't played there. I know they've played second 11 games there quite a lot, but...
In again comes Lythe, this time to the left-handed Moores, who's stepping back and cuts this in front of square. Milan out in the deep will keep them to a single.
Yeah.
4 to Moores.
Yeah, that was just places that Yorkshire have played Nottinghamshire. There's been 1 or 2 other grounds, hasn't there, around Yorkshire? Is Todmorden in Yorkshire, or is it over the border in Lancashire?
Lythe in, now that turns quite sharply, and Trigo stepped back to cut but didn't have the room to play the shot in the end. It gets away with it, but that's one of those that could possibly have maybe cannoned onto his stumps, got a little top edge on it to slip, something like that. Come back to Todd in a minute. Lythe in, pushed out into the covers where Leech fields, no run. Couple left in the over. And now Todmorden has been in both Lancashire and Yorkshire. It is officially in Yorkshire. I think some townsfolk might still claim they're Lancastrians who've been there for donkey's years. That's swept for a single by Trigo, who's on to 39, 187 for 5. Last ball of the over. I certainly know from the days when my brother was playing Yorkshire second team cricket, that the seconds played there, because I went to watch him play. Lythe in, and that's pushed out into the offside where Tattersall will field.
That's on that little back road between Halifax and Burnley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That little back road, the M62.
All right.
It is. Yeah.
It's a back road if the M62 is blocked and you decide to get to Burnley or Blackburn or somewhere else that might be doing a game of football on a Saturday.
No, you comment. It just reminded me of the Faulty Towers, that back road, the M1. Charles tweets in, I should say, back from lunch and settling down for my siesta while listening to cricket. Come on, lads, it's too evenly balanced at the moment. Looks nice, that paella. And Lily, hope Duane Olivier is bowling good balls at times, then bowls the odd bad one. She's enjoying the commentary.
Yeah, Sophie says basically what you've just said, but she sent it while you were speaking. Todmorden is in Yorkshire. They play in the Lancashire League. Cracking little ground. Yeah, yes, I've seen it. They are prone to the flooding, aren't they? And they... Oh, there's a good catch. Wicket for Olivier. He gets Trigo. Sharp catch in the gully by Harry Brook. Went very, very quickly. And Peter Trigo has gone for 39. Yorkshire strike again. They've got a second bowling bonus point. Nottinghamshire 187 for 6. Wicket's just starting to tumble with a little more frequency here. Peter Trigo caught by Brook. And the decision to bring back Olivier totally justified. Trigo out for 39. We'll give you his figures when we can, but Olivier has 2 for 46. The start of his 14th over. There is Peter Trigo's figures. Batted for 80 minutes, 66 balls faced, and he hit 5 fours in his 39. Sharp bit of work. Good hands from Harry Brook in the gully region. And that accounted for the former Somerset man.
Yeah, it was travelling that. It was a quick delivery, and I dare say Harry Brook will be thanking his luckies that it didn't go a couple of feet either side. Not saying he wouldn't have got it, but that was travelling, and fortunately went pretty much straight in the breadbasket and was snaffled. Depressed at home alone, says a few years ago Lancs played a one-day second-team match against Yorkshire at Todmorden. It was a Lancs home match. They won.
Yeah, and Sophie's been back on. That said, all the footy shirts you see there are Burnley. Yeah, and I thought that was the one.
Well, you sort of get you can imagine, can't you, being Burnley, because obviously they're leagues above Halifax Town. I bet there might have been times in the past when it was a little bit more evenly football shirt clad, perhaps, round the grounds. But obviously Burnley, Halifax not far apart.
There's again, speaking with absolute ignorance, not for the first time. There's another. Is it Almonthwaite or something like that? Another town either just before or just after it. Oh, I went that way once and it was flooded and we all had to turn around and come back. And is it Thwaite or Thwistle or Thistle or? Yeah, I don't know.
There's Slowett near Huddersfield.
No. It was on that road. 187 for 6. So there's Olivier. Samit Patel is the new man, and he's away first ball. We should have had £1 for every time I've seen Samit Patel work that one off his hips. Square of the wicket on the leg side. He's away first ball after a very decent game with the bat. Samit Patel against Derbyshire, 60 odd and 80. Michael H says it's disputed border country. I think I've sort of brought up something here. I've
done it now. Yeah. You've done it now.
The old county borders actually run through the town. It's been used by both counties for second 11 cricket down the years. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, it's all because I thought I could remember not seconds playing at Todmorden, but I wasn't sure who it was against. Olivier to Tom Moores, and he defends it. 188 for 6.
The game I recall seeing Matthew playing in when he got Monty Lynch out was against Surrey, it must have been. So Yorkshire home game. That was a long time ago now. Must have been 1990.
Who playing
like
in? Matthew.
Yeah.
Matthew who?
Deutsch.
Oh.
And Monty was left out of the. Monty played for Surrey, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Must have been left out of the first team. It was the second team game, and I seem to remember him playing in it. I think he got him.
Here comes Olivier. Bowling to Moores. Ooh, that's a quick delivery. I don't think the Notts wicket-keeper batsman pushed at it at all. Chris Morley says he could do with his man Tom getting a decent score in this innings. Yeah, it's been a while for Tom Moores since he passed 50.
Some interesting places around there, but I can't find a Thwaite. There's a Walsden nearby, Cornholme, Eastwood, Mankinholes.
No, on that main road between Halifax and Burnley. Next ball is pushed into the offside. Might be closer to.
There's Mythenroyd.
That's it. That's it. That's what I said. Yeah. Went there one year, maybe a decade or so ago now, and the Lumen Road was blocked and had to virtually go all the way back from where I started and do it all again. 188 for 6. Patel has 1 and Moores 4. How do you pronounce it?
Mythenroyd. Mythenroyd and Hebden Bridge in the news for the wrong reasons quite a lot of times, aren't they, with the flooding, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's it. Next ball, again Moores defends.
I've been down there, Hardcastle Crags, for a walk a few times. Nice part of the world. Who Hole is another interesting name around there as well.
She's who?
Who Hole, H-O-O.
Hoo-ho?
H-O-O, H-O-L-E, Who Hole. And of course, Luddenden and Luddenden Foot. Triangle.
That's the name of a place?
Triangle, yeah.
Is it?
And Sorby Bridge. Sorby and Sorby Bridge. 188 for 6 then. So, Yorkshire have got a chance here, haven't they? They've got Tom Moores, who's faced just 13 deliveries and he's on 4. He's just leaning on his bat at the non-striking end. Samit Patel 1 off 1. They're into the lower middle order now. Lyth skips in. Patel plays positively to leg. Tattersall Fields.
Yeah, it's not just that they're into the lower middle order. They've got 2 new batsmen at the crease. And, they've got rid of set men Clark and then Mullaney and then Trigo as they've got set. They looked a threat, but now all have gone.
Lythen again. Patel with a solid defensive stroke. Back to the bowler. Yeah, Chappell, Ball and Carter, the 3 remaining batsmen. So Yorkshire have still got 76 runs on Notts in this first innings. And, of course, the home side are going to be batting 4th on what will by then be a day 7 or 8 pitch. Patel in, Blythe in, and Patel whips it, I should say, through mid-wicket where Tattersall does a good diving stop.
Yes, and all might be forgotten if Jack Shuck takes a nice 5 for a match-winning 5 in the second innings.
Lythen again, and Patel looking to score all the time here, but turns it to Jordan Thompson, backward of square, no run. Little jog round the side of the field by one of the Yorkshire staff. It's Koo Bansell bringing a drink out by the looks of things for Duan Olivier, who's out on the point boundary, but not brought into play here. It's a 3-man game, more or less, at the moment. Lyth bowled it, Patel turned it to leg, and Tattersall fielded it. Last ball of the 58th over then. And Lyth in, and again, it's the same 2 men. Patel turning it to Tattersall. End of the over, 188 for 6. Chris H. / Englander has also tweeted, all the talk of borders on com, the most famous son of Todmorden, Hampshire's very own all-time wicket taker, Derek Shackleton.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, he was a fine county bowler in the 50s, 60s, maybe early 70s.
Yep.
I would have seen Shackleton bowling sort of back in the early days of watching cricket here. Olivier's going to continue, and why not? He's just taken a wicket. Tom Moores is on strike. Left-handers on 4. Let's go through to the keeper. Samit Patel at the other end, by the way. This is his 228th first-class game for Nottinghamshire. This is his 22nd match against Yorkshire, and that equals the most. He's also played now 22 against Somerset, 22 against Yorkshire, and interestingly, he's never scored 100 against Yorkshire. I'm not saying he'll do it now, I'm just pointing out. He scored 100 against most of them, but his highest is 96. That was at Headingley in 2010. This one's clipped away on the leg side, and that was when he shared in that big partnership with Dave Hussey, who got 250 odd in Nottinghamshire's championship winning year. Single to Moores, 189 for 6. But Sammett's had a pretty lean time of things against Yorkshire, only averaging 18 across the years, and again that's a lot lower than it is against most counties. And I think I'm right in saying that he's only 2 pairs in first class cricket. Both have come against Yorkshire.
Well, when I were bowling from Duckett Lane end, no chance.
189 for 6. Olivier on strike. Patel is the batsman, just chops it down into the ground. That certainly looked like a crowd catch.
It did, didn't it? For a moment, the commentator almost got involved as well.
It went to the safe hands of Brook in the gully. That was a sharp catch to get rid of Peter Trigo, but sometimes the most instinctive ones, those that hit very quickly straight to you, you've no time to sort of think about it. You just do what comes naturally, put the hands up into the same position you've practiced 1,000 times before, and take them cleanly. Next ball, again sees Patel get into a good position to play it, nudges it up to mid-on, and he remains on 1. It's another one, Samet, that is always happier when he's been in a little while, got 10 runs under his name, likely to fret a little bit if he's kept quiet on 1 for a while without scoring.
Which is something obviously Yorkshire will be aware of as well, you would have thought. Try and just tie him down early.
Here's Ollie Fiat. Tim Robinson is the umpire, and well, that was a fairly loose waft at a ball from Samet Patel. He couldn't be 100% certain that he wasn't playing at that, because it certainly looked like he was, but it was very, very high above his head. Had a right old waft through.
He re-rehearsed the shot, and when he did, it appeared to be disappearing over the U Energy stand, in his head at least.
It's interesting that Yorkshire have got the debutant, young Dominic Leech, young eyes, out there on the deep square leg boundary, because I mentioned before, Samet playing it in that area. He's very much in play. In fact, he's going to be in play now, but he's going to go after it and field it on the ground, and they settle for just 1 run. In comes a fairly deep throw. Lots of people asking me why Samet batted at 8 last week, and again, why is he on the card for 8 this week? Well, he had such a wretched run of form last year. They popped Peter Trigo and Tom Moores in ahead of him. So we welcome back listeners to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra with the score Nottinghamshire 190 for 6 now, 10 runs away from the first batting point, but more significantly they're still 74 runs behind Yorkshire, who scored 264 yesterday. The men at the crease, Samet Patel, who's on 2, Tom Moores, the young wicket keeper, is on 5. Adam Lythe is bowling at the moment to Samet Patel, who drops it down on the leg side, and the last couple of wickets to go down. Stephen Mullaney for 50, LBW sweeping to Adam Lythe. That was 163 for 5, and then Peter Trigo smartly caught in the gully by Harry Brook off Dwan Olivier for 39. Here's Lythe in. And Patel has got after this, cries of catch it, but he's hit it over the ring, over mid-on, who was certainly up Jack shot. It's gone away for 4. Nice shot by Samet Patel, Jonathan.
Yeah, good use of feet. And, well, just gave him a bit of width in the Adam Lythe, so he was able to get in the full swing of the, probably about a 5 iron to get it down there. 194 for 6. Jack Shutt was, well, they're trying to get him in the position they want him. He was a little bit wider. He's about 5 metres in from this Radcliffe Road end boundary as Patel turns his next one to Harry Brook at short leg. And there's no run. We've got an email in from John, which I'll get to in a moment as well. Just 3 left in this Adam Lythe over. Shutt has been brought in an extra 5 metres, so he's probably 10 a dozen in from the long on boundary as this next Lythe delivery just angled across Patel, and with the spin he flicks it off the hip down to Jordan Thompson, who's at backward square leg. No run. Lyth has a think and then comes in again. That's, well, I'll tell you what, Samit Patel playing that from the crease didn't look to bounce a lot, and he had to chop the bat down quite sharply in the end. Hit it into the shins of the shin padded Harry Brook, who's in there at short leg. No run, and Lyth for the final ball of the over with the Nottingham sun shining is driven out to wideish mid-off where Patterson fields. They get a single there. Patel 7, Moores 5, 195 for 6. And John says, regarding Yorkshire and Lancashire border towns, I remember going to the point-to-point racecourse at Gisborne, now defunct a few times. I believe Gisborne is a village within a Lancashire borough, but historically was classed as the West Riding of Yorkshire. So much was confusion in the point-to-point community. Both the North West and Yorkshire PTP area committees included Gisborne in their fixture calendars. There you go. You get these places, don't you?
You do.
Just who owns it? Who does it belong to? To whom does it belong? To whom do you belong, Kevin Hells? Shropshire. Shropshire.
Yes, you mention these places and it stirs up all sorts of emotions and people getting excited about all sorts of things. The Robin Hood County 195 for 6 here at Trent Bridge, with Samit Patel on 7, Tom Moores on 5. Dwan Olivier going to bowl to Patel, came in at number 8, and he has pulled this one away. Lots of space out there on the leg side in front of square, and he's got hold of that, nicely controlled it. Patel gets himself a boundary and takes knots up to 199 for 6, one short of a first batting bonus point.
And again, the echo in evidence ringing around Trent Bridge with the lack of crowd. Played it well, Samit Patel. Dwan Olivier hasn't been shy of digging some in. He's had a pop at Patel himself, hasn't he? And of course hit Peter Trigo on the lid before he was dismissed.
2 wickets for Olivier, Duckett and Trigo. Next ball short, pulled away again by Patel. Again the roll of the wrist. Jack shut down here in front of the main board, or the larger board here at Trent Bridge, the one as we look from the Radcliffe Road end to the left of this stand. He does the fielding, and that's the 200 up to absolutely no applause whatsoever, because apart from a handful of coaching staff, there's nobody in the ground watching. Great shame, but those of you at home from a Nottinghamshire persuasion, I'm sure will be applauding them nonetheless. 200 for 6, Notts beginning the day 13 for 1. Tom Moores back on strike. Nudges it back to Olivier. 5 overs after this one to go until the tea interval on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leeds online, BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, and through the live streams being broadcast by Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, either through their website or through YouTube. However you're listening to us, or watching the pictures, a very good afternoon from Trent Bridge, where the weather continues to improve. Olivier bowls, nice firm clip off the bat from Moores, and he's unlucky to pick out mid-on. No addition to the total. Notts trailed by 64 with 3 to come. Chappell, Ball and Carter, but they could come Carter, Ball, Chappell, Carter, Chappell, Ball, Chappell, etc, etc, because not an awful lot in it between them. Zach Chappell's had a first-class score of 96 from his Leicestershire days, but not scored many runs for a while. Matt Carter can whack a long ball. This one's banged in short, goes harmlessly through to the keeper. And Jake Ball last week coming in at 10 scored 34 and 22, batted very nicely and very sensibly with the lower order, so it remains to be seen how they'll construct the lower order and send them out. Meanwhile they'll be hoping they don't have to, because Patel and Moores, two recognised batsmen, although Moores certainly in need of a score. Been a while since he's past 50, as I was saying. Next ball is driven into the offside, no run. Nice stop by the debutant Dominic Leech. End of the over. 200 for 6, Nottinghamshire. And we've had 61 overs in the innings.
Yeah, probably feel that Dominic Leech as well, because Tom Moore's got everything behind it, struck it well. Premier League has tweeted us. At Brace Cricket, at Jonathan Doidge, at Kevin Howell 7 says, can you say hi to my mum, who goes by the name of Jackie Martin, missing her cricket, avid Yorkshire fan, but managed to stream it to her TV in Sherburn in Elmet, out the east side of Leeds. And on another subject, says Chris Stroke Englander, in regards to Brian Close, in one of those word plays that arises in the game every once in a while, it's nice to see Jack Shutt playing for Yorkshire, so they can now count Close and Shutt among their long historical body of players. Dave's got an update.
Have indeed, yes. We're just 5 overs away from the players going off for their cup of tea and slice of Battenberg, and Nottinghamshire are 200 for 6. They've just brought up their first batting bonus point with Samit Patel and Tom Moores at the crease. Patel on 12, Moores on 5. This pair tasked with rebuilding the innings after Nottinghamshire lost 3 players during the afternoon, who were all nicely set. Joe Clark run out for 35. Stephen Mullaney out LBW sweeping for exactly 50. And Peter Trigo, the latest to go, a sharp catch in the gully region. That's off the bowling of Dwan Olivier, who's continued to impress for Yorkshire. The sun is out at Trent Bridge. It couldn't be more splendid here, except we're missing the spectators. Nottinghamshire with a single move on to 201 for 6. That's just 63 behind.
And of course, Brian Close and Jack Shutt. Close and Shutt, I guess, was what Chris was angling at, as Adam Lyth angles this one into the legs of Tom Moores, who turns it square on the leg side, and through for a single. Patel back on strike, then 13. Moores, that one took him on to 6. 202 for 6. Kev returns as Lyth is in again, and Samit Patel turns that into mid-wicket, where Johnny Tattersall does a little bit of a jig over and around the ball. Lyth does a bit of juggling, not particularly successful, before picking the ball off the floor and coming in again to Patel, and that was in the air a little moment as he turned it through the short leg area. Harry Brook, probably, if he'd have stayed down, he was slightly on the way up as the ball went by. Looked like he was, at least. He might have got something on that. 202 for 6 as Lyth is in again, this time whipped more positively to mid-wicket by Samit Patel. Milan in off the boundary at mid-wicket, keeps them to 1. It was the end of the 62nd over. Patel 14, Moores on 6. 203 for 6. Still 36 overs remaining in the day, so 4 more before the tea break. Now there's a little bit of conference going on among the Yorkshire senior players. Skipper Steve Patterson, Adam Lyth, Johnny Bairstow also getting involved, and that is because they were discussing a change of bowling. Dwan Olivier had been on at the pavilion end, but it's now been replaced by Jack Shutt, who's had a go at the Radcliffe Road end earlier in the day, or earlier in the session. Didn't get a bowl this morning. And well, so far he's bowled 6 overs for 31, and his figures probably a fair representation of what he produced, just couldn't seem to settle in. He's not yet taken a first-class wicket. It's his second match. Yorkshire supporters hoping they can do so here.
And he bowls to Patel, who will look for runs out on the onside. Won't get any. 203 for 6 he remains. It's warming up again. It's turning into a hot afternoon. No complaints. It's a beautiful picture out, looking out over Trent Bridge at the moment. Shutt is in and bowls. Patel goes down leg side and he helps it on its way. I'm not too sure how much bat he did get on that in the end, but it's going to go over the boundary rope now, and it does so, and it's going to be given as wide. So the answer to that question is no bat at all. on that one, but it's 4 more to the total. And this is where young Shutters has struggled really with his direction, hasn't he? He's obviously very young, and we're not going to be picking anything. Just saying that's one of the areas he's. Well, I say too many. There have been 1 or 2 too many gone down that way.
Yeah, just
coming around the wicket into Patel now, and he helps it on its way in the same direction. This time he does get bat on that to force it over the boundary rope just down in front of us. So that's successive 4s, but that one off the bat to steer Nottinghamshire to 212 for 6. They're edging closer to parity, 52 behind now, and Patel has moved on to 18.
Yeah, and I've got to say I'm really feeling for Jack Shutt here. He walked off back to his mark with the teapot. He's walked back up to the crease. He's just rubbed his hands in the dry stuff round about the crease area near Tim Robinson. Back to his mark again. He just needs something, anything. He'd take a bad bowler to get a wicket here, wouldn't he? Just to get something on the board in his name.
Around the wicket again to Patel. Fires that one in, and he's been caught, has he? Helped on its way by Patel. They look to the umpire. Well, he swung his bat at it. I have to say I didn't hear anything. The way it looks as if perhaps there was a catch to be taken by Bairstow. He took the catch, but I didn't hear any noise. You're taking a look at the replay. Anyway, it's not out. And talk of the ball that may be. Got in. He was looking just to help it on its way again, Patel. I am not convinced either that he did actually get anything on that, but they certainly got excited for a moment or two. England says me. Yorkshire, as Patel just steers that round the corner down towards fine leg, and to get a single.
Don't apologise for confusing Yorkshire and England.
I have every reason to apologise. It's Yorkshire I'm watching, not England. 213 for 6. And Patel gets himself a single there. An eventful over from one way or another from young Jack Shutt here at the moment. 2 balls remaining of this over.
Yeah, just as I say, feeling for him, and he'd have taken that, and presumably partly why he was getting so excited when he thought that Patel had hit it. But I've got to say, had he hit it, that would have been an absolutely sensational catch by Johnny Bairstow.
2 slips go down, and this time it's driven by Moores out towards deep extra cover. And they get a single.
Unless it was just sheer fluke that he got something on it and it landed straight in the keeper's gloves. Because to react with the time he had, if he'd have got any power on the shot.
Shot into Patel again. Patel plays back down into the ground, up onto the chest of Harry Brook at short leg. At the end of the over, 214 for 6. Patel on 19, Moores on 7. And Shutt has bowled 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 42. All part of the learning process, but it's not really gone his way so far today.
No, so going for 1 a ball, which is, well, they're chipping away at the Notts' first innings wickets here, but I think there's no doubt about it. They would have wanted their young off-spinner to have joined in with a wicket or 2 by now, or at least to bowl with a little bit more control. But it's early days for him. Needs the opportunity. Here's Lythe in. That's a lovely shot, flat batted really out to cover by Tom Moores, but with control. Single from that takes him to 8. 215 for 6. They're just chewing away at that Yorkshire lead, which is now down to 49. Still the 4 wickets in hand. Shutt has been dispatched again into the deep. He's about a dozen metres in from the long on boundary as Adam Lythe skips in again and can't prevent a single off his own bowling, despite the fact he was diving to his right. Samit Patel gets it to Shutt at long on in the end and moves on to 20. 216 for 6.
For those listening on Sports Extra, you know that we disappeared from this game. I updated you on your wickets, but disappeared to Northants, where that game already in its final innings, not even at tea on the second day. Latest score, I've got Northants 69 for 3, need a further 253 against Somerset.
In comes Lythe. There are 2 slips waiting. The one who's the shorter of the pair is kneeling down and took that as well. Harry Brook already taken a peach of a catch to dismiss Peter Trigg off the bowling of Ollie Fear, but it's Lyth who's bowling now, and another flat-batted shot through cover, I should say, by Tom Moores. Takes him on to 9, 217 for 6.
If you missed it earlier on that commentary, Anthony Gibson, our colleague from BBC Somerset, just wondering whether that might be Jamie Overton's last game for Somerset. No, Surrey are really struggling for numbers, aren't they, at the moment?
Yeah, Lyth in, and Patel goes back to this and flicks it round the corner. Thompson with another smart piece of fielding, not quite as smart as it was with his run out earlier because this disappeared wide of the stumps. Johnny Bairstow couldn't reel it in. Didn't cost any runs though.
Significant of that is that Jamie Overton is off to Surrey at the end of the season, but talk of the possible loan already with him on his way. Now, that's sort of Surrey's problem, not Somerset's, isn't it? But
absolutely, yeah. Lyth in, and Moores finishes the over with a solid defensive stroke, so 218 for 6 after 64. The scoreboard says Nottinghamshire trail by 46 runs. Yeah, Surrey in trouble personnel-wise, aren't they, at the moment, and clearly will want somebody of his quality to go that little bit earlier.
34 overs remaining, so another 2 for tea. It's so quiet around, even the road. Mind you, it's a Sunday afternoon. That road's probably as busy as I've seen it over the weekend. It runs away to our right-hand side, but it's still so quiet around this beautiful part of Nottingham.
Yeah, no shortage of people just down the road in West Bridgeford last night, sitting outside the bars and cafes.
Shot bowls again down the leg side, and he's given a wide.
That's 2 now he's given down the leg side.
That wasn't very wide, but there have been a lot of them.
Yeah, but again, it's just, you know, you're feeling for Jack Shutt because it's just not coming out the way we've seen him bowl, certainly in white ball cricket previously anyway, with a bit more control.
Again, he's trying to fire it in now, isn't he? And that one is worked away square on the leg side by Sami Patel. He'll get a single. Takes the score to 220 for 6. Patel's up to 22.
Anybody who's bowled in a game of cricket, whatever level you've played at, you've had these days where it's just not happening, and sometimes you want the ground to open up and swallow your whole.
Sure, he's young. Moores is on strike right now, and again fires that one in full and turned away onto the leg side by Moores. He'll just be happy just to get it in the area of the wickets, won't he, at the moment, the stumps.
Yeah, you just want 3. Sometimes it's just 2-3 deliveries in a row that you feel like, yeah, okay, that feels right. It's going out right now.
Then again, maybe gave that one just a little bit more air, but not too much more on the leg stump. And at no run. Patel and Moores have put on 33 of 52 deliveries. Nottinghamshire trail by 44 runs. Nicely balanced this at the moment. 4 wickets standing for the home side, and it's the spin of Shutt who's in, and that's hit on sort of the half volley again. That had a bit more air to it, but they're on the off stump. Moores perhaps thinks he could have made more of that, but he drives it straight to extra cover. And again, young Shutt. Words of encouragement for the youngster out there. Moores is on 9. He faces Shutt now. Shutt again, a little bit quicker and short, and that's been hammered away on the offside square for 4 runs. Square cut and over the boundary rope. So a bit too much width on that one. But he sort of darted a couple in, very full. And then in fairness, he could easily have just carried on doing that for the over, but he did try and mix it up a little bit. It's 224 for 6, trail by 40 runs now.
Yeah, just a little bit too short as well as a little bit too much width. It was shaping up a little better this over, but that's a bit of a blow.
Harry Brook down on his knees at slip. Got Lyth. Well, Lyth at sort of technically first slip. He got Brook at second down on his knees in a position that Marcus Trescothick made his own for a period of time there at Somerset. A little bit of width again out onto the offside. There'll just be 1 this time to the man on the cover boundary. And 225 for 6. And they trail by 39 runs. Patel on 22. Moores on 14, and Shutt's figures are 8 overs, no wicket, 49 runs. Do you know what I would quite like to see is somebody actually just running up to him at the end of an over and just giving him a tap on the shoulder or something.
Yeah, I can see why you'd say that, because he is left to wander alone, and
that's what it looks. Maybe they are saying, I can't hear everything in the empty ground what they're saying, but I just would have. I haven't seen it in the last couple of overs. Maybe I missed it. I don't know.
No, you don't know. Jack Shutwell did a couple of pieces with him last year when he was playing and doing well in the white ball stuff, but just looks to me like he's feeling it. He walked away. He's got it at the moment. He's got one arm folded across.
Figure.
Yeah,
he's a lonely figure at the moment, doesn't he?
He's got his right arm folded across his middle, and he's got his chin resting on his left hand, and he looked up at the heavens a couple of times as he walked down towards this Radcliffe Road end. He's now got the double teapot. He's going through it in his mind. It's just frustration and just that will to get a wicket. Here is Lyth from this Radcliffe Road end. Then it'll be the final over before lunch, before tea even. Wishful thinking, stepping back in time, and Tom Moores cuts that out into the deep on the cover boundary and picks up a comfortable single. But in one sense, Jack Shutt doesn't know whether he's coming or going with the ball in his hand. It's similar in the field here, because he's up and back for the left or right hander. He's back for the Samit Patel, disappears out beyond our view down at long on, but Patel pushes this to Tattersall mid-wicket, who then signals to Duan Olivier, who's unusually but out there posted on the mid-wicket boundary, to move around to his left about 10 metres, which he does. And that one turns sharply from Lyth, but unfortunately it landed in the wrong place and ended up well down the leg side of Samit Patel. 3 left in the session. Patel 22, Moores 15. Nottinghamshire 226 for 6, and Patel this time strides forward and works this into the yawning gap through mid-on. Shutt is in from long on to field, and they stroll through for one more. As Kevin says, 8 overs for 49, so just over 1 a ball Jack Shutt in this spell today. Lyth 1 for 34, and with that delivery to Moores, which was pushed into the offside and no run, he has 1 left in his 10th over. Last ball of the session. Can Yorkshire take one with them here? 2 slips waiting eagerly. There's a man in a catching position just in front of point, and Moores plays an attacking stroke. Last ball of the session. It was a little bit loose from Adam Lyth, wide of off stump. He's got his head in his hands, but it's disappearing over the extra cover boundary for 4. Good way to finish the session for Nottinghamshire. Moores on to 19. Patel will end it on 23. And Nottinghamshire will end it on 231 for 6, trailing by 33.
OK, Joe Clark was run out. Excellent piece of fielding from Jordan Thompson. Side on, ended a partnership of 60. Direct throw from Thompson. He was out for 35 with Joe Clark. That partnership with Stephen Mullaney, who eventually went LBW to Lyth. Looking to sweep, he went for exactly 50. Partnership of 48 with Peter Trigo. Trigo on 33 could have been caught, but by gum, that would have been a stunner. Absolute blinder, but he got his hands to it. Did Johnny Tattersall, a backward point. Couldn't keep hold of it, and mainly because it was racing. Gosh, what a catch that would. Anyway, he wasn't taken on 33, he was taken on 39. Caught by Brook at Gully was Peter Trigo. Off the bowling of Duan Olivier, and that leaves Nottinghamshire at 231 for 6. Patel on 23, Moores on 19. This is a partnership with 44 runs already. They trail by 33 runs. Dave Bracegirdle and Jonathan Doidge will be back with you as soon as play resumes for the third and final session today. For the listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra, we've got a chance to hear just a little bit of one of the many views from the boundary which you can get as part of the wonderful series this summer, looking back on some of those guests that have joined us. What I'll do before we go to that is just run through some scores elsewhere. Durham against Lancashire. Lancashire 193 for 5. They lead by 13 runs. A tea at Leicester. Derbyshire going well, 287 for 5. A lead of 88 runs, although they have lost some wickets there leading up to that interval.
for 6. Well, everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The players are on their way out to the middle, following behind the umpires. Well, apart from Adam Lythe, who goes sprinting after them. I wonder if Adam Lythe's left his cap down on the boundary here somewhere, because he's left all the other players behind and has come all the way down below us, the Radcliffe Road end of the ground. I fancy he's after his cap. He's perhaps been told by Stephen Patterson that he's not going to be having a bit of a bowl for a while. Did a good job this afternoon with the ball. Adam Lythe got rid of Stephen Mullaney. Samit Patel and Tom Moores are the 2 batsmen, and Yorkshire going back to Dominic Leech. We're nearing parity in this game. Yorkshire 264 all out. Nottinghamshire just about to resume on 231 for 6. Kevin Howells will be with us before too long, but to get us up and running, opening the batting for the commentary team since tea for this final session of the second day. Welcome back to Jonathan Doidge.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, it's nicely poised yet again, isn't it, really? Not trailing by those 33. If they get in front without losing another wicket, they might fancy a lead of, who knows, 50 plus, or obviously want as many as they can get. Having to bat 4th here, we shall see, as Leech is in first ball of the evening session then on day 2. And Samit Patel just pushes this one back down the pitch to the bowler. And there's no run. He showed a bit of promise early doors. Dominic Leech today, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. The odd loose delivery has been dispatched, and part of the 24 as well are a series of no balls that he's bowled. So he's given a few away, a few freebies. But he got that wicket, the all-important wicket, of course, earlier on of Hasib Hamid, as Patel drops his next ball into the leg side. And we welcome back listeners of BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, along with those on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations. Day 2 of this Bob Willis Trophy North Group match. Yorkshire made 264 yesterday. Nottinghamshire 231 for 6. Samit Patel 23. Tom Moores 19. And first class debutant Dominic Leech back into the attack for Yorkshire from the pavilion end. And he's up there with a good length ball, but wide of off stump, and Patel not drawn into playing a shot. He played some good strokes. He was also maybe just a little bit at times rushed by 1 or 2 of the deliveries that Dwan Ollie Fear bowled from the pavilion end. Quickest bowler in the in the match, although Zach Chappell might have a word or two to say about that, because he certainly must have clocked up a fair few miles per hour himself yesterday for Notts. But here's Leech again, and speaking of which, Dominic Leech, in case you missed it when I mentioned it this morning, speaking to Yorkshire bowling coach Richard Pyra, and they've been putting their faster bowlers or their seam bowlers through a pace programme. I think that they got him up an average of about 9 miles per hour a delivery with whatever work they were doing with Dominic Leech during the winter. So he's gone from mid to high 70s to mid 80s. It certainly looks around about that as he's bustling in from the pavilion end again. That's up there to drive for Patel, but just a little bit too full. He hits it into the ground, bounces over Leech in his follow through, and Patterson does the fielding and a bit of stretching afterwards.
James Spring's been in touch on Twitter, sent a photograph of his large TV screen that he's watching on from sunny Weymouth, praying Notts can end their long winless run. Remember, there are pictures available, the live stream through the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. It's free. You'll just have to pop in your email address and you can watch the live pictures.
Leech in, straight, and Patel turns it to leg where Tattersall will field, and that will bring up the end of the first over of the evening session. Then 67 now bowled by Yorkshire in this Notts first innings, 231 for 6. Yorkie Yippee tweets. You can do the same on @Jonathan Doidge, @Brace Cricket, and @Kevin Howells 7. He says, where's left armour Logan? He bowled well versus Warwickshire at York last year. Gets stacks of wickets in the second team. I know he had a bad injury, but now, yeah, he's still struggling. Not sure if it's the same injury, to be honest, but he has been struggling with injury of late and therefore isn't fit at the moment.
John Holt is also watching the live stream, former Notts physio. Good to have you with us, mate. Could you do everybody a favour, me especially, and just remind the listeners of the email address, because I know the Yorkshire supporters are very familiar with it, but I know one or two of the Notts fans do like to get in touch via email, and if they can use yours, it will just help them, I'm sure.
Yep, BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Steve Patterson bringing himself back into the attack for Yorkshire from this Radcliffe Road end.
Good to hear from you. If anybody wants to get in touch this sunny Sunday afternoon. Was that a Kinks song? It was something like that, wasn't it? It was lazy Sunday afternoon as Patterson round the wicket from this Radcliffe Road end, bowling to Tom Moores, who just leans on the front foot and defends. 231 for 6. It's the 68th over of the innings. Obviously Yorkshire will be hoping they bowl Notts out before, but it is mathematically possible that they could take a second new ball in this session. 90 overs it becomes due now, rather than 80 that we've had in previous seasons. It's Patterson to bowl to Moores, and it's defended, so Patterson will just have to be aware of how he uses Olivier in this session.
I thought the Kinks, lazy Sunday afternoon.
Oh, go on, you.
Small faces.
Oh, right. Good shout, Steve Marriott. Very good. Yes, by no means take anything I say as gospel. Always worth checking. Memory's going, you know. Here's Patterson, squad number 17, bowling to Tom Moores, and again no inclination of an aggressive shot, just happy to block and play himself into this final session, looking to support Samit Patel where he can, and I'm sure if Tom Moores does get his eye in and gets the opportunity to start unleashing one or two big shots, his game will improve massively. He's a confident young player when it's coming onto the bat. I've not seen that side of him in red ball cricket for a while, and on cue he slaps this away on the offside, and just a little unlucky there because that's a decent stop by Jordan Thompson at backward point. Thompson, who produced probably the champagne moment of the day, as they like to say on Test Match Special. A brilliant pick-up, clean pick-up and throw all in one movement to run out Joe Clark. straight after lunch. Clark out for 35. It was a sharp single. They were taking him on, but Jordan Thompson showed why they shouldn't have done. Brilliant work. Here's Patterson round the wicket again to Moores, and once more he blocks.
What do we call it then when it's local radio commentators? Is it the Pomain, the Pomain moment? You remember Pomain? Does Pomain still exist? It's not something you hear about anymore, but it used to be available at all the local summer fairs, didn't it? It was always in a tombola and that sort of stuff. Pomain.
Sort of thing that your auntie or your granny would have at a wedding.
Along with a Lambrusco.
Next ball from Patterson. Dropped on the leg side. There's no run there. 231 for 6, Nottinghamshire. I was just thinking that score looks familiar. Of course, that was the T score, so I've been saying it in reports for the last half an hour or so. They've not added to the interval score. Patel and Tom Moore's having a bit of a chat. And just to repeat, if you weren't with us, Samit Patel batting at 8. He's had a lean time of things in the last season or two for Nottinghamshire. They tried him at 8 last week and scored 60 odd and 80. So what do they say? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Stick him in at 8 again this week.
Dominic Leech in again then for the first ball of this over from the pavilion end. It's a little bit leg sideish and tucked down to fine leg by Samit Patel in controlled fashion. It's going to be interesting to see what Yorkshire do here with their bowlers, given that Jack Shutt in the team as their specialist off spinner hasn't yet managed to sort of hit his straps, I guess, settle into any sort of form or confidence. And
no,
so,
he's struggled today, hasn't he, to be fair?
So with 29, almost 30 overs remaining before any new ball and only 4 wickets remaining, you'd want to take these 4 wickets. You certainly wouldn't want to be bowling all those 30 overs, I wouldn't have thought, because Notts by then will be fairly well on into a lead. So Leech in. Oh, he's got an inside edge on this one as Tom Moores, and he's going to pick up 4. It was just wide of off stump, but of course with the inside edge it went to the right of Johnny Bairstow. No chance for him. And you may well have heard the rattle into the advertising hoarding beneath our feet here at the Radcliffe Road end. So Moores moves on to 23 with a streaky boundary. First runs of the final session. 2-3-6 for 6.
That's the word I just got lined up to use. Streaky. Really was, wasn't it? Got away with one there.
Now there are 2 slips in place. Tom Kohler-Cadmore retrieved the ball. They've got this strange sight as well. I was talking about it last week at Durham. Something that you don't normally see in professional sport when a ball disappears off the field of play, but players having to go fetch it themselves. There were some comical moments actually at Durham with their sort of permanent temporary stand, if you like, out on the Lumley Castle side of the ground, where the seats had been removed and players were having to go along within the confines of the stand to get balls that had been hit for boundaries. Here's Leech again, wide of off stump. Moores straight onto that and gets it away backward of point, but Jordan Thompson had been positioned out there to sweep and keeps them to a single. 7th wicket partnership is worth 50 then from 76 deliveries between Samit Patel, who's contributed 24 of them, and Tom Moores, who has contributed 20 of them.
Yeah, succession of decent partnerships today, a 60 and a 48 and now a 50. They're getting Notts up to where they want to be, but they could have done with one really big stand.
Leech in, that's full and straight. Patel pushes back up the pitch past the bowler, there's no run.
As it stands, they're 27 runs away from Yorkshire. Every possibility, every chance they can go on and get a first innings lead, but equally likely 1 wicket goes down, and you can see 9, 10 and 11 on the day that you need them really to wag, might just follow each other back.
Here comes Leech once more. Has he got the edge? Patel had a little waft at this one wide of off stump and then throws his bat round in his hand, swipes at thin air in annoyance with himself really, because that wasn't far off a feather through to Johnny Bairstow, or maybe a thicker edge to either Kohler-Cadmore or Lythe. It was the length really that drew him into going at the shot width-wise. Both batsmen on 24. It's Patel on strike. Last ball of the 69th over. Leech in now. Wide of off stump. And again, he has a little swish at this one. It was wider still. So wide that Bairstow took it in front of Tom Kohler-Cavmore at first slip. End of the over then. Notts trailing by 27 at 237 for 6. And Charles on the Pomain front tweets, Pomain was a fancy name for fuzzy cider by brackets, I think, bulkers, and is no more, I think. Yorkshire need wickets. It's becoming very disappointing, he says. I wouldn't say that. Not disappointing, is it, for either team? I don't think at the moment. We've not got to the disappointment stage, surely. Surely. Still 2 days to be disappointed, Charles.
Charles very much a glass half empty sort of fella. Patterson round the wicket, balls. This has gone through to the keeper. There's a lot more things to be disappointed about in the world right now than where we are. Just in the 6th session of 12 in this Bob Willis Trophy game. A shortened season, as we are all too well aware. But good to see fairly close contests, some real battles between bat and ball here as Patel, I beg your pardon, Moores again defends. Moores on 24, Patel also on 24. Even split in this 50-run partnership for Nottinghamshire's 7th wicket. Chris Nash out last night. A couple of big wickets this morning for Yorkshire. Ben Duckett out for 4 to Dwan Olivier. Hasiba Mead out for 21 to Dominic Leech. This afternoon that run out of Clark, and then Mulaney and Trigo followed. There's Patterson in again, and forcing shot on the back foot from Moores. Stopped at backward point again. Is that Thompson again?
Yep.
How many Thompsons are there out there? It just seems whenever there's an attacking shot which has the potential to reach a boundary, the intervention is made by number 44.
You get the impression he likes to be in the game?
I've got the impression he's going to be a key player, not just in this game, but in those that are come in the years to come. Patterson bowls. Nice looking block from Tom Moores. Saw him working this morning with his dad, Notts head coach Peter Moores. Had a lengthy net. Did young Tom. Missed out both innings last week against Derbyshire. Love to get back to sort of the free scoring Tom Moores we saw in 2018, a magnificent century at Taunton and a quick fire 80 odd at Chelmsford against Essex. That was the last match that Nottinghamshire won, by the way. A terrific spree of run scoring from Moores around that period, as this one goes through to wicket-keeper Bairstow. But he struggled in the red ball game since then, at a lean time of things in 2019, and missing out last week, I guess. Just brings back those memories. 15 and 7 he scored last week, and last season 347 first-class runs at a touch under 14, and he's a much better player than that. But of course, the statistics say he isn't. So you've got to turn it around yourself as an aeroplane goes, as I'm sure you can hear overhead, which gives me an opportunity to look skywards, and it is getting bluer and bluer by the second up there. Just turn the effects microphone down a little bit, because whatever that is fairly close, or sounds to be fairly close to the top of the Radcliffe Road stand. We can't see it, can we? Although James Middlebrook is looking skywards. The umpire, no, I can't see it.
Ted Moult, it's was it the helicopter?
Ted Moult?
That's a long time ago now.
Crikey.
It sounded like a chopper overhead.
That was out in the Yorkshire Moors somewhere. Was that a housing company?
Yeah.
237 for 6.
Here's Leech. Patel on the front foot pushes it up to Patterson at mid-off, no run. Yeah, it was. It was fit the best, if you remember.
That's right, yeah. Well, in Newark.
Oh, was it Was it housing? Yeah, you did say housing then, didn't you? Yeah, was it?
Oh, or was it double
Barrett's
glazing?
housing?
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. There's a Lord Ted public house in Newark named after him, Ted Malt.
So Patel waits. Absolutely still in his stance and now starts to move as Leech approaches but bowls another no ball, which he just chastised himself for as he turned back to walk to his mark. They've got an extra run off it as well. Patel through mid-wicket, where who else but Jordan Thompson did the fielding. 2-3-8 for 6 now, Nottinghamshire, trailing by 26. Jeff has mailed in, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. He says, "Hi there, I'm one of your visually impaired Yorkshire fans who rely absolutely on your online commentaries. Please keep up the excellent work. We'll do our best." Thanks, Jeff, for the appreciation. Tom Moore's on strike now, the left-handed Tom Moore's, of course, still 2 slips in place. With still a mainly ring fielder is Jordan Thompson out on the point boundary and could have been brought into play there had Moore's made contact. Having to reach for that delivery wide of off stump. Mike Goulder.
Yeah. Go on, read it, because that's spooky. I was just going to mention Mike. Go on.
Says, although Notts have not met Yorkshire in a first-class game at Shore Lane, Barnsley, they did meet in Benson and Hedges Cup cricket there in May 1975. Yorkshire winning by 8 wickets.
Thanks, Mike. And I was just going to say, and before I go any further, I should mention that during the tea interval, I had a nice present from Mike sent up.
In comes Leech round the wicket again to Moores, who's able to watch that go wide of off stump.
Thanks very much, Mike. Taken receipt of the 2020 Nottinghamshire Cricket Annual sent up. There's a card there as well. I've not opened it yet, but many thanks. I shall enjoy reading that, and once again, I really appreciate it. And thanks to Bill Russell for bringing it as well. 240 for 6. Good work from Mike. I know there's a team of volunteers that have been putting the annual, the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club annual together over the last couple of years and done a great job.
Here's Leech, Moores, square drive, brings Jordan Thompson into play once again, who will keep them to a single. Moores on to 25. In fact, both batsmen have that score. 241 for 6. John Logan has emailed. He says, "I do like the idea of a low-grade champagne moment called the Pomaine moment. However, a misconception of Pomaine was that it was actually cider, not sparkling wine. It's not sold anymore and was made by Bulmers, apparently. Other cider-making companies, of course, are available." If I can throw another drink in the mix, it's Emver Cream Sherry. Can't remember that.
241 for 6.
Back to over the wicket, Dominic Leech to the right-handed Samit Patel, who's back and across and pulls this, but not particularly timing it as well as he might. And it goes no further than Jordan Thompson yet again at mid-wicket. It's almost as if it's pre-arranged, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. I'm just moving here. Just hit the ball to me, please.
You mentioned Ted Malt. We've got 1 or 2 people getting in touch just to confirm what he was actually advertising.
And Dominic Leech in again. Patel wants to drive this through extra cover and does his best to do so. He played a nice shot, but Johnny Tadasel, who maybe hasn't been grabbing the headlines quite that Jordan Thompson has in the field, has still fielded very well for Yorkshire and made a good stop.
Trevor says, "Afternoon, chaps. Been another enthralling day's cricket. Thinking Notts just about ahead. Ted Malt was definitely Everest double glazing." And Rach says, "You only fit double glazing once, so fit the best. Everest. Other double glazing companies are available, but
it must have been effective advertising for 40 years or whatever it is. It must be now since it was on that we're still talking about it.
But it was on I guess somewhere on the Pennines, was it? A house in the middle of Windy Moors somewhere.
Yeah, Wuthering Heights up there.
Windy Moors. Heathcliff. Both batsmen on 25. Patterson nice and fully bowls to Moores, who helps it out into the offside. No run. Genuinely thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch through the course of this game. Whether it be on the Twittery thing at Brace Cricket, at Jonathan Doige, at Kevin L7, or on Jonathan's email address, which is
BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Got another one on that front in a moment.
There's Patterson. In and bowls and defended. No run.
So Malcolm, who's a regular on the emails. Hi Malcolm, afternoon to you. We seem unlikely to do much with spin, he says, of Yorkshire, despite Adam Lyth's success. It's a shame we didn't play Poisden. With the benefit of hindsight, of course, always great with the benefit of hindsight, especially, he says, as we've got no Fisher nor Code. Looks like a lot of work for Pato and Thompson for the rest of the match. Thanks for the commentary and to Notts for their very professional stream. It is, isn't it? Impressive.
Thanks to your correspondent. Patterson bowls again, and Moores has a bit of a loose flail outside the off stump. Simon Trafford, Notts photographer, who's on the ground. I think it definitely should be called the commentator's Prosecco moment. I don't know if that's a brand name or just a generalisation. But I've got other thoughts in my mind, because I've got Barry White giving it some in my ears right now. Who can't beat a little bit of Barry White? I don't know if it's coming out probably that loud that the listeners can hear as well. But that's just as a precursor to having to do an update in just a second. Next one goes through to the wicket keeper, 241 for 6. Notts trail by 23. Both batsmen on 25. I have indeed, yes. Just distracted by a nice little bit of Barry White there in our ears. Nottinghamshire 241 for 6. So they're closing in on that Yorkshire total of 264 made yesterday. Only 23 runs away now. Samit Patel and Tom Moores. It's fair to say since tea it's been either tough going for the batsmen or very watchful going. But they're both leaving everything alone, playing defensively, only playing shots when they know it's a low-risk strategy. Both batsmen have made their way to 25. They've added 54 so far. The only players to come are Jake Ball, Zach Chappell and Matt Carter. So important that Patel and Moores can try and get Notts into a lead and then turn it into a substantial one. 241 for 6, the home side. There's Patterson in bowls, and Moores has got this away, but there is protection out there on the rope in front of the Smith Cooper stand. Is that David Milan? We've not seen him for a fair old while. Involved 242 for 6 at the end of the over. Now, is it a hand sanitising break time? I'm not sure, but the Yorkshire players are imploring the 12th and 13th men to come running on, and they're going to do it. We might even be having a proper drinks break, I'm not sure.
Which is a good chance to get in Trevor's tweet. Afternoon, chaps. Been another enthralling day's cricket. Thinking Notts just ahead, question mark. Ted Moult was Everest. Double glazing. Charles says if Everest double glazing was that good, how on earth could the fellow here, Ted Moult, tell him to start the fan?
Rob Wildman says apparently the house they used on the hill was the Tan Hill Inn. That's according to my dad. I've got no idea, says Rob. There we are. 242 for 6. Is it still going, or if so, we should always keep saying other double glazing companies are available. But
I think Kev will have been researching that to great effect while he's been off air. But talking of being off air, time for me to go and do an update.
Enjoy your break. Thanks to Jonathan, he'll be back before too long. Kid him that he's going to do a break, knowing full well he's got to update about 27 different Yorkshire stations in the next 10 minutes before he re-emerges in here. So he socially distances himself away from the commentary box, and having been thoroughly sanitised and cleansed from the top downwards, we've got Kevin Howells back to join us.
Smelling ever so fragrant.
As always. We've had a hand sanitising break out in the middle, and play will continue. Would you like to pick things up immediately?
Do you know, I very much would like to do that. Moores is on strike. He's on 26 and doesn't have to do much about that. Real puff of dust off a full-length ball, which really dived in that hole as well, low down. Now remember, this is a pitch which is how many days old now? 6?
Yeah,
last 6
yeah,
days?
the 4 days of the Derbyshire game.
This score is very interesting because get yourself a lead here. You've got a bat for the last time. You really want that lead to be.
That said, it's there's no demons in it right now.
No, fair enough. But I think you'd want to get as many as you can here right now. That's past the off stump, and
How many times do you reckon it's
Into this.
been rolled then since since March in readiness for the cricket season?
Do you know what? That was for me one of the saddest, sorriest sights, sporting-wise, in that context. And in April and May, just on my hour-long walk, whatever you're there, walking past the local cricket club and the groundsman sitting on his roller, and I'm thinking to myself at that stage, I'm thinking, will this be used at all this summer? But
you weren't tempted to say gizzard job.
No. So it's Leech into Moores, drives that one. Not the full face of the bat, but drives it back up to the bowler. There will be no run. So, here we are. Final session on the second day of the second round of 5 in the Bob Willis Trophy. I'd like the competition. I wish, obviously, people could come and watch it live.
Yeah.
But as a competition goes, bearing in mind everything else, and with that final, and with a trophy called the Bob Willis Trophy as well, I think there's focus for these players. The teenager Jordan Cox has got himself a century down there for Kent today. Former Yorkshire player Jack Leaney has got himself his first 50 now at Kent as well. As Leech comes in and bowls and runs away very fine. Johnny Bairstow will give that chase. Can he put it back inside the boundary? He gets down to it and pulls it back. Turns round. Right arm throw. And no ball called. Yeah. And leg byes. Oh, it's a lot of work for umpire Robinson to get through there. So after all of that, how many is that going to take the score to? 246 for 6.
Well, it's 4 to the total, 4 on the extras. Does that go down as 2 no balls and 2 leg byes? I think it does.
Must do.
False start there. We had.
Well, he was coming in, and I think it was the wicketkeeper, Bairstow, that wasn't ready, rather than
yeah, he's not put his gloves on yet after his chase. It's not much good having the keeper without his gloves on, is it?
Once again, Moores on 26 facing, comes across, it comes in, chipped in the air, but it's to the right of the man at mid-wicket, and that's Milan. He'll go and chasing another one where they pull it just inside the boundary rope, so they'll get another 2. Moores is 28 not out, 248 for 6. Mentioned Jack Leaney and Jordan Cox there. The Kent pair now have put on 150 for the second wicket. Taking on Sussex, they're within 75 of the Sussex first innings total. But generally, you'd think today would be a good batting day. The weather has been beautiful. It was cloudy for the first hour or two here today, but as promised by those forecasting the weather, they said it would burn off, and that it most certainly has done. But here, we've got a partnership worth 61 runs between Patel and Moores. And Leech bowls now down the leg side. Bairstow swiftly moves to his right-hand side to take that.
Knots 2 away from another batting bonus point. That would take them 5-4 ahead in the game. And they're only 16 behind at the moment. Adam Charles had a look on the stream, says the outfield looks awful.
Well, it's not totally lush and green, is it? Next delivery, chopped down into the grounds, and Bairstow, bottom edge, through to the keeper.
I know there's only been an absolute skeleton staff here, and obviously it's been paramount to keep the square ready to play. But there have been past summers where parts have been bare. It's been a hot, dry summer, hasn't it? And I guess there hasn't been people here all day to water the outfield. Yeah, there are 1 or 2 patches. I certainly wouldn't be critical of the ground staff because they.
I wonder if they've perhaps been doing some work on those areas. Not quite sure what was going to happen for the remainder of the summer. Either way.
I know most of the time there were just Steve Burks and 1 other here.
Is that right? Yeah. Well, exactly. That's easily explains it then, if that is the case. So, 248 for 6. Patel 25. Moores on 28. Dave.
Yeah, the conundrum for Steve Patterson. We are they're building up, aren't they? What to do with Jack Shutt, and also Dwan Olivier, the new ball would become due in 17 overs time, so perhaps resisting the temptation to include him now. Patel pushes this one into the gap on the offside. They've taken one. Olivier doing the fielding. The South African goes round to cover Leech, who dived in vain to try and stop it. And one more takes Patel on to 26. Moore's back on strike on 28 and 2.49 for 6. And almost answering my own questions here, or Yorkshire answering my questions, because Jordan Thompson started whirling his arms around as if he might be the next one to be called upon by Patterson. Round the wicket he bowls to Moores. Push into the offside, and that single to no applause whatsoever, of course, takes Nottinghamshire to 250. So they do go ahead 5-4 on points, and they were now within 14 of Yorkshire.
Sometimes you need a knowledgeable crowd to alert you to that sort of thing, Dave.
Yeah. Yeah.
But not you. I mean, I would.
The 250 is a significant one.
Yeah.
The clapping for 150,
Yeah.
sometimes think is totally unnecessary. Jonathan Doyle's made a good point. Unlikely that the Yorkshire top four would miss out again completely as a unit live. Kohler, Cadmore, Bairstow and Milan. So Notts really do need, obviously, as many as they can. They do need Yorkshire quite some way behind when the visitors begin their second innings, just to really strengthen their position. This is pushed into the offside. You do want as many runs as you can, but it's fair to say if there's not too much between the two sides and that Yorkshire top four gets set and a couple of them post big scores, it's going to be tough for Notts chasing in the last innings of the match.
It is, yeah. And although this pitch hasn't shown any signs of too much trouble, it still will be a fourth innings on a pitch already used.
Notts can save themselves a lot of trouble on the last day by extending this session, batting through this session and doing it with Patel and Moores as Samit Patel forces it again through extra cover. There's a long old run from Dwan Olivier. That's a good sliding stop, but they will come back for a third run, and Notts are now within 11 of that Yorkshire total at 253 for 6. A pleasing push from Patel, who joins Moores on 29. They've pretty much been even Stevens throughout this partnership. Patel and Moores, 29 runs each. At the moment, they've added 66, and again, it's not a decent hand this afternoon. Partnerships of 60 for the fourth wicket, 48 for the fifth, 24 for the sixth, but then this one extracting a little bit of bounce there. Patterson outside the off stump. But Moore's getting out of the way. 253 for 6. We've got 24 overs to go after this one. 20 to 5. Might just be a smidgen of extra time tonight. We
ran late into tea a bit, didn't we, by a couple of overs?
Just a little bit, yeah. Yorkshire +3 on their bowling over 8. Notts, of course, yesterday +11. Patterson bowls, and again Moores leaves it alone. Graham Rowley, good afternoon, gents, from the sunny and very hot Isle of Wight. Sadly, it looks like we won't be getting a visit from you this season. I must say I'm enjoying the enhanced viewing, and suffice to say the wonderful commentary. That's very kind of you, Graham. Really appreciate that, and really did enjoy the Nottinghamshire visit down to the Isle of Wight last year. Again, taking the cricket apart, Nottinghamshire losing that game, but it's wonderful to go to a new venue, and I'd never even been on the Isle of Wight. I don't know if you've been, Kev. It was a fabulous trip. Enjoyed it very much.
As part of the preparation for the bio bubble, I was staying in a hotel that was right next to where the boat sets off.
In Portsmouth or Southampton?
Oh, Southampton.
Yeah.
And I was so tempted to, because I had a day that I've got nothing to do. I so wanted to go to the Isle of Wight, but no, I couldn't. Patel will push this one into the offside, and no run.
You fancied a little day trip, did you?
Well, I'd love to go and see the Isle of Wight. You just said
it's nice. Yeah, very nice.
I think I'd probably be amazed how big it was.
What got me was the traffic. I stupidly thought, get across there and be able to tootle around. I'll be the only one on the road. Stupid thoughts. And
they have rush hours and everything, do they?
They do, proper rush hours. Yeah.
Patel on 29. And this ball is clipped away. Well, it was nicely clipped away by Patel, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Leech continuing to bowl.
They were building up to the festival, the music festival, the posters everywhere and everything. It was on a week or two later, full coverage on the BBC and what have you. And obviously that's one of the standout moments of the year. A big money earner for the island. Lots of people going there to.
That and cows, I guess.
Yeah, to be
for
there
the boats.
For the festival.
Leech to Patel. Patel defensively into the offside. No run. We've been, for those listening on Sports Extra, keeping a bit of an ear across Northampton-Somerset into the last innings of that game already. Well, Northampton are 4 down. They need another 203, 119 for 4. We may call in on that one on Sports Extra. If we do, we'll make sure you don't miss any of the action also from here in terms of any events. But I'm going to stick with this one for the time being, because this interesting little period here. Nottinghamshire losing 3 wickets in the afternoon session. Yeah, they've got themselves now up to within 11 runs deficit. Patel and Moores need to try and kick on here. Patel will drive that one along the ground. He's found a gap out there on the extra cover boundary, of which he does beat the fielder. And therefore that's 4 more runs to Patel. He'll move to 33 and the score up to 257 for 6.
And apart from Ben Duckett, who only made 4, and this morning a ball that wasn't relatively old, Dwan Olivier steaming in, all the other batsmen have got into double figures. They've got a start. Hamid 21, Clark 35, Mullaney 50, Trigo 39, and this pair 33 not out and 29 not out. Just shows that if you can get in, there are runs to be had, and it's tough work for the bowlers now. The shine has gone off the ball.
Leech bowls, driven straight back to Leech. He's a tall, strong-looking figure, isn't he? Leech. Ball bounded into the ground and taken by the man wearing the number 8 on his shirt there.
That's a sign that the county are interested in keeping you long term, I think, giving a young kid number 8, 19 years of age.
I think that was Darren Goff's number years ago.
Stuart Broad's here.
Yeah.
He used to be Paul Franks.
Patel on 33. Next delivery turned away onto the onside, and there will be no run. Patel strikes a frustrated figure, doesn't he? Bless him. Mind you, there were a couple of occasions when he should have been frustrated. He was wafting at some wideish balls earlier on. There, he just feels he missed out a little bit, but, giving himself a bit of a hard time. 257 for 6. Patel on 33, Moores on 29. And his partnership, and it's an interesting partnership because it seems to have grown almost with unnoticed in so many ways, up to 70 for this pair. They're doing a really good job for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, they just seem to be
trail by 7.
Selectively leaving, don't they, and just taking what's on offer. Another thing, we've not mentioned it because it's not a thing anymore, but I've brought it to your attention a time or two over the years. Samet's got rid of some of his superstitions, the running in of the bat after hitting a 4. He's decided he's not going to do that anymore. Just as crazy as it is to do it, it's almost as crazy not to do it. But it worked last week with 60 odd and 80, so he hasn't done it in this innings. We're going to have Adam Lythe back on for another spell.
He's quite an animated figure, isn't he, Samet?
Yeah. It's a fine photo of him taken yesterday by the photographer Simon Trafford, celebrating an LBW wicket, and Tim Robinson, the umpire's also in the shot with a little bit of a smile as he's raising the finger. It was his LBW, but Samet absolutely overjoyed, and I think he's just overjoyed to be playing, because he did wonder if he'd played his last game for Notts last season. I know that when they let him go to Glamorgan on loan, and he wondered if he'd have a future here. Is this you or me?
Well, I'm going to say this Adam Lythe in and bowling and chopped down into the ground and taken by the wicket-keeper, but I think for once I'm really certain this is your end.
I love listening to you so much, you see, that's what it is. 257 for
There's
6.
nobody that picked up on any genuine nature there.
Live. Bowled to Moores, almost a wide. Tom Moores had to really stretch, almost needed a step ladder to get that, but forces it away for a single. 258 for 6. And one of the ironies as well of last season, just sort of talking about how Samet had fallen out of favour. He was one of the big advocates of the 100. I mean, he'd played in the trial matches the year before, and spoke so glowingly about it. And of course, then he wasn't picked up by anybody in the draft. And Samit Patel, all-rounder, clipped away slightly uppishly. He'll take a single to move on to 34, 259 for 6. And a year before, 2 years before, the 15 years before, any time in that, Patel you'd have thought would have been one of the first names that head coaches would have been looking to recruit.
Couldn't believe it, because he got a gig in the Big Bash in the end, didn't he?
Yeah. Played in the Big Bash for the first time. Did pretty well. Next one's gone through to the keeper. It was a little bit friend of a friend of a friend, in that Dan Christian was the captain, obviously captain here at Trent Bridge. Harry Gurney was out there as the overseas player and picked up an injury, so it was right, who do you know can get here on the next plane a little bit. This is driven crisply by Moores up to Jack Shutt at mid-off, and they take a single to 60 for 6. It's already on the board, so not so far behind.
I remember thinking at the time, though, that Samit would have been one of the prime candidates to get one of those wild card selections.
Yes, yeah. Defends this one. I mean, that was all the motivation he needed, really, going into this season. Had it been, the normal cricket season we were expecting, some wild cards, but all along the line, I think we suspected that one or two people who were involved, included in the draft for fitness reasons, or perhaps one or two others would drop out, and he would surely be amongst the next rank of players to be looked at. Jordan Thompson's going to come on. We talked about this earlier, getting closer and closer to that 90 over mark, where Yorkshire would be offered a second new ball, and I'm sure in an ideal world they'd like to have Dwan Olivier bowling, but
the whole point of this 90 overs business is, of course, and I'm just looking around generally, the way that he's had to divvy the bowling up today. They're concerned they're going to overbowl some of these pace bowlers, and the injuries already. You've got Fisher and Code out of action. But a game of cricket is there to be won. Trying to mix it up as best he can, of course, the skipper. And taking a lot. And this is something he will need to be careful of, Patterson. If he has got that in his mind, he's taking a lot of the workload on himself, but he does need to look after himself as well.
He does indeed, yeah.
Anyway, got Jordan Thompson coming on to bowl now. Outstanding piece of fielding. Ran out Joe Clark earlier. Clark going for 35. Ended a partnership of 60 with Stephen Mullaney. But he's as a bowler. He's in now and driven full to mid-off. No run. So today's wickets. Duckett for 4. Hamid for 21. Hamid eventually caught at second slip off the bowling of Dominic Leech. I was really impressed with Hamid, actually, first up today, because he was leaving the ball well, but in the end he was undone. Next delivery, hit him on the pads, LBW appeal. Did he get an inside edge onto that, or was he just going to swing and move too much? It didn't look right.
No.
We're behind the batsman here, Moores. Not too sure how strong that appeal was. It looks to me as if umpire Robinson suggesting he was doing too much. The movement was too much. It certainly did move a long way. I couldn't be certain if that was from the bowler getting that movement or whether there was a little bit of bat on that to move it. But either way, not out. He'll try again. Moores on 31. In now and bowls. And defensively plays. Now this is good bowling from Thompson. He's sort of getting very full, and there is that movement.
There is, yeah. Yeah, get some nice shape on it. Lily's been in touch again, saying rest assured, Yorkshire's top 4, Adam Lyth, Tom Kohler, Cadmore, Johnny Bairstow and David Milan won't miss out second time around. Remains to be seen, Lily. You could be right.
Next delivery, wide, chopped down into the ground, out there towards extra cover. Tattersall doing the fielding. I really, not supporters, forgive me for saying this, but I really wish he'd taken that catch a Trigo on 33, because the way he threw himself at it, obviously a wicketkeeper by trade, so he's used to flying around like that, but he got his hands to it, couldn't keep hold of it. I'm not surprised, but tremendous athleticism to get to that. There will be runs here for Nottinghamshire, a couple out towards deep extra cover, and they'll go to Tom Moores. He moves to 33, and the score up to 262 for 6.
Just 2 behind.
Two slips alongside Johnny Bairstow. Big gap out there to backward point. And on the cover boundary. Extra cover mid off, mid on. And mid wicket as Thompson's in again. Push and run? No, says Moores. We won't have that. Sends Patel back into his ground. So the deficit is only 2 runs at 262 for 6. Patel on 34, Moores 33. But this partnership is a very good one for Nottinghamshire, 75 runs.
Yeah, they've really got to make the most of these overs now. You'd imagine the ball is pretty chewed up. 77 overs old. See Johnny Tattersall working on it. He's got smears of red down the right hand side of his flannels where he's been buffing it and polishing it throughout the innings. Lobs it to Adam Live.
I know they're the great rivals, Derbyshire, of course, but Wayne Madsen, what a contribution he's made to Derbyshire. He's got another first-class 100 today.
There's Live bowling to Patel, clips it on the leg side. He had a lean time of things last week here. In the match that Derbyshire eventually won.
On the all-time list, this shows what sort of contribution he's made. This is his 30th first-class 100 for Derbyshire. Puts him level with Dennis Smith. Only Kim Barnett, who's scored 53, and John Morris, 33, have scored more first-class 100s.
Good grief.
For Derbyshire.
Next ball nudged back towards Adam Live by Tom Moores. Not so 1 behind, 263 for 6. Important that they don't just settle for narrowly going past Yorkshire. Won't have a better opportunity here of really establishing a sizable first innings lead. No real pressure on Chapel Ball or Carter when they come to the crease. Only the second day. Oh, Tom Moores. He moved a couple of paces outside the off stump, certainly premeditated. He was going to, I'm sure, go down on one knee and help Adam Live down nice and fine on the leg side, but Live maybe saw him going and he pitched it up, floated it up outside the off stumps, and Moores was sort of in no man's land and had a bit of a waft at it. Next ball, he's swished at it and it's been caught at slip, but clearly he didn't get any bat on it. That was one of those that obviously turned out of the foot mark or a little bit of rough there. Looked for all the world as if it had just taken the edge and gone to Cola Cadmore. Is Live in again, and once more Tom Moores just moving around an awful lot. They do say better off standing still, don't they, or at least having the head still over the ball. But he was moving about, just trying to put Adam Live off a little bit, trying to create a space to improvise and put the ball away. And all the players are looking towards the far end as if it's time for a drinks break as we knock on the door of 5 o'clock. So we've been playing for an hour in this post-tea session. We've got an hour of the day left or thereabouts, although there's 20 overs to go. If we're going to get them all, we might lose 2 overs if they have a change of innings. But right now, Nottinghamshire with 4 wickets in hand.
What a good day it's been, Dave.
Very much so, yeah.
Really enjoyable cricket.
Yep.
I thought there was going to be perhaps a little period of quiet during that afternoon session, but that didn't come to pass.
Well,
It's not perhaps would have liked it a bit quieter,
yeah.
but that didn't.
Even when it was relatively quiet, you could see the overall picture, the bigger picture. Mm-hmm. Yorkshire desperate, I think, to just keep a lid on things, trying to get Jack Shutt in the game. They brought him back a couple of times, and he's just for whatever reason not been able to find a consistent line or length of ball, dot ball. So Patterson's then had to look elsewhere. Adam Live's bowled 12 overs now. That probably wasn't in the thinking this morning.
I'll do one more over and then Doji will come in. Have you got a 5 o'clock update?
It will be.
I tell you what, there's no stopping for Sunday at your place, is there?
No.
Excellent.
Well, the thirst for cricket knowledge.
Correct. Thompson about to bowl his 11th over. His figures currently read 10 overs, 4 maidens, no wickets for 23. And he's going to bowl to Samit Patel. Bowls now, and Patel angles that one down towards the gully area. Sharp delivery from Thompson. 98 with the bat yesterday. He did well to get up to the 98 because wickets were going around. He
was on 66 when he was joined by the last man. So.
Right, and he was sort of lofting that ball into the stand a few times, but then to have got so close. Into Patel. Driven straight back to the bowler. Thompson gets his left hand down to it. Has sort of some mind there to just steer the ball back onto the stumps at the other end.
Yeah.
But Moores was well in anyway. So clearly quick thinking lad. Sharp looking for 7th wicket of this innings if they can. 263 for 6 knots at the moment. Patel just moves a little and goes back again to push into the offside.
It's one of the top scorers in the first round of matches. Samit Patel, I think Nick Gubbins got 190 odd runs in the one innings he batted, but Patel 143 runs I think it was in the 2 innings. He was sort of 4th or 5th top run scorer in the first round of matches, which is a welcome return to form.
Midway through his over here, Thompson from the pavilion end. Oh, and a lifting, wonderful delivery, which Patel draws the bat away from, but I'm not too sure whether the ball was already past him when he did so. Nice variation here from Thompson, and getting the ball and with a bit of effort to do a little bit of something out there. Certainly getting movement on it. And that one had a bit of extra pace and carry as well.
Certainly plenty to work with this young man.
Up against Patel at the moment. He's in now. Bowls. Possibly slower ball. But again looking to vary it a bit. That one came back into Patel. He pushes it to mid-on.
Young Ben Stokes-ish. Aggressive left-handed middle order stroke player. It's hit a long way. Bustling right on medium pacer.
Quite possibly. I mean, Ben Stokes, I remember up at Durham, they were talking about him from the moment he walked through the gates.
Yeah.
As to just how good he was going to be. Thompson to Patel. Defensively into the offside. No run. He likes to give a little bit of a dismissive glare back to the batsman as well. 263 for 6. Still trailed by 1 run. That is a maiden over for Thompson. 5 maidens in his 11 overs. No wickets for 23. Dave Bracegirdle will be joined by Jonathan Doige in a moment.
Thank you, Kevin. Time for Kevin's afternoon nap. Might be able to entice him to pop back and see us a little later on. 263 for 6. 79 overs have gone in the innings. Moore's 33, Patel 35, as he said. Partnership of 76 from 141 deliveries. This is just what Notts needed, and obviously conversely, Yorkshire, once they'd got rid of Peter Trigo, would have been hoping to go on a little bit of run of wicket taking as Moores leaves this first one alone from Adam Lyth, either through accident or design. It turns a long way away from the batsman. Next ball, and Moores has gone on the slog sweep, and he's got this one away. The fielder on the boundary is looking up in the air. It's gone for 6 over his head. David Malan out there on the fence, and that's high up the well, it's into the Smith Cooper stand. So that takes Notts into the lead. A reverse slog sweep for 6 by Moores takes Notts into the lead and takes him on to 39. Going to be a radio update. I have. Nottinghamshire have just taken the overall lead in the match. Yesterday, Yorkshire 264 all out. Nottinghamshire 269 for 6. And they got there in the most flamboyant of ways because Tom Moore's facing the Yorkshire off-spinner Adam Lythe has just done a quick switch hit, reverse slog sweep into the Smith Cooper stand for a big 6 to give Notts the overall lead. Moore's is on 39. He's sharing a really productive partnership here with Samit Patel, who's on 35. They've added 82 so far, as I say, to take Notts into the overall advantage, and that's after Stephen Mullaney for 50, Peter Trigo 39 and Joe Clark 35 were all dismissed this afternoon. Warm and sunny at Trent Bridge, and Notts looking to pile on their runs. Another boundary there for Moores takes them to 273 for 6. That was just dropped short by Adam Lythe, and he's furious with himself. Always punched his hand there with his right fist. He's punched his left palm. Adam Lythe, you know what he's thinking. It's obvious for everybody what he's thinking. Just dropped it short. Sorry, Skip. Sorry, lads. Furious. There's Lythe again. Into Moores, who defends this one. He's on 43, Tom Moores. 273 for 6 at the end of an over that brought 10 runs. Normally we'd be saying 80 overs gone, second new ball is due, but of course, Jonathan, change in the rules, not really what Steve Patterson would want right now.
Definitely not. 10 overs until that new ball, and well, I said I think with 30 overs until a change that Yorkshire, would be interesting to see how they went with the changes, because they obviously want to keep Ollie Fair fresh if they have to bowl with a new ball, but they wouldn't want to be in that position. They'd want to be finishing the Notts innings before that point anyway. 2 points to think about, I guess, when they pick Jack Shutt as their off spinner. Perhaps they, nor Shutt, envisaged that he'd have bowled just 8 overs today for 49, and Adam Lythe, obviously a much more experienced player, but part-time off-spinner, would have got through more overs. 13 he's bowled, 1 maiden, 1 for 52. As Jordan Thompson's in from the pavilion end to bowl to Samit Patel, who pushes out into the covers where Milan fields, no run.
Not at any time, though, have they bowled in tandem, have they? Yesterday, the 3 spinners sort of tended to bowl together, but it's not happened. It's been either or with the paceman at the other end.
Yeah, and I guess, with Jack Shutt, there just hasn't been the control at one end, so whatever was happening at the other, there's been an outshot each time for the batsman when Jack's been on, as Jordan Thompson bowls full, and he's disappointed in himself, having been whipped into the mid-wicket region by Patel for an easy single. Patel on to 36, 274 for 6, and as I walked in the back of the box to come back on air, heard a call that Jordan Thompson will want to cut that bit of commentary out, maybe as a Ben Stokes left-hand bat, right-hand bowler. He'll have enjoyed that one, Brace. But if we're talking about Yorkshire needing something from this game, then the man who's got 98 come up with a magical run out earlier on and been in the game all the time, sort of thing, then you'd probably be backing him to be the man who might break this partnership here. Tom Moore's steps back and tries to cut this next Jordan Thompson delivery, and Harry Brook, who's pretty wide at gully, maybe backward point, does the fielding. So yeah, I'm sure he'd appreciate the comparison. Got a fair way to go.
But at 19, he's already showing himself to be a high quality performer, and he's led from the front with his batting. He's obviously an outstanding fielder, and he's bowled nicely today without reward.
And this next delivery from Jordan Thompson blocked by Tom Moores. No run. I better put you straight on that one, because before his dad messages in, Jordan actually, it's Dominic Leech who's 19. Jordan 23,
yeah.
I think. And another dot ball. So 2 left in the over. That'll be 81 for the day. Ollie Fair hasn't been used for a little while. Presumably they'll be keeping him back, but Thompson in, and an attempt at a drive from Moores, which he doesn't quite get hold of, up to mid-off, no run. So it's a bit of a conundrum, isn't it? Because you've got one of your bowlers who's out of kilter. You probably want to get Ollie Fear on now to try and break this partnership. But if you give him the ball too early, then he's already bowled however many today. Well, 16 in the innings, so he might be spent by the time the new ball does come, if it does. That's a great shot from Moores, and Jordan Thompson just hitting himself on the forehead after bowling it. It was too wide, and Tom Moores, who's well in and approaching a half century here, was not going to miss out. 4 runs through cover.
Adam Lythe's going to fetch his cap from the boundary edge, which I suspect, well, almost certainly means he's going to have a bit of a blow from this end. Lythe 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 52. So he's gone up 4 and over, but he did make a relatively early impact getting rid of Stephen Mullaney when the Notts captain was on 50. So it's going to be
Dawid Malan.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't be surprised if we did actually mention him, didn't we, in dispatches earlier on.
Born in Roehampton in Surrey, but spent much of his formative years in South Africa. Again, believe it or not, I've actually sat opposite him in the on a plane. I was in the aisle seat on one side, he was in the aisle seat on the other. I was coming back from Abu Dhabi, the Champion County game, when Notts got there in 2011, and I think it was when he landed. I don't want to make out that I'm an eavesdropper. Well, it wouldn't have done any good if I was eavesdropping anyway, but he was straight away on the phone when we landed, and I mean, a natural way, and I'm fairly sure it was in Afrikaans. I believe he's fluent in that from his early years in South Africa, but now very much of England and England cricket, and now of Yorkshire, and he's bowling a right arm leg spinner, which turns gently away from Patel and is forced into the offside for a single. Patel on to 37, 279 for 6. Notts lead by 15, and Tom Moores down at the business end on 47.
Has got a 5-wicket haul in first class cricket. Dawid Malan and 2 lots of 4-wicket hauls. Best of 5 for 61. He's taken 59 first class wickets at an economy rate, an average of 41.2 and an economy rate of 3.59.
Bowls again, it's floated up and it's eased into the offside. Did he do any bowling for England in his tests? I can see you've got his stats up.
Yeah, he's bowled 156 deliveries in test matches, gone for 70 and hasn't taken a wicket.
Okay, here he is, and bowls, and Moores has gone on the sweep out behind square. They've run the first one quickly, but that's all they'll get. Decent bit of fielding there from the rope down in front of the Hound Road stand, a million miles away from where we are. 280 for 6. Nottinghamshire lead by 16. Patel back on strike on 37. Partnership now into the 90s. Next ball pushed into the offside by Samit Patel. Third very useful contribution in 3 innings from Patel. There's Dawid Malan. Just short of a length and enough time for Patel to go back and whip it away wristily out onto the leg side. Takes his 38th run. Focus back on Moores as the field swaps over for the left-hander. Short leg in and a slip. Dawid Malan bowling to Tom Moores, who's come down the track and tried to heave that one into the city centre, but only picks out a couple of bounces to Dwan Olivier on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Gets a single, takes him on to 49, and it's the final ball of the over, so he will keep strike on 49. And we're through the 82nd over of the innings. 16 overs remain on this, the second day of this match in the Bob Willis Trophy at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire. Yorkshire making 264 yesterday. Notts have just eased past them now on 282 for 6.
Yeah, so work to do for Yorkshire. We were speculating, weren't we, at tea when they were 30 odd behind, that if they could get in front without further loss, Notts might be able to build a lead that could begin to concern Yorkshire. At 18, don't think it would be a great concern, but they still have those 4 wickets in hand. And Tom Moore's on the cusp of a half-century, but can't get any bat on this one. Into the midriff, now onto the offside where Harry Brook does the fielding. Beautiful sunny evening now. Shadows beginning to lengthen. Away to the right, the Smith Cooper stand. It'd be great to see some people in there so close to the action as well. Shortish boundary towards that side of the ground, which is the leg side for Tom Moores, who decides he's pushing this next Jordan Thompson delivery up to Dwan Olivier at mid-off. There's no run. Steve Patterson is continuing to stretch.
Yes, if there's one in his arc, wouldn't be at all surprised to see him heave one way on the leg side towards that Smith Cooper stand. There's nobody out on the fence.
Yorkshire now beginning to desperately need a breakthrough. The partnership worth 95, Moores on 49, and pushes this next delivery to Patterson at mid-on. An in-out field here. There's a man down at long leg, Jack Shutt. Sweeper, Dominic Leech out on the cover boundary. Still one slip in place, Tom Calder-Cadmore. Having a chat with Johnny Bairstow. Harry Brook is backward of point. And walking in as Thompson comes in. And Moores again solidly behind this, pushing up to mid-off. Alan Lythe in the extra cover region. There's also a man catching opposite him, really. That's Dawid Malan. He's just within the bowler's end, wicket end, if you like. He's probably a good 22, 23 metres from the bat. At a straight mid-wicket type position, and Johnny Tattersall mid-wicket himself is more on a regulation 1 as Thompson is in again, and that's flicked nicely off his legs by Tom Moores. Jordan Thompson thought he was in the game there. Head in his hands, but Moores, with that single, brings up his half-century. And well deserved as well. 126 minutes, 99 deliveries it's taken him. 5 fours and a 6. And strike rate of 50.51. While you wouldn't say he was obviously at the pace of a Jordan Thompson yesterday, it was almost twice that. He's still run the ball around. And from a Nottinghamshire perspective, this has been an excellent partnership. 96 now, 283 for 6, 1 ball left in the 83rd. Conversation takes place between skipper Patterson and the bowler Jordan Thompson, who's setting off once again from the pavilion end. That's wide of off stump, and Patel happy to shoulder arms and see out the rest of the over. So Yorkshire made 264 yesterday. They've got a total of 4 bonus points so far in the game. 2 with the ball, 2 with the bat. Notts have 5 at 283 for 6. And at the moment, it's one of those games, isn't it, Dave, where it's the balance of power, if you like. Just nobody's clearly had that really, apart from possibly Notts when Yorkshire were 44 for 4, but it's just teetering around the scales, isn't it? At one stage, one side looks to be taking control, and then another one comes back. At the moment, it's obviously just tipping in Notts' favour, but they wouldn't want to get complacent with 4 wickets left in the first innings and just a 19-run lead.
Yes, it's just how many of these last 4 wickets can get for Nottinghamshire. They've really got an opportunity here to get a sizable advantage as Moores clips this to shortish mid-wicket, saving 1. Both well set, obviously. They've had a 96 for this 7th wicket. Won't want to spurn the opportunity they're in, or the position they're in. Again, clipped firmly, and again, second time in 2 deliveries that Johnny Tattersall has made a diving stop to deny Moores any runs. This pair could continue their partnership even to the clothes. Almost jinxing him out there as he goes down for a lap. Cute little shot, but he got something on it, and it's going to run away towards the pavilion fence, and that's decent work Cola Cadmore, I think, leading the chase down there, is it? And dragged it back inside, but they do come through for 3 runs. And Moore's on to 53, just going a little bit innovative. No, it's not Cola Cadmore, because Jonathan is pointing to him at down here in front of us. It would have been at mid-on to the left-hander. Oh, it's Adam Live. That's how far away he is, or that's how poor my eyesight is. But
well, I know the
no, I just saw the slip man running down there, and Cola Cadmore's been in at slip throughout much of the day. Adam Live, who made the diving stop right in front of the pavilion ropes. 286 for 6. Knott's also inching closer to that third batting point as Dawid Malan bowls, and again it's tossed up there and hit to Johnny Tattersall. Malan in his second over, the former Middlesex man. Had a bit of a run with England, something like 15 tests I think he played, something in that order. This is popped up. Did it come off the glove? Sammett's turned and he's on his way, and there is a wicket almost out of nowhere. The partnership ends on 99. Samit Patel just struck on the glove and it just popped up almost apologetically into the hands of short leg Harry Brook, and Samit has to go. Dawid Malan with a wicket. We've talked about the part-time spinners doing a bit of a job in this game, and the latest to join that club is Dawid Malan. 75 balls, 4 fours, and just as I was saying about this was a good chance for Nottinghamshire, unless the lower order didn't combine. From almost nowhere, Yorkshire have got a wicket, and it's an important one as well. Samit Patel.
Yeah, those scales again, just somebody's just added a couple of grams back on the Yorkshire side of them. Samit Patel, who'd played well, real good partnership. That no doubt about it. Can't take anything away from either he or Tom Moores, but it was pretty clear, I think. It was there for all to see, and Harry Brook, well, he won't get too many easier catches. Plenty of pace was taken off the ball. So 286 for 7. Francis Klanowski, good afternoon to you, has mailed in, and apologies, Brace, if you've read this while I was off air.
No.
Thanks for reviving childhood memories this afternoon, he says. No, I don't mean Ted Moult. I'm referring to your discussion about Yorkshire's old cricket grounds. Zach Chappell, by the way, the new batsman for Nottinghamshire. I was born and raised about 20 minutes walk from Bramall Lane. When it was a 3-sided ground, I would often wander down during my summer holidays to watch a Yorkshire county game. I remember my first visit when an elderly gent next to me leaned across and said, "Here lad, try these. They'll see it much better," and handed me his binoculars. My 2 brothers remained Sheffield United fans, but just to be different, being the middle son, it was my prerogative. I started to go across to Hillsborough to watch Sheffield Wednesday. By the way, Enver Cream, he says, was a godsend to those of us who couldn't quite afford Harvey's Bristol. Other sherries, I'm sure, are available.
What else was there? The wedding drinks. Baby Sham. Don't know if that's still around. Dubonnet.
Dubonnet, yeah, I remember seeing that on
I don't know if
back
still
of the bar when I
exists.
was a youngster.
Other drinks are available. Zach Chappell, former Leicestershire man, picked up his first 2 wickets for Nottinghamshire yesterday. Is out there at the crease. Partnership of 99 then broken by Dawid Malan. His 11th delivery. Striking lucky. Flips this one up to Chappell, who pushes it into the offside, gets bat on ball, end of the over. Trevor's been back, lovely to hear from you. Would it be fair to say Yorkshire are missing an experienced spinner? Was listening to the discussion earlier about playing young players, and a lot of valid points were made, including the fact that Jack wasn't getting much support, needed that wicket, says Trevor. Nottinghamshire partnerships up there. Today, 17 for the second wicket, 25 for the third, 60 for the fourth, 48 for the fifth, 24 for the sixth, and then the big one, 99 for the seventh. And that's been the problem for Yorkshire. They've not been able to go bang bang at any point during the day. Two in quick succession.
No. But they'd like to try and do that now through Jordan Thompson.
Yeah.
John Logan follows up, by the way, on email. It's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Says Enver Cream Sherry was the kind of cheap sherry that only your grandmother had for medicinal purposes. With a smile. Thompson in then. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Tom Moores, who, well, he slaps this really to extra cover. Adam Lyth, a flat bat.
But she
No run.
she always had 6 bottles of it in.
Regarding Josh Poysden, he says, I did mention yesterday morning, without any benefit of hindsight, that Yorkshire had made a big mistake not playing the leg spinner. He didn't play last season because of the bad injury stroke accident in the nets. If memory serves me, I assume he's recovered. He certainly has. He was down here and ready to play, but then didn't get in the final 11 as Thompson's in, and this is a nice little leg glance, well, hip glance as much as anything from Tom Moores. It was a little bit shorter than a leg glance delivery, but nobody down there, got it away very fine and moves on to 57, and Notts now approaching 300.
Quite a huge cheer as well from his teammates. You know, they will be delighted for Tom because he's gone through a bit of a tough time with the bat, but it's good to know they're watching and encouraging, sat around various points of the pavilion and the Hound Road stand. 1 or 2 on the boundary edge watching on.
Thompson then pavilion ending again. Tom Moores this time in control. Delivery around about off stump. Pushes out to Harry Brook. At point, there's no run. For 33 without taking a wicket in this Notts first innings, Jordan Thompson. But he's been there or thereabouts much of the time. He has kind of chastised himself a few times as well. Been 1 or 2 stray deliveries, and they've got the treatment. That 4 from Moores in this over, a case in point. Here he is in again though. This is wider of off stump and full, and Moores again flat bats it through the covers. Adam Lyth was interested in trying to stop it for a moment but couldn't do so. Dominic Leech cleans up in the deep and they get through for a single. 291 for 7.
You'd imagine, these next 4 or 5 overs are a really good opportunity for Tom Moores if he keeps most of the strike to throw the bat and get a few runs. But the other side of it is, I'm sure, the coaching staff, his father, the skipper, would want him to be there if the second new ball is taken, because he would be best equipped to deal with Dwan Olivier, who presumably is rested up and is ready to come steaming in at him. And you don't want to leave it down to 10 and 11 to face him, do you?
Absolutely not. Here's Zach Chappell on strike for the first time to Jordan Thompson. Turns this one into the mid-wicket region where Leech fields, but they were quickly away and got through for 1, so Chappell off the mark. 292 for 7, leading by 28 here. John, by the way, finishes by saying, thanks to Notts for providing a brilliant stream of the match with different cameras and replays. The Girdler should talk this up more because Surrey still think they've got the best coverage.
I think they're the best at everything, don't they?
Here's Jordan Thompson again, last ball of the over. Similar to a couple of others during the over, and Tom Moores again, he does like to, it looks like he's flat batting a lot of these shots through cover, but he does get plenty of contact on them. This time straight to Adam Lyth, there's no run.
Who was that one from?
That was from John Logan.
Okay, yeah, John, that's actually lovely of you to say, and just a word for the club and for Stoneheart Media, because I know last year, there was quite a bit of a problem trying to sync the pictures up to the commentary and all the rest of it, and they've had a good look at it, and obviously tried to come up with a product that serves purpose, gives the shots of the play from both angles, and they've got a couple of extra cameramen either side. I believe they've got the slow motion replays on and the graphics as well. Notts were the first to introduce the live stream back in 2014, the first of the counties. Michael Temple, who's the communications executive here, was the press officer at the time, and he was the first to implement it. 292 for 7. The second was Glamorgan, because Michael Temple went there the year after and set it up there. Then via a job at the Olympic Stadium, he came back to Trent Bridge. This time it's defended, Milan bowling to Chappell. But as I say, this year Stoneheart Media are on board, and they've enhance the stream and enhance the coverage, and hopefully it's only the second game of the 4 that will be played here at Trent Bridge. 292 for 7. Things are working nicely, so thanks for all the comments about it. Chappell is on 1, Moores is on 59, Is that 58 or 56?
58,
58, yeah. David Milan again bowls and nudge back to him. Milan bowling to Chappell. Yesterday Chappell got Milan out for his second wicket soon after getting rid of Johnny Bairstow. Next ball short of a length and Zach Chappell defends. One of these, a little bit like Luke Fletcher, starting his career with a high score, and everybody predicting great things with the bat for Zach Chappell. He scored a 96 for Leicestershire in one of his first games. Well, right back, I think it was at the 4th or the 5th game that Luke Fletcher played, he had a 92 against Hampshire, and sort of everybody waiting for him to go on and follow that up with a century, and it didn't happen. This is a decent over from Milan, a maiden, 3 overs 1 for 7, 292 for 7 is the score. Chappell 1, Moores 56, 12 overs to go in the day. And Nottinghamshire have had 3 wickets left. The 2 men we haven't yet seen, Jake Ball and Matt Carter, and we've had 86 overs in the innings. So the potential for Dwan Olivier to be unleashed with a hard new cherry in 4 overs time.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll perhaps Jordan Thompson bowls this over and then they might stick the old ball in Dwan's hand just for one go with that for an over before the new one, get him loose as well. At the same time, Jordan Thompson coming in to Tom Moores, who will push that out to Olivier himself at mid-off, but he can't prevent the single. Moores 59, 293 for 7, the lead of 29. On the cusp of another update.
Oh, you just interrupted us as the commentary team were working out together here. 293 for 7 is the Nottinghamshire score. Zach Chappell is fresh at the crease. He's just got off the mark, and that's because since I last spoke to you, Samit Patel has been dismissed for 38. Patel and Tom Moores added 99 valuable runs for that 7th wicket. Patel, 3rd time this season already, just really played a nice innings coming in at number 8, but then he got one from the leg spinner. Yorkshire turned into a real part-time leg spinner in David Milan, and the ball just popped off the glove of Patel to short leg, and he had to go. Tom Moores has passed 50, his first substantial not for a couple of years for Nottinghamshire in this form of the game. He's 59 not out. Notts have the overall lead of 29. They're 293 for 7.
And just a dot ball there to Zach Chappell as Jordan Thompson comes in once again from the pavilion end, and Chappell looks comfortable at the moment. He's been out there for 10 deliveries so far. No major alarms. Drops that into the leg side this time. A few tweets. I've got to dash off and do an update in a couple of minutes. Probably just see this over out. Trevor says, would it be fair to say Yorkshire are missing an experienced spinner? Was listening to the discussion earlier. In fact, I think you... Yeah, sorry, you've already read that, haven't you? So we'll move on to the next one in a mo because Jordan Thompson is coming in. And this is a fuller length delivery, nicely defended by Chappell. Lee Palmer. Afternoon lads, great comms as always. Hopefully Yorkshire will skittle the last few wickets. Top 4 perform an easy Yorkshire win. Great stream by the Notts County Cricket Club. And forever Dormo, Enver Cream is a sweet fortified wine from Cyprus. They used to call it sherry, but then Cyprus joined the EU, and sherry is a particular fortified wine from the, well, I'm not sure how to pronounce the Jerez region in Spain. Okay, here's Thompson in and driven past him by Zach Chappell, but the lads out the back, Olivier and I think in this case Patterson, do the cleaning up. No run. Jerez. Okay, my Spanish isn't, as you can tell, fluent, so they can't call it a sherry anymore. Oh, okay. And Lily says, finally, Dwan Olivier will bowl with a new ball. Come on, Yorkshire. Jordan Thompson then.
It was Lee predicting an easy Yorkshire win. I don't think it'll be easy.
Good delivery from Jordan Thompson. He's got his man. He's got Zach Chappell to feather one behind. And a simple catch behind the stumps for Johnny Bairstow means that Nottinghamshire have lost their 8th wicket. Jordan Thompson has not been out of this game, has he? And he's now got figures of 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 his first wicket of the match for 36. Notts leading by 29, but just those 2 First innings wickets remaining, and Chappell trudges off to the pavilion.
Yeah, first catch of the innings for Johnny Bairstow, first wicket of the innings for Jordan Thompson, and this is the last thing really that the Notts needed. Wickets going down just before the second new ball becomes due. Remain to be seen if it's Jake Ball or Matt Carter on his way out, but they won't really want much of a battering from Dwan Olivier, you'd imagine. 293 for 8. Notts lead by 29 runs. Let's have a little look. Looks like Jake Ball. It is Jake Ball on his way out. Not a bad batting lineup if Matt Carter's coming in at number 11. I'd say, because he's shown on occasions that he's a very, very capable lower order player, but not so hoping he doesn't get involved. We'll welcome Kevin back in just a second, but a couple of messages here. Jim Metcalf, I couldn't agree more with Dave about the Trent Bridge innovations with the live stream. They're the reason I've been able to get behind the club in recent years from the wilds of Western Scotland, and they've got my young kids cricket mad too. Thanks to everybody. John Simpson, a bottle of sent me a picture, beg your pardon, of Enver Cream, saying obviously he's heard us talking about it. Is this worth more now than it was when it was new? Knew there was a bottle at the back of my drinks cabinet. And Tony Fisher, hey up Dave, I'm loving the coverage. I'm on the Trent Mersey Canal. You mentioned the Bulwell bomber, and he was our best bowler last year. Why isn't he in the reckoning for this game? Tony's he's got a side injury, an abdominal strain, which he picked up in the pre-season friendly against Leicestershire, and he bowled a couple of overs and felt it. They've already said, the club have already put out that he'd missed the first 3 games, so he won't play next week against Lancashire, but then they're hoping he'll be ready for match 4 against Leicestershire, and then obviously the T20 tournament. So a bit of a shame for Luke as David Malan comes back, and at the same time welcome back to Kevin Howells.
I heard Fletch was practicing his autograph signing, ready for those signatures, those lovely books. And this one is driven back into the ground from the batter Moores, bounces over the top of Milan, who can't grab it, so therefore they go through for a single. 294 for 8. Ball and Moores, the not out pair.
Northampton 9 down in that match against Somerset, by the way. That would be 2 wins out of 2 for Somerset if they can polish Northants off inside 2 days. Strong contenders to win that central group right now.
Very much so. Next delivery. Oh, edged and caught. Straight away, that's the end of Ball. He's been caught at slip off the bowling of Milan. So that now is 9 down at 294 for 9. And this lead, it's a lead of 30 runs. It's neither here nor there, really.
It's not.
And they would love to have gone on. Moores is still there on 60. But I'm afraid, following the loss of the wicket of Patel, having put on a 99 run partnership, it looked really, to my eyes, if Patel and Moores could really get them somewhere up, certainly around the 60-70 lead maybe, and then a few come in and get a few more, maybe up towards 100. That would have been a terrific effort, but I don't think that's going to be right now. Only one wicket standing.
No, they had to get the innings up to the taking of the second new ball. Really, that was the fearful thing. As it turns out, it may be that Yorkshire might not need that second new ball, and once more the surprise element of the third spinner reaping dividends, as it did with Notts and Chris Nash yesterday. A couple of wickets to Dawid Malan today. Been a while since he's struck. Matt Carter coming out at number 11. And he's greeted by Tom Moores. Difficult for the bowlers to adjust their line and length if this pair have any sort of lengthy partnership. The big tall Carter right-handed and the more diminutive wicket-keeper batsman Tom Moores left-handed. So a little bit of switching over. Got 10 overs to go after this one in the day. So real chance, I guess, that Yorkshire will be batting this evening.
Former batsman Jack Leaning of Yorkshire's got his century, his first for Kent, 316 for 1. Still trail, but not by very many against Sussex. Next delivery, it's turned away onto the leg side by Carter. Milan just holds his hands up to say, is anybody going to go chase that? Well, they do eventually. But it's 295 for 9. Carter on 1, Moores on 60. It's nowhere near a disaster, this, for Nottinghamshire. They've got themselves a lead. But factor in this batting on this pitch last.
Look at the field, Kevin.
Spread out every corner. If there is a corner to this ground, they're on them.
Might be a little bit of push and run too here from Tom Moores. We've seen him do that in the past. Big tall legs of Matt Carter. It doesn't take him many strides to get down to the other end and back again.
And he's sending the man that was out there at square leg out to the square leg boundary as well. It's on the shorter boundary to the left-handed Moores, the offside. Milan comes in now, and it's gone in the air straight down towards us. It's going to come in between the two fielders. Eventually Patterson gets to it. Well, Dave, he's got 2 runs, but the idea of him pushing and running for 2, he tried to give that the big heave-o.
He was trying
and
to
got
reach
a
an
leading
8.
edge. Yeah. I think he'd be better off on your tactics, really, but...
Well, that's the 4th ball of the over. Take a single, this one.
2 balls left of this over here.
Yeah.
One's whipped away. Square on the leg side. He will get 1. And he moves to 63. And Nottinghamshire 298 for 9.
I'm critical when
34 runs.
Notts do this. I'm critical when any side do this because it never seems to work. And 5th ball of the over, he's taking a single. You can rely on Matt Carter to, under normal circumstances, keep out 1 ball, and then Tom Moores can have another go.
And once again, in bowls and turned away behind square on the leg side for no run. So that game that we have been, for listeners on Sports Extra with, it's almost over now. We've been there twice this afternoon, Northants versus Somerset. And the Overtons causing all sorts of bother. They will miss. Is it completed now,
Yes,
Dave?
yeah.
Bring us the very latest before I just talk about the Overtons.
Somerset win by 165 runs.
And we're just listening to the commentary, the listeners on Sports Extra, it went a little bit quiet really for Somerset in their bowling until they got the Overtons involved again. And it's great news for them that Craig is staying. But the loss of Jamie, I think, is a really big blow to Somerset. He's off to Surrey. These things happen. He feels it's going to better his chances of putting on an England shirt at some time. That they didn't play him all the time.
No.
Jamie Overton, and I think that's a major loss. He's got his career best today with a batter, a 66 or a 68, something in that region.
He's often had the odd twinge here and there,
yeah,
though.
Yeah, gets injuries, but there is word that perhaps, just perhaps, he may go sooner rather than later to Surrey on loan.
Jordan Thompson is in and bowls to Tom Moores, who certainly throws the bat at that one, just looking to try and pick up what he can. With Matt Carter at the other end, there's been a few decent last wicket partnerships up and down the country over the 2 rounds of the Bob Willis Trophy. Certainly here last week, Lewis Deploy and young Sam Connors putting 80 on for the final wicket. Jack Brooks and Stephen Davis putting 100 on for Somerset last week. Moores can't get a run here, just dropping it down on the offside. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is on special privileges at slip, so he does the fielding. The other 8 are on the boundary. We've got the bowler, the keeper, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore a slip.
Without a wicket-keeper at the moment.
We are. Johnny Bairstow's run down to the other end to pass on, to impart some words of knowledge to Jordan Thompson. 298 for 9. Of course, Notts need 2 as well to get a point. That's worth bearing in mind for Tom Moores.
I think it really is worth bearing in mind. Yeah, it could be really close at the end of the season.
Next ball is flailed away by Moores. They'll run the first one quickly. Harry Brooks got it, and we've already seen he's a fine fielder and spears it in. So Notts have taken a single to Moores' 3rd ball of the over. 299 for 9. And so now Matt Carter, it's incumbent upon him to either get a single to get the batting point, or to keep out these 3 deliveries and leave Tom Moores on strike. Remember Yorkshire in their match last week, they were dismissed for 199 first innings against Durham. So you work so hard for these points, you don't want to really let them go when you're so close, when you're 1 run away. I can do with Jordan Thompson just overstepping for once. 299 for 9. Carter leaves that one alone. Interesting now, because he's bowling well, and Milan is troubling the batsman from this end. But I guess if they don't get a wicket in the next 8 balls, then you certainly would be tempted to bring Dwan Olivier back, just to try and knock over the final wicket. Pretty sure Matt Carter has had club centuries and 1 or 2 for Lincolnshire in minor counties cricket, so he's batting at 11 here. That one's gone past the shoulder of the bat. It was short of a length and took off a little bit, but wasn't playing at it with any great conviction. Matt Carter did the media interviews yesterday. Said he, just wasn't expecting to play. Had geared his week towards playing club cricket on Saturday, and then on Friday they told him he was in the squad, which he was obviously delighted about. And then yesterday morning announced that he was going to play. So absolutely thrilled about that. 299 for 9. Thompson bowls to him, and he's got into a really awkward position here, but somehow keeps it out, plays it back to Thompson. It's the end of the over. 299 for 9. Carter has 1. Tom Moores is on 64, and Moores will have the opportunity to get Notts up to that 3rd batting point if he's given the opportunity, but it's likely that Yorkshire will give him the opportunity if they have the same field to him.
If Matt Carter had turned out for his club side, am I right in saying at least he would have been able to play in front of a crowd? I think you can go and watch league cricket, can't you?
Yeah.
Anyway, that didn't sway him. He still decided to play for Notts instead. 299 for 9. Carter on 1. Moores on 64. This lead of 35 runs. So we called in at the other game, Northants versus Somerset. Quite remarkable, really, the victory by 167 runs inside 2 days. The other matches, I'll go through the scores in more detail in just a second or two, but it's more or less been a day for batting today around the country. Beautiful day here at Trent Bridge, certainly from midday on, something like that. A bit of clouds around early on. And it's Milan to come in and bowl to Moores. Moores goes back, drives that straight past the left hand Milan. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is down here in front of the boundary, so he won't be tempted to go through for a single. Got a slip and a leg slip in, and everybody else dispersed to various points on the boundary. Now then, he's hooked this one away on the leg side. Again, because it's gone straight to the fielder. He's finding the fielders quite brilliantly at the moment, and therefore won't be tempted to take the single. The Yorkshire, by gum, they look like the mafia walking around the outfield there, the Yorkshire coaching staff, all 5 of them. Now he's gone after a real swing at that one and played and missed. Again looking to launch it away on the leg side.
They could have been brought into play there, the quintet.
They could have been seen throwing themselves to the ground to get out of the way of it. Well, the delivery from Milan on the leg stump. Again, he turns. Well, there wasn't really a single there anyway, but not interested in taking anything at the moment. How many balls left of this over? 2 balls left.
Yeah.
Moore's on 64. So he might just try and find a gap to go through for 1 here. Well, he hits that quite firmly, but it will just be a single out to the extra cover boundary. So Moores moves to 66. And it brings up the 300 and a batting point for Nottinghamshire. Well done to them. 300 for 9. Nottinghamshire lead by 36 runs. That's 3 batting points in the bag. So now Carter has this 1 ball to face at this 90th over. got 8 left in the day, and he just sticks the pad out of that. It's into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. 300 for 9, Nottinghamshire. Carter on 1, Moores 65 not out. This lead of 36 runs. Jonathan Deutsch.
Yeah, the Yorkshire Mafia, Andrew Gale, Paul Grayson, Richard Pyre, the coaching contingent, Q Bansell, physiotherapist, and Matthew Pillans, of course, on the playing staff, but not employed gainfully in this match. He's been doing some work though with Richard Pyre during the breaks. I've seen him out there 2 or 3 times now. Usual words between the batsmen in the middle, and we are seeing the return to the Yorkshire bowling attack of Duan Olivier. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 54. His figures in this match so far. An economy rate of 3.38. Not too bothered about that. They just want to think that their strike bowler is going to pick them up some wickets, and indeed he's done that.
Just got some news about Liam Dawson, Middlesex, Hampshire being played at Radlett. Disappointing to read that Liam Dawson was stretchered off there with an injury when he was on 43. Middlesex Cricket have just updated. They've been the home team, of course. They're hearing from the medical team that Liam Dawson has unfortunately got a lower leg injury and is being further assessed. We hope it's not too bad. It doesn't sound good.
No. Olivier in. Moores swishes at a ball that was well wide of off stump and almost got a tickle. Just Johnny Bairstow and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and as you might expect, Yorkshire, well, they've got a ring field. It definitely can be described as that, but it's a very, very, very big ring because they're all out on or close to the edge. Longs on and off, mid-wicket, backward square leg. There's a very deep extra cover, deep cover point. Third man, and Olivier bowls wide of Moores off stump again. Interesting bit of mind games coming into play. I'm going to be speaking to Duan Olivier after play today. So fans of either county's persuasion will be able to pick that up on the usual BBC sounds. The BBC Radio Leeds website will be posting it, doubtless. As a short ball here by Olivier is hit back over his head by Moores. He didn't get the full ticket on that one. It was probably up somewhere near the splice, but he's certainly got plenty of power and leverage behind it. And he's picked himself up 4 runs. 69 now to him, 304 for the loss of 9 wickets. The lead building at 40.
Struck it very powerfully, really, to say, because he didn't strike it beautifully, but with power.
So in comes Olivier again. That is up there, more in the slot this time, and Moores had stepped away to leg to just open up the field, got it away to long off, picks up another single, and they're now 305 for 9. He's on to 70. Could we see something like we saw with Jordan Thompson yesterday? Might he be going close to a ton here?
Maybe getting the ton. Just a quick word about that Northants game again. They were 148 for 4, all out for 154. 5 wickets in 17 deliveries. Jack Brooks, formerly of the Yorkshire Parish, who apparently didn't bowl particularly well in the afternoon session, but he's still ended up with 4 for 40, and Jamie Overton 4 for 26 in that Somerset victory, as Dave said earlier. Somerset proving very strong in that central group at the moment.
So changes in the field here. Duan Olivier is going to have 2 balls to try and dismiss Matt Carter. 2 slips have gone back in place, plus a short leg. What have we got first up? Short. Surprise, surprise from Duan Olivier, but Carter, who's plenty tall enough, managed to cower away under that one.
Went down quite quickly and back up again, didn't he? A bit like a spring.
I would think that the vast majority of us would do that, and if we didn't, we'd be going down fairly quickly anyway, but for different reasons.
I think I'd be running. I don't think I'd be bending out of the way. I think I'd be backing away.
305 for 9. Last ball of the over. Olivier in. This is a little bit better in terms of its aim. He was trying to get that in the ribs. It was just above waist height, but Carter played it comfortably enough. He's not out one. Moores will be back on strike, of course, for the change of ends at the end of that 91st over of play. And Yorkshire now with the new ball. Will Dominic Leech get his hands on it? Or Steve Patterson? Well, no. The answer to that question is because he's, or was, walking off. And Dawid Malan is going to continue by the looks of things. He's just deposited the gear he doesn't need down beneath our feet at this Radcliffe Road end of the ground. Walks his way back up towards umpire James Middlebrook. So 305 for 9. The lead 41. How are you reading this one at the moment then? Kev?
Every run could be crucial for Notts here. That's how I'm reading it. Batting last here. And the extra frustration, Yorkshire think they've done well here. And they have got through these last few wickets. How big will this frustration be? Well, Carter does well to get out of the way of that one as well, which is hit hard and firm from his teammate at the other end. It won't be a run. Finds the fielder again down at the long off boundary.
That was travelling. I tell you what, when Matt Carter retires from cricket, he's got a future in limbo dancing after that.
Malan again. Into Moores on 70. Looking to sweep this one away and does for 4. Gets the boundary. That one is well placed through square leg. So he moves to 74. Takes Nottinghamshire up to 309 for 9. A lead of 45 runs. This is real bonus stuff for this last wicket partnership of Carter and Moores here for Notts. Malan's bowling his 6th over. 2 for 17 his figures read at the moment. Comes in past the umpire, just walks in and swing a wideish ball. Playing a miss from Moores. Bairstow just wondering if Moores is going to keep his balance, but he does. If he hadn't done, could have been in trouble because he whips the bails off.
Everybody out in the distance. Tom Moores might need a pair of decent binoculars to see the vast majority of the Yorkshire fielders.
Yep.
From his position with his back to the pavilion.
Salafiru's got the best position because he's in the shade down there. I think that might be quite handy. It's turned out quite warm again today, not as warm as yesterday. Malan looking to reverse this time. And where's that gone? That's gone into the stand. I think that could have been a 6. He has reversed, pulled that. An amazing shot from Moores. It is the short of the boundaries, but that's beside the point. Behind square of a fine leg, long leg. An amazing shot from young Moores to take him to 80. And Nottinghamshire 315 for 9. And the lead now of 51 runs.
Yeah, brilliant improvisation from Tom Moores. And he's within cooey of that 100 now, 20 short of it.
Now we've got 2 balls left to this over. Malan to Moores. What's he going to do this time? This time, more conventional. Just keeps it on the ground on the leg side for a single. And he moves to 81. His side to 316 for 9. In front by 52 runs.
Yeah, Dawid Malan going for a few in this over. His bowling analysis, runs conceded pretty much doubled.
Next delivery is push square on the offside, and there'll be no run. So 316 for 9. Carter on 1. Moores 81. A lead of 52 runs. 6 overs remain to be bowled tonight.
It was worth it, wasn't it? It was worth keeping him on for an over just to see if he could finish it off. In two for not many, but I think that the experiment's got to come to an end. It's a little bit of a waste of a new ball. No disrespect to Dawid Malan, and get the new ball bowlers on and try and finish the job.
Not that you'd be remotely interested, but at 6:15 on 5 Live Sports Extra tonight, Leeds Rhinos are playing. And they're playing St Helens.
I'm looking forward to it. Well, of course, what I can see of it after we've done our post-match. Probably the second
I'm not too
half.
sure we've got 6 overs left. We probably won't get them all in here, but we'll be off at 6:15 anyway for the Super League tonight for those listening on 5 Live Sports Extra. Come on, St Helens. He didn't bite.
So, Duane Olivier in and goes full this time to Tom Moores, who, well, for a man on 81, wasn't the prettiest of shots, but at the moment he's got sort of last man syndrome, hasn't he? That thing that happens when you've only got your number 11 at the other end and you're the batsman in. We saw it with Jordan Thompson yesterday to great effect till he got himself out 2 shy of the 100. How close is Tom Moore's going to come? Here's Olivier in again. Wide and dealt with. Another flat bat through the covers, but he's decided he's not going. Jordan Thompson's out there, parading around the extra cover boundary. And they're going to stay put. So, at the moment, it's not working for them trying to give this single to Tom Moore. They're having to work on him with a defensive field. Olivier in again. And a big yahoo this time from Tom Moores, who was going to try and hit that one somewhere down West Bridgeford over the Smith Cooper stand, but didn't connect. Feel the rush of wind up here. And so Moores waits. Carla Cadmore standing wide at slip beside Johnny Bairstow. As Olivier is in again. Short, pulled, going to be 6, I think. It is 6 indeed, about 10 rows back into the Smith Cooper stand. Not a great delivery from Duane Olivier. And it got what it deserved, and Tom Moores, bowling that at a man who is well set and now on 87. He's creeping closer.
Yes, this matches the, I think it was 87 he got at Chelmsford the last time Notts won a game. He has had 1 century at Taunton back in June 2018. But lean pickings last year with the bat, but he's enjoying this.
But at the moment he's got Yorkshire playing to his tune, hasn't he? He's turning down the singles. They've distanced themselves very much socially from the batsmen, are miles out in the deep, barring Johnny Bairstow and the man at slip, Tom Kohler-Cadmore. And he's not biting. He's just staying put, and then with deliveries like that, which was clearly to get him to miss time his pull. He's managing to get runs as well. So 87 Tom Moores, 322 for 9. They've had a chat. Johnny Bairstow's run right down the pitch and spoken to Steve Patterson and to Duane Olivier, and they're now bringing the men back in from the boundary edge. They've just left, looks like Johnny Tattersall, I think, out a deep backward square leg, but they're all now in much tighter ring on the single. Steve Patterson giving notice that he's going to come back on and bowl, but Olivier has been smashed again this time. Moore's just sitting right back in the crease. Again, similar to a shot he played a little bit earlier in previous over from Olivier, where he didn't really get the full shilling on that one, but he hit it with so much power that it still disappeared down towards the scorebox at the pavilion end of the ground. And he's picked up 4 more. 91 now to Tom Moores. 133 deliveries he's been out there for. 326 for 9. The lead is now starting to look healthier at 62. What a game of changing fortunes this has been. Every sort of 15 minutes you feel like something else is going on. Patterson warming up, but it's Olivier with 1 to come in this over. And again, Moores steps away and he's smashed this one back with a point. Milan is despairing with his dive, and it's 4 more to Moores, who's on the brink then. 95, end of the 93rd over. Notts 330 for 9 and lead by 66.
I guess he was half hoping that the fielder down here, Milan, might have stopped it and he could have just settled for a single and got down the other end. Yeah, 95 not out's better than 92 not out. I know that, but I'm sure he'd rather be on strike. Second new ball is being taken. Look, a wave to the scorers. So going to see Yorkshire armed and equipped with that second new ball. David Milan, 6 overs, 2 for 24, getting rid of Samit Patel and Jake Ball. Steve Patterson is going to take the new cherry. 5 overs remain, so Notts only got to bat a couple of overs, or 2 overs and a ball, and that essentially would mean that Yorkshire wouldn't have to bat tonight. Just interrupted by the cue of BBC Radio Nottingham's 6 o'clock news in my ear. We'll be just giving them a quick update in just a moment. Tom Moore's on 95, but at the wrong end as far as he's concerned. 3:30 for 9. Lead is 66. Patterson to bowl to Carter. Yes, very much so, Hans. We're inside the final 5 overs of the day, and plenty to play for here for Nottinghamshire, particularly young Tom Moores, the wicket-keeper batsman. He's at the wrong end at the moment, but he's 95 not out. Matt Carter is on strike, the last man, so Moores desperately needing to get on strike and get these last 5 runs. The final partnership already worth 36 as Moores has just unleashed a couple of big blows, disappearing over the ropes for sixes. So he's on the brink of a century today. Stephen Mullany made 50, Peter Trigo 39, Samit Patel 38 and 35 from Joe Clark. It's been a collective effort here as Matt Carter nicks this one away and will get a boundary, so he stays on strike. Nottinghamshire's overall lead is 70, so they're in quite a handsome position. They would just like to see it through to the close. There's just 4 overs left in the day now with the last pair at the crease. All eyes on Moores. 95 not out. 3:34 for 9 Nottinghamshire. .34 for 9. Matt Carter just squirting that one down to third man. Stephen Patterson just trying to get the attention of his fielders, wanting Dominic Leech to move a little square at mid-wicket. Here's Patterson in again. He's hit him on the pad, and they're asking James Middlebrook. Wasn't the most confident of appeals, perhaps was going over, but sometimes it does help if everybody goes up collectively together. Perhaps at least gives the viewpoint that you're fairly confident in your appeal, but it's an easy one for Middlebrook to turn down if he can see that Yorkshire aren't that enthusiastic about it themselves. Carter on 5. Partnership of 40 for the last wicket. And Carter has just got hold of this one. He's picked him up and heaved it away. And that's gone all the way for 6. Well, that's not exactly what I was expecting there. I was looking for the push and the run to get Tom Moores on strike. But Matt Carter says, well, he's got them all in trying to save the one. My game is to put bat to ball. And he's done that so impressively there. Heaving it away over wideish long on out towards the right-hand corner of the Radcliffe Road stand, the corner that it shares with the William Clark stand. I'm not sure it's been retrieved yet. In fact, it's just being brought back now and given a bit of a brush and a wipe and a polish, and will be shown to the umpire. Mighty blow. Yeah, 3:40 for 9.
Lusty. Very much. What's he batting at 11 for?
Well, I did say 9, 10, 11. I think you could have put him in a bag and drawn him out. Perhaps they did, as Patterson comes in again to Matt Carter, who defends. Like I say, I'm pretty sure he's had centuries for Lincolnshire in minor counties cricket. 3:40 for 9. I know it's a huge step up, but when we've seen him play in the last game, he's certainly not looked anywhere near being a rabbit.
Wonder how concerned Yorkshire are now at this lead, because at 30 when the last wicket went down, you'd have thought, well, if they wrap it up, 40, yeah, handle that, no major deal.
Final ball of the over. Guess he just wants to keep it out. They could have taken a single there, and he does. So he did more than just survive the over. Helped himself to 10 runs from it, the taking of the second new ball, and already it's got a blemish or 2 on it. It's been run down to third man for 4 and clubbed over wideish long on for 6. 3:40 for 9. So all eyes now on Tom Moores. It does mean that right now, if the wicket went in this over, Yorkshire would have to face 1 over. The 2 openers, I guess, Kohler, Cadmore and Live will be... they'll not want Notts to get any more runs, but they won't mind if Yorkshire takes 7 balls in which to get the final wicket. Let's put it that way. It would spoil Yorkshire's day even more, I guess, if they had to go through the rigmarole of batting one over and were to lose one of the openers. We have seen, and I know it happened in a game or two last week, we have seen one over left in the day, and Notts did it a few years ago with Harry Gurney. We've seen sides send out a number 11 to face, just in case something fairly dramatic happened to one of your top order.
The old night watchman again. So, Duan Olivier will continue with the new ball from the Radcliffe Road end. Tom Moore's on strike. Partnership now worth a very valuable 46 runs for the last wicket here. And he pushes off to Tom Moore's, who's 5 shy of 100.
He's hit this down the ground, and the fielder in the deep's lost it. They're going to run 2 comfortably. So I don't know if you'd picked it up. For once today, I managed to see the flight of the ball when they go hard at the bat like that. They go through so hard, don't they, with the follow through? But actually managed to see that one flying through the air. Sometimes it's easy, or it's difficult to lose the trajectory. Tom Moore's on 97, 342 for 9. Here's Olivier bowling to him, and he's going to pull this one away, and it's in the air down in the deep, and it doesn't quite carry to long off, and he's just whacked himself on the thigh there, Tom Moore's, as if to say, you nearly threw it away, but hey, hit the ball in the air, you've got a chance of being caught, as somebody a lot cleverer than I once said.
And here's the thing, of course, he's on 97. He's turned down several singles. He would have been there.
Yeah.
But, well, he may not have been, I guess, because he might have lost his partner at the other end.
Well, a push and run for 2 and then a push for a single. Doesn't matter how you get him, does it? As the next ball sees him pull this. Well, he goes to pull it away, but he's cut it away instead and gets the century that has been denied him for the last couple of years. And Tom Moore's, many congratulations, has batted for exactly 3 hours. Faced 137 balls, 11 fours and 3 sixes, and that's a really good job that he's done there. Tom Moore's is come in at number 7 in the order, and just when Notts have needed some runs, he's supplied them. That'll get one or two of the critics off his back. But it's overdue. He's a long time without some runs. Also brought up the 50 partnership, and Notts are 4 away, and they're going to get that 4 now from the next ball, which is top edged over Johnny Bairstow. I'm going to say they were 4 away from another batting point. Well, they've got there. They're now on 350 for 9, and they go on to 7 points in the match. 350 for 9. Moore's on to 105. I'm not sure what he got at Taunton all those years ago, and it may have been around about 105 if memory serves. Certainly wasn't many more. Little chat between the two batsmen. The one that got him to 50, he got into a position where again I thought he was looking to pull Olivier and just absolutely flew away on the offside for 4. So Tom Moore's first century at Trent Bridge, and yes, and it is his highest score. 103 was his previous. There's Olivier to bowl to Moore's, and he'll take the single from the 5th ball of the over. Just reaching out, stretching, drops it on the offside, and takes the run, gets down the other end.
Might have been a wide that had he missed it. Very wide from Olivier.
He wasn't bothered about that, was he? He was just wanting to get bat on ball and get down the other end. The lead is 87. That's suddenly jumped up, hasn't it, from 50? Been a productive 2 or 3 overs. If Yorkshire don't get a wicket with this ball, which Olivier bowls, and forced away by Carter for 4 through the offside. That's as good as we've seen all day. I know there's been some more explosive looking shots, but that was a proper cricket shot, pushing it through the offside for 4. It does mean that Yorkshire won't bat this evening now, even if a wicket goes down. The next ball, 355 for 9. Only 3 overs remain, and of course if a wicket goes down, that's the end of that over, and you lose 2 for the changeover. Tremendous stuff from Tom Moore's.
Yeah, superb knock from Tom Moores, and in the context of the game, he's starting to take this away from Yorkshire now. The lead is 91. No little part in it either. Matt Carter, who's 15, they've put on 61 in double quick time for this last wicket. And the ploy of sending everybody out, trying to get him to take a single, certainly patently hasn't worked for Yorkshire. And also, you start to look around at the bowling attack, and in times like this, this is where they would dearly love a little bit more first-class experience among the bowling ranks. Steve Patterson and Duan Olivier, the two experienced bowlers, of course. Haven't seen Tom Leech for a while. Jordan Thompson's done his bit with the old ball. Patterson in, and he's gone. He's got the wicket of Tom Moores. But, well, time will tell if that's too late for Yorkshire. He tried a big shy to mid-wicket, and he's got a bottom edge onto it, and it's taken out his leg stump. So Moore's gone for a brilliant 106, bowled by Patterson, it will say in the scorebook, with a thick inside edge or under edge. 12 fours, 3 sixes, 184 minutes he batted for, faced 140 deliveries. And in the context of the game, that could be decisive. We shall see.
And that is it. As I say, they won't come out again tonight. The stumps will be taken out of the ground, and 3:55 all out. That's going to bring an end to the proceedings. Yorkshire will start again tomorrow, but at the halfway stage of this match, Nottinghamshire with a lead of 91. Tom Moore's quite rightly getting applauded off. You can see on the top of the pavilion at the far end, the executive suite there, the Nottinghamshire players and coaching staff giving him a warm welcome. Tremendous stuff by Tom Moores. 184 minutes, of just over 3 hours for that century. 140 balls, 12 fours, 3 sixes. Career best score of 106. He was out to Patterson going after it. Patterson getting a wicket just round about 24 hours after he got his last one. Got Chris Nash round about 6 o'clock and gets the last wicket as well. Patterson finishing with 2 for 38. The wicket shared around amongst the Yorkshire bowlers, but the men out today: Hamid 21, Duckett 4, Clark 35, Mullaney 50, Trigo 39, Moores 106, Patel 38, Chappell 1, Ball 0, and Matt Carter finished 15 not out. It went just went, all day. Seemed as if Yorkshire were just a fraction behind playing catch up.
Yeah, I said not that long ago. It seems actually that the scales were, reasonably evenly balanced. There was a little bit going on one side and then the other, but then in that last, whatever it was, an hour or so, things have changed quite quickly, haven't they? Yorkshire snaffled 3 quick wickets, don't forget, wickets of Patel, Chappell and Ball in the space of 8 runs, and would have been sitting pretty on a 30-run deficit with last use of the new ball on a day 8 pitch, you would imagine. But now, having to go and bat themselves on a day 7 pitch with a deficit of 91 following that brilliant last wicket partnership, well, you've got to say that they've got a heck of a lot of work to do here if they're going to pull this one out of the ether with a win. Not to say that they can't do it. Of course they can. They've got some high-class batsmen in that top order, 1 or 2 of whom are in form, and 1 or 2 who didn't get runs in the first innings, but you can't imagine that they're all going to go back into the changing room for scores of 21 or less individually second time around. Can't imagine that, but it's obviously possible as well. So 264 first up for Yorkshire, 355 for Nottinghamshire, who lead by 91 runs and will be pretty confident, I think, going into the dressing sheds tonight.
Yeah, that new ball in the morning is going to be crucial. Obviously, Jake Ball, Zach Chappell and the rest of them have a bit of a rest tonight and come back fresh tomorrow morning. They'll be looking for favourable overhead conditions, but they'll have a new ball and they'll have a real incentive to make inroads. Notts haven't won for over 2 years. The last time they won was the last time Tom Moore's got a 50. I don't know if that's an omen or not. Probably not. But Tom Moore's certainly the the man of the day, backed up by Stephen Mullaney's 50, and then a handful of very useful contributions when you get Clark's 35, Trigo's 39, and Patel's 38 on top of a 50 and on top of 100. It's going to get the job done. Notts 355 all out. Many thanks to everybody who's taken time to get in touch today, and for all the many dozens of you that haven't got in touch but have just enjoyed the coverage. Thanks for listening. We know you're out there, and we know you'd like to be here, many of you at Trent Bridge enjoying it. Once again, many thanks to the media teams from both sides for their assistance, and to the club for laying on the live stream. Hopefully it's gone down well with everybody. The end of day 2, Nottinghamshire 91 in front at 3:55 all out. Thanks again to Kevin Howells and to Jonathan Doidge, from myself, Dave Bracegirdle. We wish you a very warm good night from Trent Bridge.
Wow, what a day it has been here at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire started the day on 13 for 1. They end it on 355 all out. That is a lead of 91 runs. We will have post-match reaction shortly, but in the meantime, let's have a look at today's highlights. Okay, that was the highlights from day one. Yeah, we got caught out there, didn't we? But I'm now joined by Stephen Mullaney and Tom Moores. Lads, I'll come to you individually in a second, but a very good day there. Mo?
Yeah, amazing day. I think if you'd have offered us a 91-run lead at the start of the day, we'd have obviously took it. I thought the tone was set probably from the first spell yesterday with Jake and Zach with the new ball. You know, from Kevin Shine, the bowling coach, to say this morning in the bowlers meeting that it was probably one of the best opening spells he's ever seen, including international cricket. You know, proves how good it was. And then to back it up, I thought Carter was magnificent. Samit was good, and Nashi chipping in obviously with 3 wickets. That volley ball to Brook was an unbelievable ball. And then, you know, today we sort of teetered with doing well with, you know, a few good partnerships. But then for Tommy to play the way he did with Matt Carter at the end and to get to 100 was, I think it proves that how much hard work he's put in and keeps believing in that. He'll get a lot more to come.
I mean, Tom, I'll move to you now. Your career highest score, your first 100 at Trent Bridge. You must be absolutely buzzing right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously to get that 100 here is obviously something I've always wanted to do. It's a bit of a weight off my shoulders. I think it's something that you want to get 100 at your home ground, and it was a very special moment for me to be able to do that. Yeah, I think it was just one of them. I think, you know, we like Moore said, we battled through the day and, you know, put some partnerships together and everyone played well, and I think you know, it was just one of them, just, you know, see where we are, and then obviously at the end got to have a bit of fun, which was nice, and enjoyed it. But yeah, I think, you know, as a team point of view, it was, you know, we're in a good position now to kick on and put some real pressure on the Yorkshire lads.
I mean, the deficit was 1 run at one point, and then you decided to do a reverse sweep for 6, which meant we then went 5 runs ahead. I mean, just how do you explain that? Was that in your thinking, or are we just talking about Tom Moores in general there?
Yeah, I think I didn't do too much thinking today. I think, you know, it's something I've worked on as a batter. You know, that balance between being instinctive and letting Tom Moores come out, and also, you know, realising situations of the team and you know, situations of the game. So I think there was a couple that I look back on and were probably, you know, a bit sort of, you know, interesting options. You know, last ball before lunch over extra and reverse sweep. But I think, you know, ultimately, you know, I thrive off trying to be confident and backing the skills. And, you know, I've had plenty of chats with more and senior players about, you know, putting the hard work in off the pitch, and then trusting yourself to go out there, and if you think it's on, then just fully go for it and back it, and everyone else will back you, which is a lovely place to be in, and it shows a team vibe in the dressing room.
I mean, we were talking while the highlights were on, and you spoke about trust. I mean, as a captain, it must be quite proud, and, you know, you must look at your team and be excited about what you've seen today.
Yeah, and last week against Derby, you know, they played well in the last day. We didn't do too much wrong. We obviously lost Joey, which was disappointing at a crucial stage of the game, but I do genuinely believe if we keep playing the type of cricket we're playing and going into it with the confidence we are, that once we get a win, that it will be the start of something special. I really do. You know, it's, for Tom to come back after, you know, a couple of lower scores last week, a young lad could have quite easily gone away, which I'm sure he won't mind saying has done before when something's not worked, and gone to try and do something different. But for him to trust the work that he's put in for a long time over the winter, and then going out onto the grass, he deserves all the plaudits he gets, because he's worked his things off.
Yes. I mean, Tom, you mentioned partnerships. You know, the man to your right was, you know, a key figure in that today. A partnership, obviously, with Clark, and then a partnership with Trigo as well. Just how important is it for you coming in later down the line to have those partnerships ahead of you, and, you know, what Mull did today? Yeah,
it's huge. I think, you know, the way Mull, you know, calms the innings down in that middle order. You know, sometimes you can get a few quick wickets, they get a bit of momentum, and, you know, the way Mull plays and the way he did play today, you know, it just brings the momentum back in our shift. So, you know, as a batter, you know, coming in and having to bat with the top order and the lower order if it goes well, you know, it's massive, because the ball gets older, you know, bowlers get more tired and stuff like that. So I think the way that Mull, Triggs, you know, Clarkey as well, all the top order, to be fair, you know, the way they played, you know, was was great, because they set up that innings, you know, for the likes of me and Samit to play with that freedom and, you know, work and get a partnership, and then obviously try and put a bit of pressure on towards the back end of today, which we thankfully did.
I mean, the lead is currently 91 runs. As you know, we sit here, I mean, we stand here, we don't sit here, and we're talking about how well today has gone. We're only halfway through the fixture. There's still a lot of work to do tomorrow, and that's obviously starting with the ball.
100%, yeah, we spoke about day 3 is normally moving day in any fixture, or the third innings is normally moving day, if that's what you want to call it. So, look, we know how good of a batting lineup we've got, and we're going to have to bowl as well, if not better, than we did first innings. But I think that's a very big lead on that wicket, and I think if we use the new ball well, bring Carter, Samit and Nash into the game a bit later, I think that, you know, if we do well, and if we do the things that we've done and we continue to do them for long enough, I believe we'll open up a chance to win this game.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Congratulations on today. Rest up well.
CB round as well. He owes everyone a drink.
Yeah, well, there you go then. I'll tell you what mine is after we finish this, all right? But thank you very much, and obviously go well tomorrow. So there we have it. Day 2 of this fixture against Yorkshire comes to a close. Join us tomorrow for day 3. We will be live on air at 10:45.